life, there's a fortune, and I'ma pour the level. Now I'ma shine whenever it rain. Who need to see the weather? Bunch of consecutive losses make a winner. In this game, there's different levels of pain. I'm no beginner. On the rise, keep that fire inside, protect your ember. When it's time, keep that hunger in mind. And I remember what it's like to have to fight. I can't forget it. Images in my mind have been embedded. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't edit. And cut it out, but it hide up in some crevice. That's what really keep me on top of my game for real. Cause if you never go through no pain, what you gain for real? My tunnel vision look like a scope cause I aim for real. No matter what I got on my plate, I'ma make a meal. I ain't never about to fold. That ain't something that I'm on. I'ma keep it going strong. I just been up in my zone. I'ma get right to the goal. Yeah, that's all I really know. So let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. It ain't no excuses not to go hard. If you don't move your feet, you ain't gon' go far. Better do it now like it's no tomorrow. I ain't never heard of leaving battle without no scars. It ain't no excuses not to go hard. If you don't move your feet, you ain't gon' go far. Better do it now like it's no tomorrow. I ain't never heard of leaving battle without no scars.
Level up. Be the champ. Take control, take the chance. Level up if you wanna be the champ. Take control, take the chance. Level up, be the champ. I'm a big man with a big role. I connect it, make some big throws. I'ma roll hard, make some big dough. I'ma show you what you're coming in for. Make it hit hard, never quit though. With my jaws on the lock like a pit bull. I'm the highlight, got my mind right. 20/20 eyesight when I got my vision on the go. I'm coming for the big man. Gotta level up, gotta take the big chance. I'm ready for the big bang. I don't take a second cause I wanna be the big champ. I'm coming like a big man. See, I'm coming here to write a different plot. I don't have no questions, I'ma give it all I got. I already loaded, so I'm taking all my shots, yeah, yeah. I'm coming for the big man. Gotta level up, gotta take the big chance. I'm ready for the big bang. I don't take a second cause I wanna be the big champ. I'm coming like a big man. See, I'm coming here to write a different plot. I don't have no questions, I'ma give it all I got. I already loaded, so I'm taking all my shots, yeah, yeah.
powered by the most advanced wind force cooling system, reducing temperatures while your competition sweats. For the flagship Aorus Extreme Water Force, premium liquid metal for GPU delivers up to 10 times better heat transfer efficiency and is accompanied by multiple layers of protection. This is the Gigabyte GeForce RTX 50 series. Play hard, stay cool, feel the chill.
Hover League.
Charging directly into the freaks.
Slow down, yeah. I got the initial. Oh. There it is. And one more for good measure. Good measure.
It's going to come at a bad time because, I mean, Navi has already kind of got a point. Good day coming up from Embers for VP down.
That is a problem.
Oh, day
Noren's.
trade.
And
Day trade wants this.
The Noren's compound, and Noren's just laying out everything.
Shrimsy still playing around that smoke wall. Kiss hiding in the midst. And Tig do work with that Groza. Kiss gonna find Shrimsy. Does Kiss get all of them? Of course he does. Give Kiss 5 kills. Utility just not landing. That is very, very hard stuff to land. It is a doozy, and Bestalok gonna get immediately spotted by Vatu. He'll get another one. IGL who? He'll get 3. He gets almost all of them in Twisted Minds.
Using the distraction from VP as well as BB taking shots at this rotation means the fact that Freaks managed to sneak it. Oh, Evie!
What is that? Wingardium Leviosa. No. 你会明都没会明白。
What's up, guys? I'm Falcons Tiggleton, and this is Pro POV.
Oh. Hello.
Hello.
大家好，这来自漂流的明明。 안녕하세요. 게임플릭스의 살루트 우재현이라고 합니다. Hello guys. Wow. Hi, I'm example. So clean.
Always just like, hello. All right, how you guys feeling to be here?
Very excited.
Yeah. Excited. Banger.
이거 잼플 선수나 티글튼 선수랑 하고 싶습니다.
最想跟 Salute 吧。
Hello. 你有女朋友吗？我有的。Beautiful.
我觉得我们俩一起应该有信心。
1, 2, 3.
打。不是一个人赢吗 ？1, 2, 3.
We're cooked. Example wins, no? He did paper, we both did rock.
Тиглтон. Я думаю, нам будет проще, потому что можем между друг другом коммуницировать, потому что английский мы будем использовать, а другие друзья не смогут, я думаю.
I hope you've been learning Chinese.
倒了。右边。I can speak Chinese. Okay. 我是中国人。Okay. Давай. 掉。
Okay, shift.
Right now?
Yeah. We're not landing triple. We're not going triple.
One more M. M. M app. Let's go.
Jump.
Okay. W. Okay.
Go. Forward. He went forward.
Go.
Okay, shift.
Right now?
Yeah. We're not landing triple. We're not going triple.
S. Okay. Good.
Look at him in the sky.
WS. Okay.
Open your inventory immediately. Open your inventory right now. Loot the MP5K.
Let's go.
Loot. Ammo. Hollow side. Reload.
And
Стрелец, 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 стрелец.
Z. Okay. W.
Okay, look the best, look the best, look the best.
And
Okay,
F.
Shoot.
F.
And hold, peek left and hold.
Yeah, D.
Okay, ADS.
Okay.
Yeah. When he peeks, стрелец.
No, D.
D. Yeah, D.
Okay.
U. I.
Okay.
Let's go. Oh, AUG, get.
Okay. Apple.
Apple.
Okay.
And open the door. And C. Monitor.
Okay.
Okay.
One.
Open the door.
No, one.
One. Reload. R.
Okay.
There's no helmet. Okay, just push. Leave the door. Давай. Forward. Okay, open the door. Turn left. Forward. Forward. Go. Давай. Open the door.
No. There. Da. Okay. Okay.
A.
Through the doorway. Turn to the right. Go forward. Turn to the right.
Okay.
He's in the room. Go forward. Keep the room slowly.
Okay.
Стрелец.
Okay. 你亏屏都没亏明白。
언제 왔어? 아.
Let's go. Jump.
Okay. W. F. 공跳。No. No. Yeah. F. W.
Vault on this.
What is your vault button?
It's not mine.
S. 转 U. W.
Okay. Left. Left. Stairs. Left.
팅을 where?
W.
어?
看我。
Easy. Oh.
What is this? What is this?
What is that? What is that?
Okay, easy game.
Brother. Easy.
Where's Mayweather?
Yeah, boxing.
I'm gonna smash you.
No.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm Mayweather, you're McGregor.
No.
Double.
Oh, yeah.
Aim to yellow.
W. D. U. W. A. Yeah. W. F.
G. Yeah. W. D.
I can't press W. It's not going down. Bro, what is this?
Hey. Okay. Aim. Yeah. Like that.
Dude, W's not working.
G.
Aggressive.
W. Punch. W.
R. U. In garde leviosa.
I don't know. Thanks. All right, hold on.
Good, very good. Okay, nice. Good. Thank you.
大力大力気持ちいい。PUBG。
PUBG.
PUBG。
No, just kidding. PUBG.
八周年。
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 八周年。八周年。
八周年。
八周年。
八周。
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 八次。
More steps toward unifying your Battlegrounds experience. Destructible terrain on Tago. And a new way to hide your vehicles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 35.2 patch report. First up, we're continuing to work toward unifying your Battlegrounds experience. This update adds vending machines, previously a Miramar exclusive, to Erangel and Tago. You can also keep an eye out for medical vending machines that distribute first aid kits, bandages, and med kits. All these machines still have their chance at a jackpot, so test your luck when you run into one. In addition to this, Erangel is also getting Tago's destructible pots. Breaking these has a chance to give boosts, healing items, throwables, and even secret room keys. So embrace your inner Link and smash away. And speaking of destroying stuff, destructible terrain and the red zone have made their way to Tago. As before, explosives and the Panzerfaust will alter the terrain they hit, adding a bit more realism to that big, cool explosion. We've also added the pickaxe to the map for those who'd rather dig their trench a little more discreetly. For now, destruction on Tago will only affect terrain, so don't worry about the building you're in caving down on top of it. And on the topic of discreetness, you can now find vehicle camo netting on Erangel and Miramar. Deploying the camo netting to your vehicle will help it to blend in with the terrain around it, making it harder for enemies to see while obscuring tire positions. We've also toned down C4 a little by making it a deployable weapon that requires 4 seconds to set. This adds a little more risk to the reward instead of it being used as a nuclear grenade. There's also a new survivor pass, enhancements made to the inflatable boat, some improvements to the flare gun's UX, and lots more info about everything else we talked about. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 35.2 is here. So pack your favorite explosives and get ready for a little light terraforming on Tago. Just make sure you hide your getaway vehicle from the other survivors. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
$17 Na'Vi lined up against each other.
我在你门口外面。楼顶看到我了，楼顶看到我了。你看房顶，别让房顶上有多少。打这个一楼来，还有一个。楼顶，全楼顶，楼顶，全楼顶。他们接着就闪了，没事。我加楼顶。能补吗？我补不了，在门口打外面，在外面过道。我4边房子外有一个。房子背后。牛逼！楼顶。第9条来了。最后一个。
Na'Vi is also going to go for another drop in. I respect it. And this is a very hefty drop.
我跟你。好，不加了，就加了。好的，有个残血。到了，他队友来了。空装准备那个。来。3字楼外，我飞白了。我飞白。他防1了。出去帮忙了，帮忙别后。啊，3位，还有一个。1打1。 下来了。
Слева, справа. Ждите, там Т3, подожди.
У них смоков
На счет 3 только, парни. На счет 3. Go. Раз, два, 3.
ขวาได้ป่าววะเคเอารถไปเล่นขวาได้ป่าววะแม่งมีลิงไงเฮียพี่ได้มีสมองปะ
พี่แทนปั๊มยาน้ำก่อนไหมเอาให้เต็มกันเลยวะ
ได้มีสมองเปล่ามี5 ลูก
Вижу слева. Метка.
All Xan's fantasy owners
И
are
допустов сейчас.
screaming right now as he just takes the
Тройка
knock
цели.
and the flush right at the end to the solo player. You hate
ส
to
มอง
see
ส
it.
มองแล้วปานี่หน่อยมันอยู่ได้แค่ในร่องนั้นเว้ยเนี่ยมันจะเอาลิงออฟเว้ย
เอาไม่ใช่มาผมเน็ตนะพี่เป็นดูไว้ผมเน็ตดู
Кирис.
Another one.
Хаешка.
Gets spotted. A good grenade here from Kiss.
Простой.
У меня блюшка еще есть, кстати. Пойдем по правой, батут, на агрессии. Пойдем по правой. Сейчас, подожди.
กิโลวะโอเคกิโลนะ
Смотрю слева. Проходи по смоке. Я по правой, я в опыте пока бегу.
И посмотрит слева.
เดี๋ยวเลี้ยว
Ты меня кидайся.
ชันมาวะเอาชันมาใครเล่นจิตเชื่อเลี้ยว
Я нокнулся.
ปาปีก
หายหมด
ขวาตัวหนึ่งแล้วก็เดินทีซ้ายเลย
หายก็หนึ่ง
เปิดแล้วขวาตัว
And
ท้าย
Lou is the last one. It's a 1v1. Lou is down to half
Треба
HP.
левой часть смыкащий. Флешку ебало.
Хуёвая блюшка, нормально.
ตั้งเราได้
Вот ставлю прям на него, за спрей, за спрей. Щит, он за щитом, там щит, там щит.
За домом ухилища.
Один бежит еще, ребят, бежит. So crazy. We're in the second to last game. 16th, 17th, 18th, and 20th are all still alive.
천천히 해 지금부터는 2층 각 조심하고 쓰레기통 내려놨어 깡통 뒤 3번 깡통 뒤
왼쪽에 던파 왔어. 안에서 해.
이렇게 하나 기절
그냥 1번 기절. 나비부터 가야 돼. 나비부터.
게임
나비 하나 죽었다.
하나 기절했대 2층 집 트라이 해야 돼
1점 들어가 보든가.
판이 너무
이거 안 할게. 이거 안 할게. 너 참고 걸치는 것도 조심해.
핫길이고 저희 왼쪽이 등 보는 거 생각했는데 둘 남았어야 돼
Не переживай, да, нормально. Датек. Еще один. Еще два.
핑 남겨줄게.
나한테 됩니다, 얘들아. 썼어.
남겼어. 끝에.
왼쪽 아래 필이야
머리 봐줄게. 머리 봐줄게.
왼쪽 끝에 필.
왼쪽 기절
잠깐만, 이거부터 재현아.
머리 봐줄게.
천천히.
아, 삥 넣어줄게, 재현이 형. 필해.
아피 괜찮아
야, 살짝 깔아줄 수 있냐?
이번 쪽.
머리만
나왔어. 끝이야, 얘들아.
Petrichor Road, Twisted Minds, goals as we're headed back to the apartments right on top.
Если пойдут они.
Они на лестнице, Тёма зачекали.
юбин багаса
Чё дают?
Флэш. Я ног не флэш дали.
Seemingly, I think Perro has a maybe slightly better job.
У нас в центре аккуратно. Надо перепрыг смотреть. Я еще одну флешку хочу накинуть, смотреть перепрыг.
Может полутаться еще, если надо. Пусти, да.
Слышали? Надо перепрыг смотреть.
Да, мы слышали.
可以误大厅懂吗？就误你们这正中间，然后往楼下面的，对。
Смог.
Смог дают. Я флешку даю. И за ней хаешку буду давать. Отойдите.
Давай.
And the continual, I guess, evolution of the hot drop between Petrichor Road and Twisted.
Я могу хаес надать.
Батута пушит.
я
Заходи.
ВХП на мне, убей его.
Добьешь, сейчас добьешь.
Hey, what's going on? Quick update for the med battle. It's still going on. Oh, and Petrichor Road.
Стреляй. Победа.
Сейчас кажется, что... А, нет, ты не можешь, да?
Еще на путке, да?
Рез, Тём.
Да, у меня со смоком. 기절킬이야 3번 차이 하나
나 오른쪽 파도 돼?
네, 추가 3번만
나 왼쪽 팔게, 이거.
너 기다려 3번만 라스트
Vega Pud just trying to work from the low ground up. Cons all the way across. Seeing if they can use the support of his teammates. Two hearts already crossed down, so they own both sections of the circle.
어디야?
형들 앞에 옆하게.
라스트 해오고
옆에.
천천히 나이스 야, 우리도 치킨 먹어보네.
그쪽.
자, 막기다. 뭐 지금 거야, 4번?
깎아 기다려. 삥 돌았다.
너가 봐줄게. 너가 봐줄게.
아.
살짝 폭 가줘도 돼, 끝가게.
Will the next one hit him as well before the heal comes off? That is a lot of damage coming through.
风过点烟，风长眼。
左边边有个封烟的，兄弟，四边有个封烟的。
我往四边那边靠着抓。
他烧了一个，别急，
把那个毒倒了。
救嘛，能救吗？
可以救。
救！
踩位置，还有一个应该在右下要帮他的。
啊，有。
나 기어갈게.
从右边找机会扶起来。
从右边从右边打，一起。
我要扶起来。小鬼你慢，小鬼别打血了，他在扶人。别急，可以吗？
我可
以打个包，
我不打他。
아,
알았어. 세상 못 물르지.
안 돼.
사운드 좀.
风头后烧火了，烧着了。
여기.
不知道救起来没？
2번 하나, 오른쪽이 하나.
아, 둘이다.
형형 푸시 간다, 오른쪽이.
我救兄弟。我不动了，等我爆团。
别急，等。
我救兄弟，右下。不要脸！第一。
标点3标附近，找一下。
左边。一滴血。
别给机会。有位置呢。
After a hot drop with 17, now they've managed to make it. Try to make a set for the. Oh my goodness! Now is the arena still trying to get rid of what's left of Petrichor Road? There you go. Nurens will find the.
Control. It was that whole top bridge. It split everything.
Bodies stacked up on top of each other. Oh, they do.
Get up a little bit. Good grenade throw. It's right on point. Favor. And now comes in a big way. Guns are out. Blue. Will he get involved in Wentworth as well? It's all down to going to be a 1v1v1. Cleaning up some points. Nice spray up in a pit.
比你高，我比你活得久，都是你。
后头有9这位置玩出花了，最后一个。
一波压枪又被击帮倒了，赢了！哇，意外反制成功！
结束 Some jog around the corner. Kiss. Wow, with a barrel. Then he gets another. Just running him down. Molly, yeah, indeed. Oh, perfect. Whoa. OBL's gonna get off his feet, but he's not. He's gonna pick up.
Couple. Lembert, we saw you happy with down to 2. I think with BB team. We're now BB says, okay.
Hard peeking around that rock. He's gonna find Zizzy. Zizzy tries to get him with the drive.
Freaks. Got to be fairly gun for freaks, or what do you?
I'm Tiger and Lilik.
No, Lilik.
Gaining.
Imagine, if you will, we're transported to an alternate dimension where all regions are of equal skill. However, that is not a fantasy. That is a reality for our Grand Finals, Day 3 here for PGS8. We already have EMEA having 3 PGSs. We already have America winning, China winning, APAC winning, and now Korea stands on the precipice as well after having World Championships in the past. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day to figure out who is going to be our champion here for PGS8. My name is Kalaris. Joining me is Toffees, as well as Avenger, the esteemed gentleman, to bring you everything that's going to be going down over these next few games. And it is down to the wire. Very exciting stuff to find out who's going to be our champ.
Six games to make a statement. As of now, no PGS champion has ever been below 3rd place, so I'm kind of fascinated to see it. BB team is so close. If they can make that push and make it happen.
And 4 teams just within 9 points. It's never been closer than it is right now going into the final day.
Well, let's talk about our partners before we get to the nitty-gritty of those games. A huge thank you to Krafton and Heroes Esports, making things happen here live in Shanghai, China.
If you need to overpower your game, you can do it at op.gg.
And of course, thank you to Aurus for joining us here for the official PC sponsorship.
And within that, it's AMD, the beating heart of those PCs, keeping it strong.
When you need the best vision, our official monitor partner Zowie has you covered.
Of course, and a seat for supplying all the comfortability in our seats.
The recline.
Nice.
We got Lexar as well as finally the memory part of all of the PCs that are going on right behind us. And don't forget, over at home, they've got buns, Lauren, because we've got a lovely spray that you can get yourselves here. The little bow buns going on. You can also get the emblem as well as the nameplate. So make sure to stay tuned in if you've not already got those. But hey, you're not going to want to miss these games anyway, because every single time we get to the end of Super, and it's always down to the very last game, it doesn't disappoint, and I don't think our teams are going to either.
No, there's no chance it disappoints. PGS 7 was wild. I expect this one to be as well.
Let's talk about the co-streamers, though.
Oh, sure.
Shush, Martin, as we always have everybody tuning in around the world. We have great co-streamers, to be honest with you. Lots of people bringing in lots of viewership and also lots of intrigue and insights as it does go on as well. Good old Pokemon is in there as well. I always give him a cheeky shout out. Somebody should give somebody else a shout out. It's always me and Pokemon.
Yeah, Rick Krent, because he's got this building named after him in Pochinki for years.
There you go.
He does. All right, let's talk about these teams, because we have a lot of competition towards the top. I think one thing is fair to say as we take a look at the overall leaderboard and how these teams are shaping up against one another is it is close. There is a reflection of PGS 7 staring back at us, though.
Yeah, I think if you looked at PGS 7 and you wanted to talk about those top teams, Freaks, Falcons tied in that 2nd and 3rd place. 17 got the win, and they are lagging, but they're not lagging by much, Martin. So this looks very tight, including Twisted Minds in 12th yet again. So this is very reflective of PGS 7.
Yeah, if you're in a joy of coincidences, being 17 points behind number 1 at 17 Gaming would just say 17 more games.
He's done the math.
It's 6 more games to go, obviously. And just one good game, they're going to be in there. On the other side, like the other teams below, they need massive games. I talked to VP going into this, obviously, on that right-hand side of the board. 2 good games, and they could still be in and be close, right? There's a huge chunk of prize pool. There's a massive amount of PGS points still on the board. So you got to give it your best in every single game.
You have to know that. If you want to talk about historical context, we mentioned it for a second. It's always a top 3 team at the end of day 2 that comes out and seems to win.
Yes.
That is kind of bad news for T1 and 17, but they're not as far off as they are at that point. It's been pretty spread out. The 1st place team has won twice. The 2nd place team has won 3 times. The 3rd place team has won twice. So it is really going to be a toss-up, I think, in the race today.
Yeah, there are some strong competitors at the top, that is for sure. And again, representing so many regions, we have such equality across that skill. So I'm going to be excited to see who actually comes out on top.
We have not done this yet, so we have to do this time. We will take 1 team each in the top 3, and I will start BP team.
Okay.
Because the Bs look like 8, and it's PGS 8. Okay?
I like that.
I start. Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna go with the team. I'm gonna go with Team Falcons. I think Shrimsy is far and away the greatest player ever to come out of the Americas, and I think he's gonna lead that team to just a massive performance here.
All right, and I guess I will pick DN Freaks at the top, because before Clinton was even a thing in esports, I was always bowing to the Korean overlords. At that point, Clinton was just a baby in diapers.
Clinton still had hair.
Goo goo gaga. Poor little kid, but he's here. He is representing for the Koreans, and I do think as well that DN Freaks might end up taking it at the end.
I mean, again, all 3 of those choices are excellent choices, and I think that that's kind of the story here. The other question is, of course, T1, they're in 4th. Historically, that's not a jump that gets to be made, but it very well could if they are left to their own devices. They changed up their drops.
Right.
They've been playing a little bit outside of their own box. They look like they had some bones to pick, but a lot of their position here came off of that incredible salvage game where they got 15 kills, and I think they may be forced into some boxes today.
Yeah, they don't like I want to see them,
Yep.
not just in the big games. I want to see them the consistency in between the games as well. If they're not getting these 4 or 5 points per game on top of some potential big games, they're going to fall behind because the consistency in the rest of the top 3, they're going to continue. We're going to see that develop throughout. Freaks, obviously, with this one here, I was not surprised to see it, but still, to have a guy wreck a full team that is here at PGS like that with an off position, that's just insane.
Day 1 for them was kind of grim.
Because Salute wasn't kind of leveled up, right? He was yesterday.
And then day number 2 happened.
Yep. I mean, that's the day. If you sort their stats, right? Human is like this king that carries them, but his job is sort of to be there when Salute's not warmed up yet. And if you sort out the first day of Grand Finals every single time, Salute all of a sudden shows up as one of the best performers in the world. So with day 3, he's ready to go. Another team that's ready to go, Falcons.
Flying through the air.
Right? No tires. They were watching the replay earlier joking about it. But a lot of Panzerfaust used by this team, but they're consistent, they're strong, they're going to put up a good showing.
Yeah, and especially when you talk to them, they're like, yeah, we could have gotten so much more points. They're still realizing and acknowledging, guys, we could have done better.
Yes.
And of course, if you're not acknowledging that and you're going back and saying, okay, we can do better here, we can do better there, and if you're already working on your problems, that's where greatness really comes from.
BB team up until the later part of yesterday was a lot of second places, and I think we had concerns about if they were eventually going to round out a game, and they were very relieved to round out a game.
My favorite part was Gunnar popped in and was watching that replay with us. He's like, I don't know why they shot that molly out of the air because they could have got those kill points.
It was 2 more points.
But our response was like, I think at this point they were okay. There it is. That molly that got shot right at, was it a doozy that got the shot? There it is.
Huge.
Sets it off, and he's like, you know what, at this point, let's just secure the win, and I got a lot of respect for making that choice.
There was conflicting information we were gathering from that, right? T1 initially thought, oh, maybe we hit the back of their head, and then a doozy comes in and tells us about how he's just pre-firing just above the head, knowing they're going to throw. That is awesome, PUBG.
And also, especially with how everything works out there in that area, it is difficult to close it out, right? They had the lower ground, they had the cover, they could have worked around with it. But T1 as well here, guys, just 9 points behind the lead. Could they do it? Could they step up? The hype last year was about type. This year, I feel like Heather has really stepped in.
I think the important thing for T1 is it's not just this tournament that's lit a fire underneath them. They understand the ramifications of performing well here to potentially go to EWC as well. And you can see that proliferating throughout their games, throughout yesterday, as well as the previous day.
You know, but they're doing a good job. The players seem relaxed and focused. Sonic looks like he's stressed out of his mind, but that's his job, right? His job is to be the sort of lightning rod for the team. They're playing well, and I think they're getting better. So even if they don't win here, I think they're only upward trajectory the rest of the year.
Definitely. Let's take a look at the players that have been able to perform very well throughout these 2 days so far. Good old Kiss of Death. Finding that #1 spot. Admittedly, I think that day 1 for him was a bit more calm than day 2 in terms of actually being able to pump out those numbers. Day 2 a little bit more lax.
Yeah. 14 kills in day 1, 7 in day 2.
Still
Obviously
good.
great to see him
It's
here.
pretty good.
But also for the first time in 8 PGSs, we're going to see 5 different killers where none of them is in the top 5 damage. So we're also going to look at the top 5 damage later here. But it's super cool. And look how close they are. Just 4 kills difference.
So should we change this stat to top 5 kill stealers?
Could be Steelers. It could be,
Cheeky boys.
Right, their team's
Top
out there putting in the
5
work.
cheeky boys.
Cheeky boys.
Yeah.
But the cheeky boys have been great. I think Kiss was the first one that we're going to see and get to talk about. He had such a good day 1, and then I kind of wonder if maybe everybody hyped him up almost too much. He had a little overconfidence.
Some pressure.
Yeah, but also just like he went into those fights with hubris yesterday. So I think having been, I don't want to say humbled because 7 is still a very respectable number.
Yeah.
I think he comes back in the right space today.
Updated stat here. Kiss stole 0 kills and lost 1. So he could actually have gotten 1 more. Shrimps, he had stole 2 and lost 1, so he's a +1.
Yeah.
Heather stole 2, lost 0. 7700 lost 0 and stole 0.
Okay.
And Human lost 2 and didn't steal any, so he could actually be even further up. So
Well, actually,
very
not cheeky boys.
Yes, no, none of them were that cheeky. You thought they were more cheeky.
Top 5 stable boys.
To compare that, the most cheeky for you to go is it's actually Kickstart. Stole 4, only lost 2 so far in 12 games, and Salute stole 3, lost 2.
Kickstart, they're like, why am I getting a try? catching strays out here. Just like we see Heather GK catching strays from him. 17, this was for you. Your budget pick up fantasy, really one of the biggest payoffs of the day.
I mean, for a lot of people picking 17 players on fantasy, 770 is not the guy that they kind of navigate towards, but he looked fantastic.
Especially after what we saw from Xiao Wu, like huge cut from him.
Yeah.
The Xiao Bei hot drops, Lil Ghost legacy, I would say he's
would
not
agree,
been the poltergeist that we know that he's capable of doing. He's not really leveled up. He's been in there, but yeah, yesterday a human really stepped up this game, had a massive performance as well personally. And when you're able to do that as well as IGL, when you're also able to frag like that, that's just so impressive to me.
To me, that's where the freaks are. You kind of talked about this when you picked them to win, is they are the full package, right? Salute can mail it in for a day, and the other three players are so good. Human is shot calling and leading and shooting so well that they can cover that.
And it didn't feel like that at PGC, right? As soon as Salute died, and we were like, oh, where are the three going to be able to do? But let's take a look at the top 5 damage dealers as well. As Avenger mentioned prior, none of our top 5 killers, our top 5 stable boys, are the same as the top 5 damage dealers. This is quite the spread, I would say, Avenger.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of insane to see, obviously, with this here. 13 kills, 16, 16, 16, and 12 for the guys here in this lineup. Very impressed with Nixie when you also take into consideration their current placement on the leaderboard, right?
Yeah.
They are on the right side. They're in the bottom 8, and if they had more opportunities, where could he have been at? To put up 700 more damage than Example, 300 almost more damage than Salute, that's kind of insane.
It's rare to beat those guys.
It is.
So we get to actually look at Nixie here as he gets those kills. And we're not going to see a lot
just the knocks. It's just damage. Remember,
okay,
no kills.
damage. That's right. We won't see a lot of highlights of Beamy. I think he's busy healing at this point.
That's true.
But nice shot. And they did. I think the problem here is they were just harassing a lot. You're going to see a bunch of points where they cause teams to have to limp to the next stage, but they're not closing it.
And that was kind of exemplified by that compound that they were holding down. If you recall that compound, that was 1,000 damage alone from Nixie, I think it was.
12 games.
With only the 2 kills to their name. So as you say, impact on the lobby, but not being able to get them converted to kills, and that might be hurting them a little bit in the standings.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, you could probably definitely have found some more kills. Like if we take a look at maybe VP here in terms of how many kills they've lost versus stolen, that could be interesting. I think it's something along the likes of stole 5 kills, lost 7, right? So they could have gotten 2 more points from that. Or stolen more kills. You saw also it was raining T1, right? He stole a few potential kills from the win they could have gotten, then denied himself, right? So that's just 3 points alone there in the kind of plus.
Now, by the same token, we can talk about 17. This is another team that's got those high damage numbers, but hasn't been able to convert those into what they would consider a great placement right now. They are still in the hunt, more so than VP is. But while we've seen some great moments, we saw Xiaobei, we saw Owo yesterday, we saw some big moments, they just aren't actually turning those into the placements that they need. So those are 2 teams that I think you do that, where the counter that is BB team. Placements for days, but they can't seem to close out the kill counts.
Thoughts, Avenger?
Yeah, I think overall, like when you take these situations here where you're doing damage, the impact that you have in terms of forcing people to use utility, you forcing them to use an insane amount of heal, smokes, everything, that has a bigger impact that is kind of leading on to like the points, but still it has an impact on how far can you take it along, like getting more placement points and so far, because teams, as you saw here in some of the games we've had, even with the Freaks game, for example, the Falcons one, where they had no smokes left, they had to move out, right? If you have just 5, 6, 7 smokes, it's a completely different game. And you're forcing so many players and teams to use utility, smokes, first states, and so far, when you're having this impact of damage. So it's just ADR farming, as a lot of teams are saying and kind of talking about, but it has a bigger kind of knock-on effect that we're actually really talking about when it comes to the leaderboard.
We've picked each a team from the top 3. If we were to think about bucking the trend a little bit, and thinking about some of the teams that might try and challenge or maybe have a huge day to rise up through the ranks, who would you be picking?
Okay, so if we're actually saying they're going to rise up and finish in that top 2, I have a hard time picking anyone. But as far as teams I think could surprise people, I think Forest Natural Gaming still in a pretty good spot. I think KISS could turn back on. I think Baron's been pretty impressive. And I think Rock may hold on to their position, though not rise too much more. Who do you pick?
Yeah, I think so too. In this case here, my pick, let's go with VP. Yeah, I think VP could go out and maybe have a big day here and push up maybe into the top 6. They need it. That's it's going to have a huge impact to maybe Esports World Cup standing and over OPG standings.
All right, thank you very much, boys. It is time to get PGSA final day underway to crown a champion.
그랜드 파이널에서는 이제 변수가 크게 없다고 생각하기 때문에 좋은 성적 거두고 싶습니다. Bom, a gente tem que continuar nos divertindo, com foco, nunca esquecer de ter foco, para conseguir essa classificação e no final da história.
They've done it. That they are going to the final stage.
Teams at PGS are playing checkers, but we're playing chess. If you think you're in front of us, you're wrong. We're always 2 steps in front of you.
Back to Freaks man, just drops it in. Second one's not needed.
이번 PGS 7에서 보여줬던 실력이 운이 아니라는 것을 이번 대회에서 또 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
ก็ระวังฟอร์เรสให้ดีนะครับแล้วเจอกันไฟนอลครับ
On the outskirts of the top 16, right? That could have put them in top, like, in 50 plus points.
We were just more confident this time, and we had enough and update. What's going on here?
He confined, still alive. 17 trying to cross down, but Ferris does spot him out.
When we're playing the game, we are not playing against someone. We are playing against our team. If we are doing our best, we are performing good.
He's peeking up and over. Or Geekay trying to box him in. Tiggles is on the ground and it's over. Geekay's got the win.
올해 T1은 모든 팀들을 쓰러뜨리고 우승을 하도록 할 테니 꼭 지켜봐 주시면 감사하겠습니다.ทีมพวกเราเห็นคนอื่นเขาจับถ้วยชูถ้วยกันมาเยอะแล้วก็ผมอยากจะขึ้นไปอยู่บนนั้นแล้วก็ขึ้นไปชูถ้วยให้คนอื่นได้เห็นบ้าง So we have more freedom right now in final stage, and other teams need to be careful. It will not be very easy.
He'll get 3. He gets almost all of it, and Twisted Minds will get the first victory.
It feels like we're playing a lot looser, a lot more confidently, and we just want to win. This year is our year.
尽力去争夺冠军吧，来个20冠再上。我们要成为第一者吧，让别人来追我们。
你好 I'm Tiger and Lily.
No, Lily.
And it's time. BGS 8. Final stage, final day. Matchroom here. Paper Thin going to be joining me in all the action. This is a very compacted leaderboard with a ton of different storylines going into it. Where do you even want to start?
Man, I don't know. I mean, there's so much that could happen today. This is unbelievably close at the top of this leaderboard. There's a lot of different ways that this can shake out, no doubt about it. I mean, you're kind of looking at the top 4 maybe, but even outside of the top 4, there's teams that have a shot. So you're thinking Freaks, Falcons, BB Team, T1. Are they going to rise up here today and claim the trophy? And, you know, for a team like the Falcons, it could be their second one, essentially, going back to when they were the Sonics at PGS2. You know, for the Freaks or T1 or BB, it would be their first, or somebody like 17 going to come out of the wings and steal another one.
I mean, BB finally got a win. That's a lot of points on the leaderboard that they haven't been able to pick up. That consistent second was just constantly causing them some issues, and now they finally broken the curse, managed to pick up, so that's going to be a team I'm going to be watching today. We know that they can make it into the later stages, but like you're talking about, 17 Gaming, coming off of a win, starting to come alive yesterday as well.
Oh, they are fearsome. And I mean, especially if 7-7 keeps playing the way he is, like he has been fragging out for them. I mean, normally you're thinking about the other 3 as your big fraggers, especially Xiaobei and Xiaowu, but if 7-7 can keep up that pace and the others can pick it up behind him, no doubt they could be in the running.
We saw it in the package coming into this that Falcons were talking about that this is their year. Well, PGS 7 didn't go their way. PGS 8 does look like it has that capabilities, but to have to frag up against what we're looking at with the Freaks right now is going to be very, very difficult. We know that Shripsy has stepped up in a big way. Everybody on that squad is fragging out, but on the reciprocal to that, the Freaks just feel nigh unstoppable. Every single one of those players is popping off as well.
Yeah, the Freaks are putting up outrageous numbers in terms of kills and damage and all that stuff across the board. So they are going to be fearsome. It doesn't feel like they're going to let up too much. There's still some pressure there for them, obviously. The fans back home in Korea are absolutely, just praying that this team can pull it together. They've been a little bit critical of this team throughout these couple events here in 7 and 8. They want to see them step up and take a title.
Just praying for them, not T1?
There's definitely T1 fans, for sure. For sure. But the Freaks are kind of the fan favorites back in Korea with how much they dominated PWS.
Okay, enough theory crafting, enough analysis of what has happened in the past. It is time to look to the future. The plane is up in the air, and it is time to get game number 1 on Miramar underway.
This ought to be interesting. A little bit of a southernly shifted plane path to begin, and a lot to play for, a lot to keep our eyes on. One thing that we should note is TKL has mentioned in their post-match interview yesterday and on social media that they have a couple teams that they're kind of gunning for a little bit here today. So gotta kind of keep our eyes onto them, how they want to approach not just their drop spots, but maybe some of the late game situations they find themselves in.
Yeah, and a key component on that, two teams that they seem to have their focus on with Taikula is going to be T1 and VP. So Chumacera looks like it could be hot. T1, though, has been avoiding a lot of their hot drops, specifically focused on trying to make sure that they secure as much points. Desk was talking about their eyes are on EWC and really making sure that they climb in those power rankings.
Yeah, it's been a real struggle for T1 to decide how they wanted to approach this grand finals in terms of, do we contest for hot spot or drop spots? Do we just play safe? Do we maybe contest one, not the other? There were big decisions to make, and so far what we've seen, I think they've been the right ones, right? They're in 4th place. They're playing from uncomfortable positions. They're able to play from, strategies and ideas that they don't have as much experience with, as much planning and preparation for, and they've shown that they have the ability to adapt. Another team that's been doing that is BB Team. They also have a little bit of an odd situation with their drops. I was talking to a doozy before the matches started here today, and he just said, yeah, we don't get the drops that we always want, so a lot of it is improvisation for us, and they're doing great.
Wait, I don't understand. The circle doesn't have Resort in it.
This can't be a Miramar game.
Can't be a Miramar game. That's not the way that this goes. So, Los Leones is going to be a core component in it, as well as the fields just to the west of Impala. That is going to be a bloodbath zone, and it's going to be Geekay that presently has that. Freaks, Navi, Falcons, Forest, and VP all already inside this circle. Really, with the plane path coming in from the south, we do have a cluster just on the outskirts to the southwest, though.
This is kind of an interesting setup for T1, looking to a team that's outside of the current circle, not in Chumacera proper, but have kind of a setup where they might be able to turn the tables onto what TKL wanted to do today and sort of gatekeep them a little bit, try to cause them some grief. So have to keep our eyes in that direction. Twisted Minds, obviously not where they want to be right now in 12th place, but with how compacted this leaderboard is, look, they could have a couple good games and shoot right up. So definitely we know they're capable of it. We've seen multiple chicken dinners in grand finals from them in international PUBG events. So I'm not going to count the Twisted Minds team out from a high finish. I'm not going to say they're going to win, but I think they could finish, top 6 potentially.
We see them pop off on day 3 a lot, and that is to be expected. This is the same squad that we just saw complete and utter dominance, except for PGC really last year, and PGSs have been their bread and butter. So I know that this squad is not content with 12th, to say the least, and I'm really curious to see what new tricks Batulins is going to kind of swing at us today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's a team that, now has examples starting to step up here in these grand finals in terms of damage and kills that he's been able to put out. He had been a little slow previously, but now he is looking to really ramp things up, and if they can get firing behind him, absolutely we know what they're capable of. The Freaks are going to be really happy with this early circle. This gives them early prio to some of those compounds in that field you were just mentioning earlier that can turn into bloodbaths. So you can get those early. If the circle does end there, you're going to put yourself in a really powerful position to get into the late game.
So this circle, with the fields west of Impala, with Los Leones, and with what, about, I'd say 25% of it being water, there's actually a lot of areas you just don't really want to navigate. We're going to see a lot of our teams predominantly leaning into the north and probably into the west, but it feels like the north and the south due up around Puerto Priso and then up around Truck Stop is going to be the focus for a lot of these teams. There are a couple of dips on the outside of Los Leones, the hillsides. There's a lot of strength to be had there, but I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of teams are going to try to avoid Los Leones itself. Yeah. We have seen a couple, though, in these earlier games throughout the series actually making a commitment in and feeling like they can sneak out of it, and it has been successful.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you've seen some hard shifts in that direction, so certainly that's something that you're going to be considering as one of the late entry teams. You can think, okay, well, we can set up on one of the compounds that's in the far eastern end of Los Leones, heading towards Impala. Maybe the mountains will be available, so you can use those for some reconnaissance. Same thing with Impala to a lesser extent. The hills behind Impala, very powerful for getting information, doing some damage early. And if the game ends up near those mountains, which it doesn't do often, but it is possible, I've seen it before, that you can be on top of those and you can rack up huge kill counts from up there. So something to consider for some of our teams that aren't going to be in some of those early prio spots.
I mean, yeah, internationally, we have seen Impala last year have a couple of circles go over there with those high hillsides and just teams raining damage down on them. We do have a couple of early movers. Most notably, you can see it's going to be 17. Force is going to be regrouping as well. T1 looks like they're going to be wrapping back behind 17. Dodge the Taikula situation. Mostly, I don't know what their whole economy is looking like right now. What's their loot situation is. Might be able to see that here in just a moment. Teams that haven't firmly managed to make it in the circle yet, we have half of Falcons, half of Twisted, and most of Rock. We also down to the south still have Day Trade that's regrouping as well as T5.
Yep. So no early battle between Taikula and T1, something I was kind of curious about. 4 a.m. has just crossed into the safe zone. Yeah,
but that's a victory for T1, right?
Huge.
They've been avoiding them, and it's Taikula that wants to go after it. And I know that there is like a regional drop pride that can happen a lot. Like we can see like that was what was going on in 7 with all of the hot drops that were going on in Pachinki and Picado. Like we see these other ones happen around Chumacera and those types of things. So I like the fact that T1 does manage to avoid this, but I am worried about how it impacted their loot.
For sure. I'm with you on that. I mean, I think there's an interesting aspect to all of this for T1 is a team that's still looking to build, still looking to find their foundations. And one of the things that they're really focusing on here...
they don't think they found their foundations yet?
That's what they told me. I'm just repeating.
Okay.
This
is a strong team already.
Yeah. No. So that leads you to believe. That leads you to see where they believe the ceiling actually is on this team, right? So one of the things they need to focus on is their recon, like their early game scouting. So I think this actually is kind of a blessing in a way that they're not competing for these drop spots. They're having to come from unique angles because they have to be more diligent with their scouting, with their recon. All of those things have to be much more on point, and they've shown that they have the ability to adapt.
Controversial opinion. I think that sometimes the control and drop spots can make the early game a bit too lazy for some teams. And so having to shift into new drop spots really does feel like it energizes a team more. They're having to focus in. They're having to be much more nervous. They're showing some, yes, there is some hesitation, so you can't make the specific path that you have pathed out all the time, right. Like in 500 games or so. But that means the fact that you're more in the game instead of going through the rote mechanics.
For sure. So, I totally agree. I mean, I think it is working out to T1's benefit in multiple ways. I mean, I think this is a really great event for them so far. It should put them well within the running for landing into EWC. So this is like, as far as you could have drawn this event up for them, it's really coming up about as good as they could have hoped, I think. Yep. I mean, obviously some people are going to think they could be championship contenders. Oh, Bagel Pa losing a couple players. A little bit of a trap here down on the southern road. Bagel Pa was already near Minas Generales, and they drove all the way around. I was watching them on the map a little bit, and they ran into T5, who just set up a camp.
Yeah, this is just a good read from Therathon 5, as they realize that a lot of teams have been wrapping specifically very far to the south, and this is the opportune way to do it. So set up, get a couple of kills early, and we know whenever T5 gets a couple of kills early, it starts to snowball.
That's true. They're a momentum team for sure, and we know what they're capable of. They have the kill record for a single game at a PGS, so they can definitely pop off at any time, and that's going to be 3 players down for Bagel Pa. As a Khan going to be the lone survivor, just drifting over towards the west and trying to escape any further disaster. Day Trade This is one of the teams that has opted to set up on the mountains that are to the east of Los Leones to try to get some of that high ground, try to get some of that early information. They're going to have Taikula behind them. Oh, thank you, observers. Right behind them in Los Leones proper. So something to consider for both teams there to try to make sure that they don't, scrape unless they want to.
Oh, Geek, you've got a friend. And that friend is Kiss. He just wants to come over, give you a hug, give you a kiss, pick up a couple points.
This is not the person I'd want to have giving me a hug in this
I
situation.
mean, I love Forest because they're one of those very hungry teams, right? They're presently in 6th overall, and they're not in the conversation just because that 7-point drop-off, but they could pop off, have their big game early, and then put themselves right back in contention. And you can see that this type of movement coming out from Kiss means the fact that that's what they've got their eyes on. They're wanting these aggressive plays early. They're wanting to pick up points, and they're wanting to put themselves back in contention.
I mean, just look at 9th to 1st, right? 32 points. That's crazy. I mean, that's one good game, and you're right, like you're talking about, right back in contention. So this is not a settled day. This could be one of those days where we have the biggest change from a leader's position coming into the last day, right? From the worst, like say 8th, 7th place all the way up to 1st. I think it was 6th place for the Expendables at PGC coming to that last day. I could be wrong on that, but they shot up the leaderboard on that last day. And certainly, I think there were quite a few points down, and this is very doable for a lot of these other teams.
Our lads on the analyst desk did a great job on breaking that down, talking about like the different positions people have been in, how they've made the climb, and yeah, I have to agree. It feels like there's a lot still left on the table for a lot of these squads. As far as locations to go to, though, a lot has now dropped off the table as, yes, we are condensing into that position around the fields. C4 Angry Men already making a rotate. PWD is going to be holding down one section of this 2-2 split for GK. It's a very strong 2-2 split, but with as many teams that are alive right now, you've got to cover your backs hard.
I'm really curious about the Falcons, what they want to do. They've been showing that when they do their homework, they're aggressive on some of the positions of teams that are weaker. So are they going to try to pick on the Freaks? They're going to know that the Freaks are going to want to take an early split early. Now, the Freaks are doing damage and finding a kill, as are some others. Heather goes down for T1 as they try to snuggle in to a dip here underneath Navi's nose. But getting there, a little bit treacherous, and an early loss definitely hurts. Navi, though, if they reach out, if they try to go for that, they're in a bit of a 2-2 split as well, so that'd be a little bit ambitious. You can get to grenade range. You will maybe get harassed a little bit along the way, but we'll just have to wait and see what Hakatori wants to do.
I really like the strength of that dip, though, because you can kind of defend from the nades, yet you do have to really dodge them out, but losing one to get into that position isn't necessarily the worst, especially whenever it's a 2-2 split that you're going to be up next to. That could make it a bit more complicated, though. You can see he's left the compound. He's stepped out. He's trying to minimize it. So he's at right around what?
It's about 140, 150.
140, 150.
That's my guess. Maybe 160?
145. That might be right. Let's see how the lineup for it goes.
The anticipation on this is brutal. Oh, just a bit short, so about 150.
150, and that would have landed right on type.
Yeah, so 155 maybe, but yeah, somewhere in that vicinity. Let's see what he turns it up to. Yep. I think this is going to be very, very close.
I think he pushed it a bit too far to the side. Yeah, I was going to say next one follow. It does hit rating. Follow-up is going to take down Ian as well. Now it is just type having to juke and dodge everything. Couple of shots also still coming out from the Freaks. PWD also looks like he wants to get involved. Follow-ups do connect. That's going to take down Raining. Ian just trying to crawl away, as you can see type now just trying to juke all of the shots coming after him.
Absolutely beautiful use of the mortars here by Hakatori and Stade. They're going to find some points early for Navi, who so desperately needs them. I mean, it's not as bad as their first day in terms of where they're at on the leaderboard, but still in last place, and they do not want to end there, no doubt about it. Reds did come through onto EN. So for T1, yeah, okay, you've got two, but this is starting to look a little bit rough.
Whenever he named himself Raining, do you think he was thinking about mortars?
No, he's been raining well before mortars were in the game.
Okay, so looking out, everything else pretty calm. We still have a couple of shots. Looks like it's going to be the Falcons taking shots at the Freaks, who do have some vision, but I mean, it's just, again, across the fields. We're going to be talking about those quite a bit. We does look like we had Fluky go up to that high ground back behind Impala that we were talking about earlier, so he's going to have a lot of vision over there. You can see that this is going to be the lower section for T5, as way off in the distance ahead over into the right, those hillsides are going to be where Fluky's going to be hanging out at.
I'm curious if they want to get aggressive at BB team. The gas stations are pretty crashable. There's a lot of good angles that you can get nades into. You can really make it uncomfortable, and we're going to shift down in that direction anyway. So now that, might change the equation here for T5, where they can just sort of solidify their hold on this eastern edge. Don't really need to get over aggressive for the Freaks. For the Falcons, going to have to make moves to the south, so that early 2-2 split doesn't maintain for your current top team on the leaderboard.
Okay, so here come the rotates. It's going to be VP with a lot of information, looking directly over the fields. BB as well. 4 Angry Men going to be trying to rotate very close to Geek. Geek's already regrouped 4 Angry Men. Now we're going to be popping in with, looks like they're going to bypass Geek. Phil first does get a shot onto Geek, so that means the fact that it's going to be a bit easier getting into this dip. Back behind that, the Freaks have to rotate, Falcons have to rotate, and into the west it's going to be Twisted, 17 Rock, all having to come in a very compressed area where we can see the southern section for Na'Vi as well as Taikula.
Oh, the Freaks found an opening, and they are going to be thanking their lucky stars that compound hadn't been grabbed yet. So said, going to find Lil Ghost. Xiao Bei very weak. 7-7 coming crashing in here to scoop up that knock. And now Na'Vi just down to one player over here. This 2-2 split starting to crumble, but they do find another knock. Stayed with the grenade.
Oh, Stade has a Panzerfaust as well. Yeah, he's got to get some time. The rest of the squad, remember, they're still caught up with T1, so they're going to hop in vehicles. They're trying to come over here, see if they can assist, but so you don't want to overpeak it yet. He has it held. Oh, does connect. Jiawu's down. Spray, can he get it? No. 7-7 does get the knock, but reinforcements are there in just a second. Twisted, though, has spotted out and starting to get some damage onto Na'Vi as they make this approach.
Yeah, Twisted here playing opportunistic as they should. There's a ton of knocks on both sides of this. There's only 2 players up for Na'Vi, only 1 on their feet, now 2 for 17. Molly splash into the window. Na'Vi looking for one of those players to claim at least a point out of this. Xiao Bei's Molly actually going to get him, and 17 is gone.
Okay, well, that's not the start that 17 fans wanted. Twisted still seeing if they can scout a bit further into this T1. Also looks like they're going to be trying to follow up on this path, but all of the Freaks are shooting at them, so I imagine that we're going to see them get demolished in just one moment. Rock looks like they're going to move to the high ground that's going to be overlooking the compound that Na'Vi is at, so curious to see how Twisted manages to handle this.
Yeah, I mean, this is rough sledding for T1. You're just out in the field, hills and hay bales for cover. That's all you really have to work with. Not exactly sure what happened with 17 there. Love to get a replay. As Heaven looking to see if anybody's going to go peeking over that hill. He's been tremendous for the Freaks. I mean, everybody talks about Salute, but Heaven has been their top performer in terms of like overall kills and damage and those kind of things. He has been really, really strong for the Freaks type rezzed. But for T1, it's not looking great, Matt. They are in a really nasty spot.
4 Angry Men in a pretty nasty spot as a doozy lines that one up perfectly. Got V down, and this has just been 4 Angry Men's whole series, man. Get to a dip, and then it is just explosions, and they just have to drop to the bellies, hunker down, and hide.
Yeah, well, these dips are so precarious, especially with mortars on the maps. You know, that 4 AM play style where they want to find those dips, you know, phase 3, phase 4, to try to get into the center of the circle, get to the late game, just are so precarious. Compound's obviously so valuable. Now it's the Freaks' turn. This is the third team that we've seen launching some mortars.
Yeah, we've got Day Trade with them as well. Falcons look like they're going to be making a run over here. I think that the mortar landed just to the side of 4 Angry Men. Kickstart is going to get knocked. Not going to be Resable and Sinus. Quick Flush going to be coming out from PWD, and it is just going to be hay bales in this slight dip. Couple of vehicles. The hillsides do give you some cover from some angles. Most notoriously, it's going to be the Freaks, but it's not going to be enough to deny out what we're looking at over here with PWD.
That was nasty. Got a couple of headshots there at range with the Mark 12 PWD. Going to sit Tiggleton down momentarily. I think the res should be available. That car is going to maybe blow up, though, so not sure if H1 was thinking about moving it or just going to let it kind of die.
Oh.
There's some more mortars.
Geek needs to be careful. They do have Forrest that's back behind them. If they're taking shots at Fluky right now, I wouldn't be surprised if the way Forrest has been playing as aggro, specifically in foot pushing, that there's not a lot of good territory in here. They might be eyeing Geek's compound and roof saving their life.
Yeah, this is scary. Car just kind of angles itself up on top of one of the hay bales. So not, I'd say, the ideal position where you want that to end up. Twisted Minds is taking a fight against Rocket. They're taking it well. Got a couple kills already. So they're just kind of maneuvering their way through the edge, and they're doing a pretty solid job of it. 2 kills in the bag.
Yeah, and this compound right on the edge of zone. So Batulins is down, I think, looking at Day Trade, just trusting the rest of the 3 to handle what's going to be going on over here. Solds all by his lonesome, and it looks like they know where he is, but they're just going to dump some utility. I don't think that they're going to make too big of a push out of this right now. I think that they're happy with just the territory. T5 is regrouping over into the east. We still have Forest and BB needing to get into the circle, though.
Yeah, there's still a few teams that are going to have to make moves. There's some, rocks and ledges and things you can play with on the southwestern side of the circle, so some space there, but northern half is mostly fields. A little bit of that road sort of half pipe still kind of in play, but I think Forest is getting angled to make their move against Geeky. Geeky now pretty well aware of the freaks I see shooting at the Forest members as well, so BB team gonna make their move. T5 right up ahead.
Okay, not a lot of options, so you just going to have to send it in. T5 also going to be trying to regroup same time. Nade's already out for T5. See if they're going to land. No, not going to hit enough just quite yet. Molotov, though, as they retreat, could shoo them away from that angle and give time for the rest of T5 to maybe get some different angles, trying to defend this.
Yeah, they're really trying to harass those cars. Use those grenades to at least maybe catch people at cover. Already Olympus down. Quizzy got one. Kiss, though, has a Panzer looking for somebody to overstep, but Quizzy is doing way too much damage. Kiss now in the blue, in a lot of trouble. Scappy as well. Things quickly crumbling for Forest.
Tries to go with the Panzerfaust. Looks like they're not finding the things that they want. Quizzy's just on this outside, playing the wall, waiting. Kiss still has the Panzerfaust. He needs to figure out if he's going to do something with it. The peaks are getting too hazardous. Goes for the shot. Does manage to get it, but instantly gets knocked. That's just Scappy, the last one up. Everybody else for Geeky looking at this, but the circle did shift away from this point. This fight needs to end fast if Geeky wants to survive.
I think they're pretty in trouble. I mean, if there was a Molly here for Geeky, they could finish this pretty quickly. Not sure what's going on with BB. Maybe a grenade in hand. They got caught and got knocked. That's a little bit unfortunate for them, as T5 holding the line nicely, still 4 up for them. So BB's going to have to fight odd man numbers. A doozy from way downtown trying to hit Rosted Jr. I mean, he's getting damage, but he's going to get knocked.
There's just too many people taking shots on this firefight. We still have Day Trade seeing it as well. Belmont trying to get involved. That's going to be BB team getting eliminated. So T5, now you have to make your rotate, and you've got 2 squads waiting to gatekeep. It's going to be VP just to your due west. To the south is going to be Day Trade. And even if you do manage to make it in the circle ahead of that, it's all fields just up to the north, where we're going to have Freaks as well as Geeky trying to make their path.
Oh God, Type is trying to throw out some smokes, and he's taking damage while doing so, but the fact that T1 is still in this game, impressive, but not a lot they're really going to be able to do. I'm not sure if they're really going to be able to get many points, if any, out of this game. Certainly looks like it's going to be difficult, but for Geeky, you took one fight, and now you're the ones trying to bully your way in, and they're good grenades from HS that are preventing them from even getting close.
Navi just sends it. They realize there's not a lot of options. T1 is going to spot them out, jumps out directly in front of them. Freaks also getting some vision. Taikula taking some shots into this as well. Everybody wants a piece of Navi, and they're just trying to survive, but everybody is taking that piece. Navi is eliminated.
Well, the good news here for T1 is you just got fed a couple free points there. A little help from Twisted Minds. You can go right back into this hay bale shack and kind of chill out, but you're not in the next circle, and your next level of safety pretty far away, so you're going to have to throw some smokes and use those hills. Try to give yourself whatever cover you can, and look who it is. TKL, they're up on the high ground. They haven't had to leave their compound, and now they can get eyes onto the T1 members and make their lives miserable.
4 Angry Men looks like they have eyes on another dip just a little bit further ahead, but Freaks already have eyes on it, and a lot of Overwatch positions they're going to be holding down. So, pretty close also is going to be the Falcons, but no clear sight lines due to the way that the hill sets. It's just the Freaks raining in bullets on top of that smoke, seeing what they can get off of it. T5 has also kind of gotten their way into the circle, not quite entirely in yet, but they're being gate kept out by Twisted as well as Day Trade. It's people in the compounds just shooting at everybody that's trying to get in, and this is complicated. Lots of different skirmishes happening all at the same time.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Things getting really congested, especially on the southern side of the circle where most of the available cover remains for these teams. T5 back up to 4, no problem there. Only had 1 knock suffered against BB, so a tremendous hold against one of the best teams in the lobby here so far. The Freaks trying to break out a little bit from their compound. Circle is going to shift down a little bit towards the south, so right on top of the crossroads. VP.
You can do it, Khan.
Yeah, oh my God, a Khan.
He's still alive. He's back behind VP right now, but he's...
Sag.
He held up for a pretty decent amount of time. Didn't manage to make it in placement points, though, T5. Now looking into VP. Couple of problems with Day Trade as well. With this new circle, Twisted should be able to kind of squeeze in whenever they want, but they're also looking down onto Day Trade and T5 both. This is just a big firefight waiting. Rosted Jr. really the only person down, and it's going to be a 4-man for Day Trade and a 4-man for VP.
This is about to get really bloody really fast. Phase 6 is going to cut out a lot of the teams in their safety. So they're going to have to fight for what little remains. A little bit on the other side of the road that Daytrade has already claimed. A good grenade from Luka Rux. Fluky up and over. He's got one. So kill for kill, or excuse me, knock for knock so far.
And the peaks along the side are much easier for Fluky for the time being. Going to go ahead and throw out that utility. 7 kills, but the shots coming up from Beamy. They're just going to be too big. Marathon 5 is eliminated. Daytrade now eyes set on Twisted. VP might have a path, but it's going to be the Freaks. Eyes now shifted it, and they're looking at the Falcons.
Yeah, they need to use these smokes to cut off the angles from Taikula so they can take a fairer fight against the Falcons. But there's tons of grenades just raining in. Gumins is actually going to connect onto H-Win. The Falcons there let loose with a barrage, but they were off the mark. Shrimzy is going to at least find a kill there off to the side. HS gone, and they are just continuing to get hammered by the Freaks.
The sign of, okay, we need to get what points we can. This is a problem. But Tongmu on the side gets the knock on a Gumin. That could open up more. How are the Falcons going to respond? Nades going out. I think it's going to go a bit too far. It does look like I haven't almost walked into that, but outside, it at least calms down for a moment. Falcons know that they've got a threat very close to them. Using this opportunity, looks like Type's trying to sneak his way into the zone. Blue zone nade going to be coming out, and that, again, slowing back down the pacing.
Yeah, VP actually found an angle into the Freaks there. Cold as well from Taikula. So the smoke's not lasting long enough here for the Freaks to really do what they need to, and they are crumbling. Salute, the only one alive right now for the Freaks. Trying to prone it down. Got the heal off. DL going to succumb to some fire, and oh my god, that is right underneath Tickleton. He just got out of there.
Salute goes down, so Shrimzy manages to take it. This is getting back to neck and neck. It's 98 to 101. Taikula going to be rolling up over here. Looks like they want to see if they can finish off with Falcons. Trying to break, but Tickleton shuts it down.
The double headshot from Tickleton there immediately thwarts the breach from Taikula. And now Don's trying to drive away from this, and Tiggleton still continuing to hammer down. Shrimzy gets the knock. Surely they're going to get the point. Indeed they do. The Falcons, 4 kills here. Shrimzy and Tiggleton, the duo, going to be the ones with all of those claimed. Cold just on an island.
Okay, back down here with VP, you can see that Beamy has been pushed very far away from the rest of the squad. It's going to be Daytrade still continuing their roll over here as the circle does favor them. Falcons don't have to move too much. Shrimzy's already going to be in it, so Taikula, they have to get inside the circle. Example going to be looking at what's going to be going on with VP and Daytrade. So our strongest squads in this circle are going to be right next to each other and probably going to fight. So it is going to be everybody limping into this endgame.
It looks like it's going to be pretty brutal. VP, Daytrade, just taking some pot shots at each other, trying to find an opportunity. A lot of utility already expended since there's been a ton of fighting down here from both teams. Not sure what the grenade situation is like for VP. We can see here with Belmoth, he has literally nothing. He has no throwables to speak of. So they're going to have to get it done with gunfire. One more smoke kind of blooms in between him. A stun from VP just in case there was a push around the edge.
Spaceman is sneaking up back behind Daytrade and should be able to get vision here in just a little while. But Example's going to spot him out. Doesn't get the knock. Now it's going to be Suze trying to get him at range. Revealing himself has caused a problem, but that nade should bounce just a bit too far. Does get some damage, though.
Yeah, he got lucky there, Spaceman. Oh, and he's going to come up and over right as some util was getting thrown. That's Example gone. They go out in 5th. Now VP squaring up with Daytrade. Daytrade finds the opening knock. It's Flash with an ace to kick things off. Belmoth can't find the damage.
He's got that high ground. He keeps peeking around every single time. VP punishes it. Luke Rux being flushed out. You know that VP wants to see if maybe they can flush one of these, but it's going to be Spaceman again, encroaching back behind Daytrade, waiting to see if he can backstab. It's going to be Tigger just down below him. Nixie does pop off yet again, keeping his guys in this, but he's finally going to go down. Beamy and Ibiza have to be careful. Spaceman does pick up the flush on Athanadol, though.
Yeah, they're starting to steal some points. Taikula, one player trying to keep the Falcons pinned down, but Falcons are inside the next circle. Souza is not. Grenade there doing a ton of damage. It's actually Spaceman again. Taikula is finding some nice angles. Spaceman able to keep his attention barreled down on top of these two teams, and he is really starting to put down the hurt. And there's another one. Flush comes through. Spaceman 4 kills in this game.
And a lot of them just coming right there at the tail end. You can see that Belmoth, I think, looks like he's trying to crawl over, see if maybe he can make it over to Tigger. I don't know. I think that Beamy's holding that angle, so not going to be too likely. VP looks like they're starting to get a reset, but they do have a road in front of them, completely open cover. But hey, if Belmoth can cross it, VP can cross it, right?
I mean,
you can do it.
As long as, the only thing for VP is going to be Tigger and just the timing there. If they can find the moment when he's going for the res especially, they should have a pretty safe cross.
This is the longest moment of Belmont's life. Just, I can make it. I can do it. I can get there. And Tigger gets the knock onto Beamy. That does open up an opportunity for this res, and I think that they might get it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, that was a really impactful knock. That opened up the ability for them to do this, and Ibiza and Nixie are helping out. They've got Spaceman knocked. That Dragunov really doing some serious damage, and Ibiza able to find the headshot to finish.
Everybody's stacking up to the south, and that is big for the Falcons because they've gotten a lot of control over to the north. Tigger now down, but it is going to be Belmoth. Just rezzed, gets the shots onto EB and gets the knock onto him. He's kind of isolated as it was VP going for a res on what we saw around the car just a moment ago. And you can see now the Falcons realizing, wait, this is way more open than we thought. How much of this can we exploit?
Yeah, well, they had to wait for the TKL players to get off that high ground before they could really make their move, and now it's opened up because you had to go for the res over here. Now a good spray from Tiggleton has Beamy down. Nixie, that foldable cover, not really doing what it needs to. The Falcons are coming. TKL gets day trade dead. This one's down to a 2v2.
Okay. It's going to be Falcons on the low side of the hill, but know exactly where Taikula is. Taikula was taking shots at Falcons for so long, so this is vengeance on the Falcons side. Taikula is starting to make a climb of their own up this leaderboard, presently sitting in 8th place. This could be a big game and a big start for them, but Falcons now sitting in first, just narrowly ahead of the Freaks.
Yeah, and in terms of utility left, Taikula has the advantage in smokes and mollies and stuns. One frag in the hands of the Falcons players, as they're just going to kind of wait this out. Just trying to hold down towards the center of the circle. TKL has to make the move. They're the ones on the outside of the center dot of Phase 9 looking in. So they got to push forward. Falcons knows it. They're just going to try to set up a bit of a crossfire, wait for them to have to peek down these hills.
Ooh, yeah.
And those smokes are going to be really valuable for Taikula here.
But Taikula being doubled up like this means the fact that they could be walking into a complete crossfire if they're not careful. Shrimsy holding that lower section. Tiggleton on the other side. Big fraggers for the Falcons, waiting to see if they can get their moment. This is going to be close. Looks like that utility is going to roll, I don't know, just another smoke, actually. They're making a straight-up smoke wall right at Shrimsy. I like this, the counter Molotov to try to slow back down. Couple of shots exchanged. Shrimsy's got a nade prepped. That's the problem about running in these smokes. You can be a bit blind sometimes. Looks like he's going to retreat from that angle. Tiggleton's already coming over here. Looks like they're going to be reinforcing. It is a full push. Taikula going after it. Shrimsy's got the nade prepped, but this is going to be a hard nade to hit. It's right along that hillside. They're trying to use it. Tiggleton, though, follows up. Big plays coming up from the Falcons, and they take the victory.
What a game to start the day here. The final day of BGS 8, and the Falcons are soaring. They've got a real opportunity to do some damage and claim another PGS victory. TKL played that endgame really well overall, but just couldn't quite close it out.
I mean, TKL just coming into the backstab on day trade and VP is what opened up everything, and that's got to be a feel-good game for the Falcons because they were out in the middle of no man's land for so long, but fought their way in. We got to get ourselves ready for our next Miramar.
Well, the end of that one is huge as Falcons get themselves here a big win, pushing forward to that first place, a pivotal moment potentially here for our final day. Joining me, Topic, as well as Avenger, to talk about this one. In the fields, it's tough, but Falcons makes it happen.
Yeah, it's going to be in the books of games they were not supposed to win with this one here, but it came down to a, Horror would have said it better, but I'm going to go with it. It's going to be a 2v2v2v2.
That was beautiful.
Yeah,
I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to see it. The Falcons were bred to hunt in the desert. These birds of prey came out. They stabbed the back of VP. They took care of everyone. I picked them to win this thing, and they're starting in what I would call style.
Where are you looking? You're like looking into the distance.
I'm looking at the camera, but the camera's not on me.
Oh, right, okay, fair. Yeah, that was.
But I want you all to know it was very convincing.
It
deeply
was
passionate.
I was confused.
My career in wrestling is on the way.
Oh, okay. So you gotta wear sunglasses for that. Everyone wears sunglasses.
You take them off at the last second.
Yeah, and then you raise your eyebrow.
Yep.
Yeah.
I can do the people's eyebrow.
Yeah, cool. Let's talk about the game. Obviously, these fields have been synonymous with like difficult endings for a lot of these teams, right? Towards this road, though, creates a very different dynamic. Obviously, Virtus.pro for a long time trying to hold off in their position, obviously having to move into the middle of that road, almost kind of the death knell for them when it comes to the terrain that the other teams have.
It always comes down to like, it's so impossible to move because it's flat, it's nothing cover, no nothing, right? And again, you don't even have a hill, you don't have anything because it's a road. It's got to be flat to drive on. It can't be hilly, can't be divot. But the way it worked out for Falcons with them having kind of backs free and then being able to move uphill and kind of work a little bit slower since they're also down to 2 guys, it kind of felt like a VP game here. A little bit, but
felt like VP lost track of Falcons. Like setting up in that road with like even the angle of the shield said, "I'm good here," and they got totally donked in the back.
It felt like it came down to them not really peaking until the later stage of the game, right? They might have thought, okay, they're going to be backstabbing on TKL because that ridge kind of had better hills to kind of go up on. So it felt like that was kind of the play, maybe.
It also felt like they had no other choice, right?
True.
Okay, you've got to do something about what's north of you, and then hopefully, as you say, the wrap is going towards.
Well, that's a good point. It's a win scenario, right? If you go, well, if they're peeking here, we're done anyway, right? But if they go the other way, this setup is actually going to get us the chicken dinner. So one hand we get third, one hand we get first. When you put it that way, I think it's a great idea. Either way, though, VP, you said maybe a dark horse makes a big move today.
Yeah.
Coming out and looking good in game number 1. Very exciting.
Doing all the damage, getting all the kills flushed and stolen from them.
That's the story of this tournament.
Spaceman, I think, stole 2 or 3 kills there. He was there. It was good. I mean, tons of points here for TKL, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we heard them at the end of yesterday saying that they have some personal grudges to settle, but it seemed like all the focus was on trying to get towards the end of that game and figuring things out.
Yes, it should be. It should be the focus on trying to win the game. Should be on the focus, trying to get as many points as possible, and they did so here. 9 kills along with the second place here for TKL. It's going to be huge points.
I mean, smack talk is smack talk, right? Some of that's even getting into the head of your opponents and keeping them sort of on their toes. TKL came out, they played their game, they got 9 kills. Day Trade puts up another big one with 6. I also want to give a shout out to Navi, who, has struggled so far in these finals. We saw them, they deleted T1 with those mortars, then crashed 17 for a really nice cleanup. They seem like they came to, if they may not win, but at least make a statement that, hey man, don't forget about Navi. We've got that get up and go.
It will be all Tig and Shrimzy for this one towards the end. I mean, understandable that they lose people on the move towards where they eventually stage a win like this. But again, is 1 kill enough to outweigh the 140 or so damage for the man of the match?
Tankleton.
Any Shrimzy captains here? Any Shrimzy captainers?
I don't know.
Shrimzy captain.
I got Tankleton. I got just as many points from his damage differential.
He did it.
I'm just saying.
Sure,
damage is king. That's the way to win fantasy, man. You got to love those damagers. Tankleton looking really, really good. Yes, we talk about Shrimzy all the time as the best player coming out of Americas. Tankleton is an epic player, and I will say, I felt like the last couple of years he was a little bit less, sometimes underperforming what I expect from Tankleton. This tournament series, 7 and 8, he has been absolutely phenomenal in every step of the way.
Yeah, it's been very impressive to see them. And again, it feels like with a start like this, the amount of confidence you're going to be able to build, the amount of kind of snowball effect you're going to be able to get from 19 points here for Falcons, already only being 4 points behind Freaks, is going to be huge. Also, as you're going to be pointing out probably now, Freaks only 4 points. That's 15-point difference.
I wasn't, but that is true. That's a big push for them, and that's going to put Falcons. Well, I was going to say, I do think that Falcons as an organization is really working well for them, right? Tankleton told me like he literally had the physio, make sure that he felt comfortable, that they were ready to play. The support staff has given them a little extra boost coming into this.
That is a good point, because we actually haven't talked about that much, as they now take a significant lead. Number 1, 112 points here for the Falcons. Now, to back to what you said, they have 3 or 4 support staff here with them at the moment. That is more than the other teams have at present. All of these little extra things that Team Falcons is doing, regardless of what skill that they've got, it's always going to augment, always going to help that little bit extra to know that there is kind of that family unit there.
Well, and I think that's PUBG is a game at this stage, at this level, 1 in inches, right? And so every little bit you give, every little boost is going to take you that next step. 112 feels like that next step. Freak's not out of it, though. They're super close, and obviously this is only 1 of the 6.
But 21 and 22 points down to T1 and BB, that's already one really good game, like lead, right? So they have points to spare now at this point, and I don't really see anything else than it continuing here.
We said it felt like a Falcons tournament at the beginning of this one, and maybe it does. There are 5 more games remaining, though, and as you can see, they are looking focused to try and take it. In the past, of course, they've known a lot of glory, has this roster.
They have, I think that they brought Cat Kickstart onto the roster before they became Falcons. They've come Falcons as 4. They seem to have a very familial style of sort of just togetherness. They do things, I mean, during the off week, they were fishing together. They go to the gym together. And it's not, some teams you feels forced, right? Like the 4 guys are moving as a unit. They sort of do their own thing, but they all seem like they found a really good home in this 4 squad. And I think that is a huge secret to success in PUBG. When you're sitting on those comms after a bad wipe and it's just you and the boys, having that relationship is very important.
Skill is very important, but vibes, Avenger? You like the vibes?
Yeah, vibes important too.
Yeah.
Like if you don't have good vibes, good synergy, like us,
yeah,
then you're not going to have as good of a time. I gotta ask though, guys, here, where are we going to be seeing Twisted Minds end up on today?
Stop shaking your head, Clinton.
Sorry, Clinton's just shaking his head over there. It's bouncing light everywhere.
How can you see him even? Like I almost can't see.
Very
him.
shiny, yeah. The light bouncing off his head. Anyway, sorry.
Twisted Minds, I don't think they're going to have that much of an improvement glow up. They just don't. While we talk about vibes, I don't feel like their vibes is there right now. I don't know what's going on with them, but they do not look like the Twisted Minds that I'm used to.
All right, let's get to our next Miramar here. As light as the Beetlejuice supernova potentially, it's Clinton's forehead and battering.
I don't even have anything.
The Beetlejuice supernova. So he's talking about the biggest star in our galaxy, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I have to give him credit. That was like 6 levels of science class you need to understand in order to hit that insult. Like, that was heady, just like you. See, mine's lowbrow.
You just absolutely went for the low blow there, Matt. Oh my god.
You know I love you.
I know.
Okay. Never give up, never surrender. Falcons, man. Falcons. I thought that they were dead like 3 times in that game. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah. I did too. I mean, those...
If there wasn't a roof where those hay bales were...
Yeah. Those hay bale awnings are usually just really tough to lock down. And they did get a little help, with Taikula and VP kind of peeking up over those hills around their edges that were shooting into the Freaks and other players in T1. So it definitely helped clear a little bit of space, but you can't take much away from the way they played that because they handled it beautifully.
We've been seeing so many open endings where there's just not a ton of cover, like a couple of trees or a rock. Everybody's mortar game has gotten so good. These field games are just terrifying now.
No, you're absolutely right. It is, especially on Miramar, really easy to get kind of trapped in a dip because you think it's safe, you think it's pretty good. It's looking center circle, you're looking like you're going to be able to get in the late game, and then all of a sudden, you just hear that thunk, and you're like, oh boy, speaking of, that is another crazy circle.
Yeah, very eastern set, so we still have the fields again, but now we've got Death Star Trench that's going to be in play. We still have Unplayable that's going to be over there into the northeast, going all the way down into the water and the coastline itself. The rocks that we were talking about in Impala earlier, and really Truck Stop. Truck Stop's its own complicated mess of fun things with dips, valleys, high ground points to be playing from, so this has a recipe for a lot of fun.
No, absolutely. There's actually quite a bit that you can work with inside of this circle, even though it is about 30%, 40% water. So still going to be challenging for a lot of these teams like Taikula that want to go way out to the other side of the map. In fact, I think they're going to drive to Los Leones to do their looting and then come up through there. T1 now not dropping in that part of the map. They're up on the northern side.
No T1 in Chumacero. Why go?
Yeah, exactly. T1's up kind of near Oasis, so nothing to really think about there just yet. BB team's going to be inside of this early circle. GK, VP going to be sitting pretty initially. The Freaks, again, going to have some decent early prioritization on some of that stuff. But, we saw that. That didn't make too big of a difference when the circle shifted away. They weren't able to fight out of it that well. Again, it wasn't the cleanest fight that they had against the Falcons in terms of, some other teams third-partying it, but they still didn't execute when they needed to. And the Falcons were the ones who came through with the big win. And we do have an interview, speaking of the Falcons, with Tiggleton. See what he's got to say.
It's kind of like the specialty of our team is to win 2 chicken dinners on the first day of the tournament. Usually that's a good sign for the rest of the tournament to come, but we also threw some games today, so we'll vote review. We definitely got gifted our 2 wins. They weren't the hardest games for us. RSC is a super talented team, and when they play regionally, they're very loose, and they play apart from each other, and they pick up random kills, and they like to play spread out. I think that because it's their first LAN, for some of them at least, they have been getting over their LAN jitters and finding their comfort zone.
Well said. I mean, the way he's looking at Rock, I entirely agree with. There's a lot that this team is learning, and they were in a good position on day one. There was a bit of a slide as they haven't been able to replicate those same successes, but that said, it's still just so neck and neck in that section of the leaderboard. Yes, they are in 11th place with Rock right now, but 7 points, and suddenly they're in 6th.
Absolutely. This is a team that, is surprising all of us. I mean, that first day, that clutch win from Santastico, absolutely insane. We know the mechanics are there, like Tiggleton was just talking about. It's just getting that LAN experience, getting that international stage experience, because the teams play a bit different here. You're not going to have, the Freaks have the same problem where in the PWS, you're playing very spread out. Rock does the same thing. You're able to find these picks. You're able to find these kills because maybe the macro of some of the teams in your region isn't as good. Here at the international level, everybody's macro is so good.
And the aim escalates, right?
Yes.
You can learn, not to talk bad about regionally stuff, but whenever you get the best in the world all together versus the comparison of what's happening in the regional stuff, you don't get as punished, right? You can make a mistake and sometimes fight your way out of it and sometimes can pick up some bad habits. So it's interesting to always see a team like Rock come in, see how fast they evolve up, because PGS 7 wasn't the best for them, but PGS 8 has looked way, way better.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're clearly learning. They're clearly adapting. Still kind of a slow style that they're playing here at the international event. It's very safe. This is not safe. Heaven just going to crash right in. There's a Panzer over there for Quizzy.
Oh.
It didn't matter. He's got the knock. He's got the flush on a DL. They're trying to isolate Hiruzen, but a nice blue zone is going to chunk down Heaven on his way in. So the Freaks here thought they had an opportunity to punish a less fortified position of Geekay, and they are not doing so good so far.
Look at Spiro's positioning. This is going to be terrible for Heaven. Shots are going to go through. Doesn't connect the way he wants. So now it's going to be all about the defense on the inside of it. Hiruzen trying to dance around, but it is going to be Heaven that gets the knock. It's going to be Quizzy now just trying to run in. Is this going to be red? And yes, it is. Guman holds it out, and it's going to be the Freaks now getting control of the inside of the compound, but we still have Spiro and PWD making the push.
And they're throwing some grenades on the outside, but with this shotgun in hand for Spiro, this is going to be tricky. If they can get him isolated, they might be able to get these kills. There's 2 shotguns, in fact, in their hands, and they run out right into it. Oh! Somehow Evan gets the kill, though. The shotgun not connecting. PWD down.
Oh!
The Freaks get by the skin of their teeth.
How did you steal that away? Shotguns can give, and sometimes that spread on a shotgun can just take it away. But, I mean, I thought Heaven was just... that was Heaven that made the crossover there, wasn't it? I can't remember which one of them was low ground. Maybe it was Guman that just runs right in front of a shotgun and somehow survives. That's, oh man.
That's madness. I mean, that's one of those things that can maybe turn the destiny of a tournament for a team. It looks like it's going to be a horrible fight, and then you're able to just barely battle your way out of it. Falcons, in the meantime, coming in from the very western edge. Going to be coming in quite late to this, but seen what they can do on the edge fighting throughout these last couple of events. That's something they've really improved on, in my opinion, is their ability to take just good fights when they don't have many other better options. BB over as far east as you can get, really, over towards the coast. Got the church, got a little bit of high ground. So they're going to be okay for the beginning part of this game. It just kind of depends on how much hard shifting this does early.
Yeah, most teams playing kind of north of center. That's no big shock off of that. Taikula is going to be coming in from south, right next to Impala. That's pretty open. Rock and T1 teams not yet inside of it. So it does look like we're starting to get a bit of a 2-horse race with the Freaks now picking up those 4 kills early. That's going to put them 7 points back behind the Falcons. Then we've got a pretty big drop-off down into T1, which is just 1 point separated from BB. Then another pretty decent drop-off down into 17. So momentum at the start of the day looks like it's leaning into the Falcons and the Freaks. But, I mean, BB and T1, they had a hellacious game 1.
Yeah, no. BB 0 points. T1, I think, only 2 or 3. So definitely not the start to the day that you're looking for. Curious if T1's thinking about a really late rotation, of course. It's
denied.
Batulins, you are not, Lou.
Yeah. Just runs away in shame.
Yeah, I couldn't do it, guys. I'm sorry. Batu, come take this thing.
He's just getting speed back up.
Yeah. Show me how it's done. Show me how it's done, Lou.
Don't
this
fail
time
again.
He's got it.
Okay,
nice.
Good. If he failed the second time, that would have hurt.
Well, that's classic Twisted Minds. Again, I'm curious about T1 if they're going to be doing a emergency pickup. Bagel Pot is doing an emergency pickup out of El Pozo, so they're going to be coming in to the Phase 2 circle, seeing where that goes.
Batulin's fragging too hard. You got to send Lou up there to scout for you now.
That's true.
Feed me the kills.
That's true. He has been outrageously good.
Okay, Begapa's emergency pickup. Pathing is going to be right into the middle of everything, though, Paper. This is going to be a bit scary. We can hear some shots as well. It looks like it's going to be BB trying to force Taikula a bit more into the coastline. So they're not too comfortable over here. They know that they're at least safe from the east, but that's about all they got. Uphill is going to be BB, and it's also going to be Na'Vi. They got a couple of pot shots into their butt, but not enough to really scare them just quite yet. Falcons, Day Trade getting closer and closer, but Belmoth is still in the city itself. So Day Trade pretty separated. I don't think that they want this just yet. Yeah, it is going to be the Falcons get vision onto Tigger, but that is going to be the longer range threat. There's one way closer.
Well, let's see if Day Trade can avoid losing a couple players early. Panzerfaust, top 3 damage. H-Win, well above everybody else.
Oh, you can see all the Falcons fans a bit confused now. They're like, oh, I thought we weren't supposed to like Panzers.
But H-Win's so good.
H-Win's the best Panzer player in the world right now, right?
Yeah, so hot right now. This is the early crash here from the Freaks.
Okay. Look, Heaven was dead if it wasn't for Teal right there.
Yep.
That drive in, I think, pretty much shifted. It was like that half second of that vehicle being there is just nuts.
Oh, Heaven here, just pre-firing, knowing he might come back down the stairs. Human holding the line. I think, okay, so it's Human who's actually behind the bar here, serving up Drakes. And they don't, Geekay doesn't like what they see. Yeah, that's frustrating. Ooh, hard north shift towards El Azahar.
Okay, so Death Star Trench going to be in this a bit, but Azahar and really the area around Truck Stop, the area up to the north also entirely open. So a lot of fun that could be had over here. And yeah, we even have some zip lines. Ooh.
I don't know. A bunch of these teams are trying to rotate in, trying to take whatever compounds are available. With T1 landing, Bagel Pa trying to land. I mean, this is going to get really messy really fast. 4 a.m. already has control over the refinery over here. Type on the roof, raining on the outside. See what T1 can do. Only 2 members of 4 a.m. inside, but here come the rest.
They're trying to regroup. We've got VP in the high ground. Tongmu gets the knock onto Ian, but Heather gets the knock onto HS and Longs both. But it's going to be a Tongmu again, clutching up whenever it matters. It's just going to be tight, trying to see if he can chase him down. And 4 angry men do get eliminated. Can the reses come through, or is anybody going to try to steal him away?
I don't see anybody angling at this fight.
I mean, Ian just took a pretty big hit, but I think he's safe now.
Yeah, I think they're okay in there. They're going to throw a smoke at the door just in case. But these look to be resable. In fact, Type, it helps when you're just knocking VP players up on the hill. Here goes another fight.
Okay, 17 making the crash onto the church itself. Very separated out. Begapa has not much defense on it. You got to win these shots. And nope, yep, do manage to get one, but the follow-up, just too many people over there going to get flushed out. And now Songjong just kind of chilling.
Yeah, not exactly sure Begapa, why they thought they could get away with these huge splits. I mean, they got knocks in a couple different fights, but they have nobody to follow up off of a lot of this.
I think it's just damage control off the emergency pickup, right?
Yeah, it is. It's just, you know, maybe that church, you know, because they had that for free momentarily.
That is true. They should have regrouped there.
Yeah, I think they just kind of thought they could get away with a wide spread on this edge, but, you know, that's kind of a tough one to read in a circle that you haven't really seen in this event yet. So you don't exactly know how the teams are going to be situated, and you're kind of making a bit of a guess, and doesn't really pay off for them. Meanwhile, Falcons have rolled in towards the police station in Al Azahar.
Frosted, yeah, he hears all of this, man.
This is scary. This is like hot drop stuff. Like this is like one of my favorite spots to drop on the map, and it's tricky.
But nobody for T5 is going to regroup on it. I mean, Rosted had to have heard this at this point.
Yeah. Oh, they know. There's no doubt. You know, in T5's mind, what's happening. It's just how long can Rosted Jr. hold on? Because there's a couple different stairwells that you have to consider. The main one, of course, to get up to the top is the one he's trying to just lock down and find an escape valve here. So he's going to try to take his chance.
It's a good fade up, but that angle's already red. Trimsy continuing just to rack up the kills. This dude has just been on fire this whole event.
You know, he's just cool, calm, collected, man. You see him between games, and I'm just like, hey, good luck today. He's like, yep, thanks. He's just dialed in.
Yeah, especially given the fact that sometimes in these longer events, we'll talk about that in a minute, as it looks like Batulins, he's got his own goals, doesn't choose the right doorway. Is he going to do the underhand toss? Goes for a Molotov as well. He's just trying to frag this one out right now as everybody from Taikula on full defensive cover.
Yeah, those mollies just kind of separating the teams a little bit. Nobody really able to make much in the way of moves off the back of it. The circle is going to keep this fight in it, though, so we are going way over to the east. You don't see circles end out to the east of Al-Azhar very much. And Taikula, Twisted Minds, this is a huge battle for both of these teams to just get higher up in the points, get further up in the leaderboards. If one of them could come out of this relatively clean. The problem is Scappy has a player out in the open, and it's example for Twisted Minds.
Oh, that's going to be a bit painful. Luckily, Perfectix has still got the north under control, so there's going to be still reinforcement capabilities. But Batulin's now a bit more separated out on this island. You can see that's a bit more uncomfortable. Taikula still going to be dancing around on the inside. So how do you want to play around this, Twisted? Can he get the res? Can he get the res?
Just in time, just in time. The smoke grenade launcher was in hand there for Batu. Maybe to cover off a wrap around the other corner, or if maybe he needed to throw another smoke down to make sure this res came through. Damage starting to come through. More grenades raining in from downtown from Forest, but not really a lot they're going to be able to do off of this. Don's going to switch over to a shotgun. That is going to be the Saiga. And that's scary as hell for Twisted.
Okay, I mean, but Batulin's doing his job, right? He's keeping them occupied. That's why he's running around so much, so that way there's time for the res, time for the meds to get back into a better position. Taikula not having awareness of where those those external positions are going to be at. So, example, looks like he's playing a bit safer this time around, denying that angle. But the longer this goes on, Rock could creep up back behind and maybe spot out example as well. We do have the Sandstorm that's going to be going on down the south, and it's going to be Navi as well as the Freaks pretty close to each other.
Now the Freaks going to try to use the Dust Storm to make their rotation, but very, very close to stayed is Guman. It looks like he's going to have to drive into the blue to make sure he's safe, but it's only phase 3, so not the end of the world. T5 is going to claim a day trade player off a screen. Salute going for some hang time, and I mean you're probably thinking about a very wide eastern wrap. The problem is the edge is already claimed by Rock, the road claimed by 17. So if you go all the way to the coast and try to come up through the fields, then you might be running into the crossfire that Twisted is trying to avoid right now with like Forest and Rock and all those teams that are in there. So a little bit tricky here for the Freaks.
Oh, Salute, you gotta be careful. Yep, Rock is gonna turn back around on this. Dale's gonna take some shots, but it is actually gonna go more into the Heaven side. Heaven just trying to see if he can get his car for cover at this point. He's gonna try to see if he can pop out. Heather is gonna be caught up in a fight with, what is that, off in the distance over there? T5 still trying to make their way into the circle over into the west.
Yeah, that's up near the edge of Al-Azhar. Heaven got the heel off. Looks like he's going to try to make his way further forward. Car, I think, a little bit banged up. And Guman going to ride in there with his teammate, see if they can get further forward. Thank God that Bronco has a lot of torque in those wheels you can get going. Otherwise, you might have been stuck. That's a Murado. That's going to be a little more dangerous, I suspect. There is a knock that comes through onto Batulins from Twisted. BL, if he could just find a little bit of damage, he knows he's got him in the blue, and that could afford them an extra knock, but not going to be able to really connect. Now Salute has a long angle position here. This is just temporary safety for the Freaks.
Yeah, but at least it's a chance to get their meds back together, see how they need to kind of situate themselves before they make their next push, because if they run off of this angle, it's going to put them right into the Taikula Twisted situation that we've been eyeing for a while. Also, it looks like BB is in a very strong position in the circle. Falcons still need to make a push up of their own. They're going to have day trade that they're taking pot shots off. Most notoriously, it's going to be Belmont. Ooh. T1 trying to gatekeep, but yep, there you go. Perfectix spots out Guman.
Well, Heaven's in a really rough spot. That Bronco very beat up, starting to smoke. It isn't going to last too long. I mean, they're going to try to set it up to get the res here onto Guman.
Oh, they don't know where Perfectix is.
Yeah, they have no idea where these Twisted Minds players are, and Twisted can turn their attention. They've backed off of the fight from Taikula, and they want to make sure that their backs are clear. This is a really smart play from the Twisted Minds boys. Now you have to rethink how you're going to get into this next circle as the Freaks. You do not have a lot of great options, and Salute just took a bunch of damage.
Yeah, this is problem into problem. Okay, do you go for Rock? Do you go for Twisted? There is no good option here. They still have a couple of meds to work around, but the blue zone's going to be on top of them, and you can see it is just damage control into damage control is on the opposing front, though Day Trade firmly trying to hold this out. Flash has got a flank position back behind the Falcons. Meanwhile, Forest hears this. Looks like they're trying to get a bit more aggressive. Trimsy now down. H-Win does get the knock on to Tigger, but is it going to be enough? No, it's going to be Flash with retaliation back into it.
Oh, just Belmoth left, though, for Day Trade. The Falcons taking quite a bit of damage here early. Only Tiggleton that isn't in that knock status. That is a long-range spray, and he is getting lit up by T1 players while he's going for it. Kiss there, going for the reload. Tiggleton getting behind the hay bales. Should be okay, but those two players in front of him, at least one's going to bleed out. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get that res. Smokes are coming down here for Forest. Shrimsy, blue is right here. Doesn't have a blue zone bag. That's a level 3 bag. So maybe just going to pass over some of his stuff over to Tiggleton.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to go for the res. They're not far away, but this is going to be trying to leapfrog in while two different squads are going to be trying to gatekeep. I don't know how well that's going to go. Heaven trying to find his own pathing. Shrimsy does get knocked to blue. Oh, maybe potentially trying to deny
deny
points.
Point. Yep.
Yeah.
You are correct. I don't know what happened to Salute, but it isn't going great for the Freaks. I mean, you got 4 kills, okay, but you'd really like to find a way to get deeper into this game, so Heaven going to have to play crazy good salvage.
And both teams in first and second right now having some struggles, I guess is the best way to say it, as Falcons do get eliminated, and Shrimsy kills Shrimsy.
Sorry, just some of the players are letting them know.
And goodbye, Heaven. That means the Freaks are down as well. T1, BB17, what you got? It's your time.
Yeah, man.
Oh, well, that's what you got. You got a nade in the face from BL.
Oh, goodness. That was a nasty nade from Rock. Here comes some more to go for the flushes. Xiaobei going to be able to scooch away. Not going to connect with that second one are the Rock players. And they're trying to just drive in, make sure these points are secured. Just got a 2-other split here from 17. Xiaowu, 7-7 now. Going to line up with their grenades. They're going to claim those 2 points. I don't know what's going on inside of that car, but it's not good. 7-7 gets knocked.
You just saw every one of them pop up. Okay, well, yep,
it's popcorn.
It really
Let's go to the
is.
movies.
You had cars a second ago, Rock. Luckily, you don't have to walk far into the zone. Problem is, though, Twisted is going to now try to gatekeep you out, and that is going to be an issue.
Yeah, BB scooping up a couple kills there of their own. Nice reach out for them to find some points from a nice central compound. They are going to be licking their chops to get a chicken dinner and get themselves right back at the top. And only 20 points separating them and the Falcons currently, so just need 10 more kills than a chicken dinner, and you're tied for that first place position. But Twisted Minds starting to make their move on the hunt. T1 just chilling, and they've got Na'Vi above them.
Yeah, this is a big one. This is the high ground firefight that is brewing, and it is between T1 and Na'Vi. This is going to give you a lot of vision and control over the circle, but really, these guys have been so close, they haven't been able to commit too much yet. Hakatori, though, he's going to be holding the angle, waiting for T1 to come forward. Raining looks like he's kind of caught up looking at Stade, that has stayed behind to see if he can defend in. Na'Vi looks like they're just trying to reinforce on the top right now, so there is an opportunity, but that is a lot of ammo that's going to be coming. Hakatori can just beat in on everyone. That's 2 members for T1 already down, and he is on the hunt for it. If he steps around, that is anybody from T1 going to be able to see him? No. Angles aren't good.
No, they can't. They're getting harassed by, I believe, Forest from the other side, and they just cannot make their way forward. So Hakatori putting that level 3 gear, the MG3, to really good use. That was clean stuff, man. And now Raining and Type are just stuck on the edge, just trying to figure out a way to get into future circles. This one, sure, you're okay for now, but Forest has been making your life very uncomfortable from that hillside, and Raining and Type just trying to figure out how can we rotate around these couple of teams that have these high grounds on top of us.
Songjung just got a knock and a flush on one of the Rock members, so still holding strong. So, okay, Forrest with your commitment in. Day Trade's going to be very close. Path of Block's going to be back behind it. Good shots coming up from Kiss right off the go, and there goes Raining as well. Kiss picks them both up.
Dude, he is outrageously good. No helmet there. Finds 2 great kills on a T1 on the pull-up, but now he's under pressure. Stayed from above. Hit some shots early, but that hard top not going to provide the cover he needs. Nice angle there for Stade. Kiss smokes immediately out, so this might be able to get them the res, but it's going to be close. It just depends if any of these sprays that Stade is going for are going to connect.
Boy, Olympus wants it. They are running straight down into this. They're not even going to be using the car for cover. They just want to see if they can get the red back up, and looks like, yep, Kiss should be fine, but now then, with this new circle, Navi's going to have the high ground, and look, they can see near on everything. It's going to be Day Trade down below, and BB's got the compound. Then meanwhile, over to the northeast, it's going to be Twisted as well as Taikula. We've got the solos down in the southeast of this. It's going to be BL and Songjung. Don't forget about Pathapong up into the north, who could potentially backstab Forest as well.
And this fight now between Taikula and Twisted Minds has changed compounds, but it's still a 4v4. Even seen a bolt in the hands of Cold there. Baron now going to be needed to be rezzed as well.
Panzerfaust.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god. So sad.
Just,
That's disgusting.
Just sends the car sliding back down. Looks like it's not going to be too much longer. Yep, Olympus is going to get spotted out, so he's going to go down, and Na'Vi, they're starting to rack it together, tied up with Vegapunk now.
Yeah. I mean, look.
10 kills.
Yeah, you're just trying to finish the event strongest, Na'Vi. Just have the best result you can. Still some of those power rankings to consider for sure. Patampong, well, this doesn't look great. You are alone. You are behind a shack. Your cars are in awful condition. You got to go downhill on Miramar. Not the easiest thing to do. Twisted still doesn't have to take this fight. They're just looking for those knocks. Daytrade trying to hunker down underneath a Na'Vi outside of BB. And it's probably noted. It is going to be Patampong going down to a doozy there. But really just Daytrade just hoping that some of these teams fight around the edges. The problem for them is that, you know, Na'Vi doesn't really have anybody they have to worry about on the hillside.
The only issue is if we see the circle pop away from the hillside, Na'Vi will have to use the road that's a bit more over to the west, and it looks like BB's already got a read on that as well. They've been having to deal with Na'Vi up on the high ground for a little while now, so Daytrade, got to be careful. The circles can really mess up their positioning, and most notably can also really mess up Na'Vi's. If the circle does go to the south, you can see, look at this. Na'Vi just surveys everything, and they can referee all of these fights. It's one of the reasons why we haven't seen Twisted do too big of a push. But with those shots, it does look like Twisted is thinking about making a push in a tight, close position again.
Yeah, a couple of frags I saw available. Somalis as well for Twisted. So they're looking to find their moment to isolate a Taikula player. There you go. Perfectix going to do it with the rifle. He's just running on in there. Cold does get the trade. There's going to be a flush as well. Batulin's down for Twisted. Trying to get in, trying to make a breach. More grenades being thought about. Are they going to be on point here? One misses, but a bunch of damage done to Spaceman on the follow-up.
Looks like they're just trying to make sure that they can rescue Batulins, get security, and can get control of that door. Already expecting that peak. Perfectix getting a ton of damage out. Has to be careful. Nade's going to be following up. We know how these houses can be played. Is he aware of close-range threat? Yep, he's just got to pick that one up. He doesn't even care, man.
That is disgusting from Perfectix. He is absolutely dismantling Taikula right now. They're going to try to come out around him, but he's wise to it. Down to 19 HP, though. Needs a little bit of help from his teammates who are trying to provide some cover after getting the res.
Just giving him time to get the meds back up, going for the flushes. They know exactly where he's at. Trying to see if they'll prep in. Door does get blinded, does get knocked as well, but it does not matter in the end. Lou should be resable. New circle is popped. Favors BB. Still keeps it a bit of the hillside that Navi's going to be on. But Navi's already inside of vehicles. It looks like they're just going to send it off the side of this hill where these solos are going to be at. Zongjong already under fire, but just look at the suppression spray coming up from Akatori.
Yeah, this is really nice stuff from Na'Vi. Sungjong, not a lot he can do about that, but BB now knows that they need to get involved. Sungjong did go down. Grenades are out for BB team, but they're splashing just a bit too far. Na'Vi going to take the front of the hillside, make it a little bit harder. That one does connect for Maldak, though.
Get ready. Here comes Twisted Minds. They hear that firefight, realize there could be a vulnerability in Navi's defense. They've left the safe zone. They're looking after it. BB can't focus in on this too much because they know that Daytrade's going to be close. Here comes Twist up on that high ground. Perfectix gets one, and it's going to be Ferris that gets knocked onto Example. So now Perfectix can't stay on that angle. He has to retreat.
Yeah, still, though, Twisted playing this game really nicely. They are going to lose Example, though. That's a painful one for sure. Na'Vi bleeding, trying to see if they can get a res to go through here. Hakatori still has that MG3, but not a lot of ammo left in the back or even in the chamber. And Perfectix going to try to hold this blue zone edge to see if he can catch Na'Vi over peaking.
Oh, man, Hakatori, how much ammo do you have left in that gun? Because you have just been decimating every single squad. Na'Vi up to 13th now with 13 kills. The rain, the terror that they have put down onto this team has been a big problem. Blue steps up, he gets a knock, and it is just step over, get one, step over, get one. And slowly and steadily that attrition is just going to continue to mount. But you got to be careful. Perfectix getting that information over. Can he get the knock of his own? No, he has to drop down.
He's got a couple stuns he can think about here, but they want to try to go for the frags first, try to soften him up for these up and overs. It's actually Stade who's going to find Lou, though. Perfectix gets caught on the edge of the blue after taking a bunch of damage. Na'Vi holding on here, but here comes BB.
They have stepped out a bit further. Molodok to the guy that seemed like he's trying to fend up against the Na'Vi push. Batulins once more. Nade is going to roll down. Doesn't go far enough down to the cubby. Na'Vi all on damage control right now. It's full on defense, full on reses. Batulins, though, he's got blood in his eyes and he wants more. He wants to get these kills. He doesn't want to have to surrender anything just quite yet, but he sees he has an opportunity. Daytrade, though, they're rolling it off for this. Could they be trying to backstab what's going on with Twisted? Can they even get there with these shots coming out from BB?
Well, they've got a little bit of time here on this hillside, and Twisted trying to turn their attention, but they're shut right down. Luwu is already super weak. Molodok doing damage to Na'Vi. So it is a recycle symbol here. Everybody just fighting along the edges in a circle. Snakes eating each other. A good grenade, but it's a prone player. It isn't going to find the knock.
Batulins once more, but it's going to be Tigger back behind him that gets the kill onto him. So, Daytrade, are you now going to walk into the trench of death that Na'Vi has set up? Because at this point, Navi's like, yeah, just come on, bring it. We know how to defend this up. It is the third challenger on this push. Tigger goes down. I don't even know. Belmoth, it just feels like this is just a trap that Na'Vi has set and are just raining in kill upon kill.
Well, yep, you're absolutely right, Matt. They are collecting 16 now in this game. So no matter what happens with BB, Na'Vi going to come out with a ton of points, but they could still get this win. BB has the position, though, dead center of the circle.
This is a big game for BB. 100 points. Cross that threshold now. If they can secure themselves a victory, they're going to be back to contesting that #1 spot, maybe have a shot at it. So Na'Vi, they're still playing for pride. A lot still to climb. You can see if they pick up a couple more kills, they're going to be usurping Twisted's position even. So how much more do you have left in the tank, Na'Vi? Because it has been just fight after fight for them.
The worst part about all of this is that BB has a ton of stuns. So when you try to crest this hill, even if your smokes are good, which you only have 4 now for Na'Vi, they're going to scoop up a few more off, I think, 17's corpses. You can get there. It's just BB can really make your life a nightmare when you're trying to make your breach. But here we go. Smokes are out. How well is this going to work out for Na'Vi? BB's defense has to be good. They only have a couple throwables that are going to do damage.
Right, playing along the smoke wall. Hakatori, 64 rounds, but you can see armor absolutely shredded. Rest of the squad, he's going to be the point guy, trying to see if he can brute force his way in. Does force a doozy off the angle, but a doozy defends. Can we see a follow-up from anybody from Na'Vi? No, it's going to be another one going down. Finally, a knock comes out. It's going to be Sosa that does manage to take down a doozy, but there's still multiple members from BB. High ground, good shots coming up from Ferris. It's starting to turn the tide a little bit, but it's not going to be enough. In the end, it is BB that takes the victory, and now we're on the hunt for first.
What a hold there at the end by BB team. A doozy in particular on point, making life challenging for Na'Vi, who had been electric throughout that game. Tons of kills for them. Have to be feeling good about that for the boys in yellow and black. They played that as well as they frankly could. BB gonna come through with a nice one. Daytrade getting into the end very nicely. Twisted playing a great game overall.
Yeah, I mean, with the opportunity provided with those top 2 teams going down, BB comes in, swoops in, picks up a ton of points of their own. Big games for Na'Vi, big games all around, as now Miramar is done for BGS 8.
Is it time for BB team to make the big run here at PGS 8? What a hold off here, considering they were going against a red-hot Na'Vi coming in against that fight here, Toffees.
You know, I don't know where they've been in the final so far, but they turned up for this one.
Yeah.
In the back, I gotta be honest, I was cheering for Na'Vi to win this because that would have been a 20-kill comeback game. They did great. BB team, on the other hand, did what we see them do so often.
Yeah,
you don't see them until that big moment, then they come out and they play that end game really well.
There was definitely a
difference between the play styles in this
Big
one.
true.
I'm happy I don't have to do more math here with the second place here for BB. It
Nice.
did look a little bit close, but Navi's game, you can not do anything else than root for that, right? It was insane.
It was wild.
Some third parties, like the amount of teams that tried to shut them down, the amount of knocks they had and got up to back to 4 guys was just insane.
It looked like they had bolted Hakatori to the roof of the car as a turret whenever they rotated.
Yeah.
Like, that was wild. And then, even to the point of day trade with this weird wraparound at the end to sort of get those kills on Twisted Minds. They fought them off. That was nuts.
Definitely felt like they thought to themselves, okay, it's going to be very difficult to win this, but at least we can try and eliminate some teams completely for some extra placement points, maybe a few kill points here or there. But you're totally right about Hakatori. I mean, with the MG3, truly a big boy gun, just being able to laser everything down, totally on board with you. And also, we're going to eventually get to the stats of the man of the matches. It's one of those moments where I think to myself, Avenger, it should be an honorary, but
but then again, like the MG3 is just so disgusting, but it just get amplified in the hands of Hakatori, right?
Yeah.
The drive-by, like some of the action we saw, like that's just insane. I'm gonna ask the team, even though we don't have any games tomorrow, can you please make a replay package of that game just with Hakatori? That was insane. The headshots on T1, he demolished them, and it wasn't on the slow fire mode. It was the biggest fire mode.
The biggest fire mode.
The biggest fire mode.
I think that's rapid fire mode, actually.
Yeah, it's 990 RPM.
Yes.
That's a lot of rip'ems.
That's, yeah, it
They
is.
did. I mean, he did really well. He will get that honorary, I think. But in here, we saw Twisted Minds came in. They got Taikula out of that compound. That was a good clear.
This one.
And this is where he comes in.
And
this
then this
crash.
one. This was insane.
And then this one.
Wow. And then this one. And another one. And another one.
He just continues ripping them apart. I like the backfill, though, to go back.
It was right. That,
really great backfill. Really good awareness from day trade to kind of come up, take that road down, and shut down Twisted Mind. No, we're done, James.
You're
no
all
more
very
funny time.
excited.
that's why I said on a
Relax.
serious note, we got to respect day trade on that rotation. They had a really good backstab. They got points where there weren't points to be had. And when you're holding off these sort of attacks by T1 on that leaderboard, those are really valuable points. And then a placement point as well to get off of that.
For sure.
Also, BB team held that really well. There was a moment where I thought Navi might pull that off. You got that headshot up on the roof. They got the flush. I think it was a doozy that got flushed there.
Yes, it was.
And, there was a moment where I thought maybe the Cinderella race happens, but it was not to be. BB team's cool, calm, collected, and now chicken dinner winners.
Now, there is a world where, despite BB team getting this win, and obviously that is going to put them in a huge position to try and challenge for number one. As you're saying, for Navi on the other side of this, they were languishing down towards the bottom, and if they're hoping for, an EWC invite down the line, they ideally need to be at least above day trade, it feels, Martin, for them to try and keep that going.
Yeah, day trade and T1. But
Yeah.
17
Huge
kills
game,
and
huge.
a second place puts Navi on the most points in this game. It was
far
only
they
8 for and a win here for BB, but still that puts them up there. But I will say this, before going into this game here, last place, with this amount of points here, and if they can continue kind of ranking up, it's going to jump them quite a significant amount of points up into the leaderboard, right? We're looking at quite an easy entry into the top 8, potentially into the top 6. And if they can take on like a team like maybe Day Trade in 6th place, that'll be crazy.
25.5 thousand meters traveled, 15 smokes, insane grenade counts. They did everything they could, but it's about who gets the chicken.
Yeah, BB team, they had the compound. They were able to hold it down strong. Bestalosh, Phil First, Aduzi, and Molodoc, the boys here. Will the damage be enough for Phil First to be able to take that man of the match? I think so, considering it's double what Bestalosh was able to put up here. So,
and he tanked even more as well.
He did.
He
was the
wrestled
front man.
them all.
There he is. There he is. I mean, again, to cast our minds back to when they were question mark, we kept calling this kid a prodigy. Obviously, he still continued to be there in that similar vein. Them adding Molodoc. This is a grand opportunity for them to take one for EMEA.
Yeah, and I will say this as well. If it wasn't for 4 second places, this would have been a higher kill game as well. They would have flexed out a little bit more. There was multiple opportunities on both Bekopa, on Rock, on the Twisted and Navi fight where they could have taken the road quite easily, even maybe just at that point say, okay, let's eliminate Day Trade while the other teams are fighting.
But I did also, you're right, they used the better part of Valor, right? They were patient, and they did almost backstab that fight for a second. They came in and they started jabbing at Na'Vi, and then when you saw that Day Trade backstab, they said, okay, someone else is getting into this. We don't have to worry. Whoever wins this is limping towards us. Let's lock up the best spot. That said, first place will go to Na'Vi, 17 kills, 23 points. Big climb.
And only 1 point for Falcons and 4 for Freaks makes our the very top of the leaderboard.
I like that.
Super close.
Gonna get juicy. Gonna get juicy. T1 only 4 points for them to try and stay in contention up towards top. Freaks as well, only 4 points. Means that for BB team, the catch-up means they leapfrog South Korea. 108 points now, just 5 behind Team Falcons.
Navi up to 69 is nice. I mean, that's a big grind up from where they were earlier.
Look how close it is. Like, we're talking 9 more points up to Forest, right? Like, it is extremely close in our middle pack. You have a 3-way tie in 71, like 69 on Navi. Like, there's so many teams here. We're talking massive amounts of PGS points, massive prize, a chunk of the prize pool that you can take home too, right? So that's huge. I want to say this though, guys. Remember, we still have to consider 4 second places. 26 more points could have been had.
Martin Math.
We talked obviously to Bestalog, and he said, we could maybe won 1, maybe 2 of the games where we had the opportunity to do so, and that would have been massive. They would have been by far in the lead at this point.
I mean, that's the nature of PUBG, right? You talk to the Falcons, and Tig goes, well, there was about 22 points more. We could have got out there on the board. We threw a couple of opportunities, and I think that that's why I love the finals, when we go out to 3 days of 6, where it is the champions often are measured in mistakes, not in successes, right? And I think that that's what we're going to see as we go through this. Where did you drop 1 point? Where did you drop 2? That differentiates $20,000, $40,000.
Yeah, it could be a big difference, especially with only 4 more games left to go here. Now the wild cards come along, and when a Na'Vi, for example, does something like this, I think they can continue that rise here throughout the day. I mean, it might not be impacting the top of the board here, but as you say, for them, it's very, very important.
But with 4 more games and Falcons and Freaks getting games where they're getting 1 and 4 points, sure, Freaks, the 4 points in a really bad game, that's fine, but 1 point, you can't do that if you want to take home the championship on championship day.
No, definitely not. All right, we're going to go to a short break. When we return, 4 more games remaining here to figure out who our champion is going to be. We're going to the wild cards. See you soon.
Powered by the most advanced WindForce cooling system, reducing temperatures while your competition sweats. For the flagship Aorus Extreme Water Force, premium liquid metal for GPU delivers up to 10 times better heat transfer efficiency and is accompanied by multiple layers of protection. This is the Gigabyte GeForce RTX 50 series. Play hard, stay cool, feel the chill.
Ni hao, I'm Tiger and Lilik.
No, Lilik.
Oh man, it's back into a 3-horse race now as it is getting spicy. BB constantly denied victories moving through so much of the group stage, finally starting to string them together now, and it's getting scary.
Absolutely. I mean, you got to love what you're seeing from BB team. They are just really rock steady here throughout these finals. I know a bunch of second places. I know they wanted those wins, but now they've got 2 chicken dinners underneath their belt, and they are challenging for the PGS 8 title. And T1 as well, a team that's not had the best day. Them and the Freaks have been a little bit slow to start, but we're changing maps. We're changing over to Taego. Maybe this is their opportunity to get it turned around.
Oh, having to rely on the wildcard maps is a scary situation, though, as they can sometimes give you what you need, but it feels like you got to fight so hard to get into some of these circles. Our plane path for this one, not going to be too good, as it is going to be on that island that's down south of Haemun Sa. It's going to end up over next to Ouyang. So this is pretty southern in plane path.
Absolutely. We'll just have to wait and see, though. And Taego can offer us some pretty interesting results, to say the least. Just, a lot of central circles so far as we get ready to kick off map number 3 of the day. It is going to be Taego, as we have 4 more maps to go before we find out who's going to be lifting that trophy on stage.
Oh, everybody doing their chants, getting the energy going, knowing the fact that it is getting down to the wire, and it is still so close, so much on the table. We got OPGG power rankings that we've got to be looking at. We've got PGC points that are on the table. Yes, there's still cash. There's still the #1 spot, and it's still so compressed around the middle of the pack where everybody still feels like they've got a shot. So can you take that shot? Can you take the opportunity that's been provided for you? This is the game where you need to get it rolling.
Yeah, I mean, there's still so much to play for, just all across the board. So it's a matter of, do you have it in you here to make the right decisions, to team fight well, do all the things that you need to do to be successful in PUBG Esports? That's the big question. As, that plane path, like you were talking about, a little bit southern shifted, so my eyes go towards the Falcons. How do they want to play this? Are they just going to get out late and drive along that easternmost road? That seems to be the plan of sorts for them, since they usually like to go towards the airport. Any other spots that look spicy on the map? Doesn't look like it's going to be anything too crazy to begin. Taikula, a little bit annoyed with VP in their bridge camp the other day, so maybe something comes out of that. We'll have to see as we get ready to find out where circle #1 will be taking us. As T1, we watch them drive towards Yongchun, their desired drop spot. Oh boy, that is a lot of water.
Yeah, okay, let's not forget about the fact that the swamp is in there, so that's kind of its own no man's land. Hosan Prison not getting any love just yet, but hey, guess what? BB, due up, center of the circle on the start is going to feel real good for a team that we know if they can take territory and control it early, they can really push the late game.
Yeah, I mean, they managed that space incredibly well in that later half of the game. They were doing a great job locking that compound down, reaching out for a few kills here and there, never overextending, making sure they had 4 up into the late game, and then just really blocking Na'Vi out so effectively. And again, a doozy, that positioning he had on his own, able to tuck into that corner, avoiding the damage from the MG3 that Fairest had, and was able to shut it down so quickly. And again, we're going to hear from Tiggleton, because they kind of did well in the first map of the day, so let's see what he has to say.
He's got a lot to say, apparently.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing with Tiggleton, and you guys took that first chicken on the final day. Nice job. And we've seen that you got quite a nest of helpers, the support staff of Falcons. How has having them here impacted your team's performance? Can you share a little bit more?
Well, we have a physio and a psychologist here with us now. The physio is great. He's a big jacked guy from Poland, and he takes us to his pleasure room, and he massages our backs out, make sure that we're all feeling loose. And he's high testosterone, so just being around him kind of pumps me up. And the psychologist is obviously, she's lovely as well, but I have an unbreakable best mental ever, so not required, of course.
Awesome, awesome on the pleasure room and the psychologist. All right, we're going to go back to Diego. That's the trick from Falcons.
Oh, Tigunalton, our third caster right now. I mean, get some massages, get that testosterone going, right?
Yeah, it's for sure.
Paper is just
that
broken
was one
over
of the
here.
most. That was an interview of all time.
Hey, you want to come to my pleasure room later?
You know it.
Hey.
All right, let's get into the game. We have, like you were talking about, BB's going to be center early. Bagel Pa is just to the west of Songam. Navi just to the northeast of BB. They're going to be rolling in, trying to claim some center real estate. A lot to consider early for some of these teams on the outside looking in. We've seen teams like T1 think about emergency pickups to find their space in the Phase 2 circle. They were able to get in, but they weren't able to do a ton off the back of maneuvers like that. But here on Tego, there's a lot more room on the coast, so you can actually kind of find some opportunities there, and sometimes there's cars left over on that very southern road that loops around from Songam to Hosan Prison. So things like that for all these teams are going to be in consideration if you want to go for the E-pickups.
Okay, so Navi, your momentum off the last game has put you right behind a three-way tie at 71 points. If you can just string together a couple more kills, that is a massive jump up the leaderboard. And then look just above that, Taikula Rock both tied at 74. I mean, wiping out two squads will jump them up in such a massive way, but it means the fact that they have to be very careful. Whenever you have those big kill games, you can sometimes get a false momentum going where you just think, okay, let's just roll through everybody and see if we can get all the kills. It can lead to your own doom. So I love the fact that they're making sure to stay measured on their approach.
Absolutely. Look, there's still, like you talked about just a bit ago, like all these different factors that isn't just this event itself. Obviously, you want to finish as well as you can, but so many other things encourage you to play well here, to encourage you to fight tooth and nail for every single spot, for every single kill.
Like the pleasure room.
Yes, we're fighting for those too, and the Falcons are way ahead of the curve on that, I guess. Congrats to them. 17 is driving through some fire, but they haven't really taken a ton of damage. You can see that Navi was trying to pop some tires, but couldn't quite get those 4X AUG sprays to go as well as they would have liked. And 17 going to be able to find room to position themselves just underneath the school. There is kind of a lip around the bottom side of the school tents that you could potentially set up near, or some other stuff around there. So for 17, you're just annoyed that you're constantly having AUG bullets flying at you, but it hasn't really, well, okay, that's kind of a problem. That car is going to blow up. And oh boy, that is, she's trying to snag some of the loot out of there, I suspect. Here come the smokes, though. There's already some knocks. Bagel Pa is doing some real damage to 17.
17 wanted a good position, and points haven't been as plentiful for them as they want. Now getting punished. I wouldn't say it was necessarily greedy, but they wanted to get into a game-winning position potentially. That means it's going to cost them. Rez could come out, but there's not a lot of cover over here. Looks like it's going to be 7-7's job to come back and see if he can maybe try to stabilize this and get them back in the game.
He's going to need more smokes, and he already knows it. Maybe they could just load one into the car and go. Kick is gone. Spyro out from the rock. Kick trying to drive around the initial encampment that Geek had inside of the compound proper. And that is going to be a rough start for the Falcons here in the pole position coming into game number 3.
Just put them all in the car.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit tricky. Park Pro dueling with Xiao Wu taking some grenade damage, and he is knocked. Things going from bad to worse for 17.
7-7's like, okay, which one do you want me to res at this point? I'm just going to try to see if I can get out. He's got near on no life. Even if he were to hit a tree, that could be all she wrote. Park Pro once more, and he is going to get it. 17 is out in under 10 minutes. Problems continuing to mount.
That's just, having to drive through so many different teams, just spraying those cars down, and you felt like maybe you could go a little bit further, but your luck had run out as Bagel Pa is going to claim some much-needed points for themselves. I mean, you look at Bagel Pa, they're at 63. They're still within spitting distance of top 8. Who knows what could happen there?
Twisted Minds is lined up against 4 Angry Men. They did a bit of a stop-off, see if they can get some knocks, but the problem with this is Twisted's not careful. Well, I would say if Falcons isn't careful, they're going to run right into this trap that Twisted had set up to try to go after 4 Angry Men. And I think that, yes, the Falcons have spotted it. They're separating out their flock. Going to kind of see if they can maybe part out. Looks like eyeing the north more as they have spotted Twisted going south.
Yeah, there's even a glider up there for Twisted to get some good recon on what's going to be going on the southwest side of the circle here. Batu going to be your pilot for this ride.
And Captain Batu is going to be taking you through early game. If you look out to your right, you will see the entirety of the circle because we are right along the edge. Look out to the left. That's going to be Falcons wrapping just down below us.
Love it. Love it. I'd ride in a plane with you any day.
I could do the announcement really well. You just don't want to see me land.
That's it. Well, that's. I mean, okay. I'll have a parachute. I'll have a parachute ready. Okay.
Okay, so T1, there's nobody really in between them and Hosan, so they got plenty of space to play around. Almost everybody, of course, is going to be trying to dodge that swamp area that's going to be over into the west. T5 is going to be wrapping around that now, as it looks like Falcons are going to be using Batu, letting him scout out for them. Hey, if anybody starts shooting at Batu, then we'll know where we can stop.
That's a good point. Actually, that it does kind of give the Falcons some extra recon of their own. Spyro going to be one of the ones to see if he can make life miserable for Batu, but out Batu goes. Twisted A-OK for now, although right in front of H-Win is Perfectix. Looks like H-Win isn't going to go too much further, just going to see those vehicles and say, okay, guys, we got one in front of us. Outside of that, I'm not seeing a ton, so we're going to go back, regroup, think about what we want to do coming into the next circle, take a moment to really dissect how this can go. You know, there's still a lot of ways that the circle can change.
Yeah, especially with this much water in it. Looks like we are going to see GK firmly regroup just to the south of Song Am, and they're going to force Twisted more into the north. I mean, plenty of scouting, plenty of information. They know that they've got space to play around. Over in the west, it is going to be T5 running right into Taikula, but Taikula's kind of separated in their defense. If they take the shots at this, though, they could force them a bit more into Rock's pathing, but it is also going to be the Freaks coming in at roughly the same time. Circle does pop. That means troubles are going to continue to mount for the Falcons as well as GK both.
T1 coming in very late. Didn't opt to use any pickup. Just going to try to go with the cars this time. The Freaks trying to go coast. This has been kind of their MO on these western circles. They've been caught in some rotations, though. Salute going to pull up awfully close to T5 here. He's going to be seeing them driving around, trying to maybe identify a player that he could do some damage to. For now, going to keep the gun quiet. Hasn't found his moment to pull the trigger just yet. T5 just kind of circling over there. Bagel Pot still in school, still with a really pretty spread out position, though, between the school and the compound to the north of it. And here we're going to see the replay there. Khan finding the headshot with the Dragonov. Sungjong from the roof. I mean, Xiao Wu was getting naded. He was getting shot. That was mega uncomfortable. And just not much that 17 could do there. Kind of feels bad. Yeah, they're not happy about it.
A couple of laughs here or there. I mean, what else can you do at that stage? It's just like 3 members down, full damage control. It never feels good. VP's Lucarux is going to spot out and flesh out Path and Pong. T5 still on the hunt for somewhere to stop off at, but I think that they've managed to find it. It's going to be pretty close to Begapa and Forest, both at school. GK, though, has to be careful as they're going to be crashing into a compound as Baron. It looks like he's going to try to step back out over there, and it means that GK is going to get spotted. Falcons still need to get in the circle. 4 Angry Men have a foothold in it, so Falcons don't want to go too close, but they're going to have Twisted. Lou's already spotted them out. He's going to be feeding that information over to the southern section of Twisted, and it looks like Example might be trying to defend up as well, so this could be pretty bad if Falcons doesn't play this right.
You got really tough decisions to make here now as the Falcons. Do you try to just fight through Twisted Minds, you know, near perfect crossfire setups that you know they're going to have? Probably not the best idea, so you're probably considering a wrap in a different direction. The problem is north of you is 4 a.m., south of you is Gike, so either of those directions potentially challenging unless you go really far to the south. And let's see if they can find the right read on all of that, as they are kind of getting in some vehicles here and there, but H-Win still keeping track on what Twisted is doing in front of him. 4 a.m., though, looms. They're a bit far away, almost a kilometer from the Falcons, so that's going to be not a pressing issue just yet. Meanwhile, Sungjong, he wants to try to do some damage to T5 here with the mortars.
That's going to be pretty close. I think it might be just a bit short, so we'll have to see. Yep. So T5, they've got plenty of space to kind of dance around over here, finally getting away from their harassment. They have a ton of crates also just to the north of them, but good luck going after that because Begapa will instantly punish it, as well as Taikul.
Absolutely. Yeah, they had the rock dialed in nicely, but T5 kind of figuring that out. Oh, last one just into the middle of
You
nowhere.
take that tree.
Just in case. Yeah. No more Arbor Day for you.
Earth Day.
Yeah. Poro loves Arbor Day, and I can't quite figure out why, but, I mean, trees are great, don't get me wrong.
Look, Poro loves what Poro loves, and you can't question it. And I respect his decision-making process and the things that he loves. There doesn't always have to be a decision inside of it other than the fact that he just likes it.
That's okay. I mean, I get it. Arbor Day, at least, trees are kind of vital to our life on this planet.
What, you don't like breathing?
Yeah, no. I mean, it's overrated. All right. Oh, wow. Southwest. Over towards Hosan Prison. You don't see this part of the map too much. School just going to be in. The Freaks, though, have done a really wide split on the backside, so they're going to have relative comfort in that position. T1, though, has to make a move, and they're cutting through VP. They're cutting through Taikula. This is so scary.
They've got Day Trade on the tail end of it. They're already taking a lot of damage, but if they can manage to get through it, they can find at least a stop-off point. Looks like they are going to path right next to Taikula. Taikula has a new threat. Looks like they've realized it's going to be Twisted. That might give them a moment. Rock also now getting vision on this tail end of what's going on with T1. T1 just runs right into the crates. They're like, nope, we've lost too much armor. We won it all. Twisted spots that rotation. They're going to continue on their path. That means the fact that Rock should be able to spot out Twisted in just a second. A couple of Rocks going to be all that Twisted really has to work with. If they keep going too much, they could be in a problem, but it looks like they're going to make a committal, and they're going to be going after RB and then Rock.
Oh, RB took a little bit of damage in there. He's taking a lot of of damage. Grenade out front, though, right at the feet, and that is some really nice crossfires there for BL. Lou is going to find RBN, though, and he's going to get shot in the back, and he's going to get knocked himself. Meanwhile, 4 a.m. driving through, taking some damage from Bagel Pa and others, and you do not want that Porter to get slowed up. It is an easy target for our players.
There is nowhere to go. Tickleton's going to pick up one of them. This is a quick stop off as Falcons can't look at this too much. They're getting shot at by multiple directions, Begapa as well as Forest. So 4 Angry Men just going to stop off just to the other side of the road. That's about all they can do. Twisted full on, just bellies down on the ground as it's going to be Rock. Looks like they're starting to regroup. They don't want to push this too much just quite yet. Still dancing around the smokes as you can see everybody just trying to crawl to Perfectix position.
Oh, this is not the start to this game that Twisted wanted. I mean, that initial crash was not bad. You felt like you could isolate that one player, but Rock was able to find those angles to cover from the front and the back. Now they're thinking about grenades into the door. It goes far, but it is going to get the flush onto Example. So point's going to go over to Rock there, just one. Grenade right on top of him. Oh my gosh, Godv gets Tiggleton down and out. H-Win knocked now as well. The Falcons in trouble.
Oh, those nades are just so on point. Shrimsy just has to instantly drop down behind the Rock. 4 Angry Men. No shots really coming after them right now, so that's going to be another follow-up. Falcons now down. 113 is going to be where they're going to be out on the leaderboard right now. BB still sitting at 108. Freaks at 105. And keep in mind, though, BB has got to move in the circle as well.
Yeah, dude. BB just saw that, and they know that they have an opportunity if they can do well in this game. Same with T1, same with the Freaks. They're going to be thinking, if we can get the win here, then we are able to close the gap between the Falcons and BB especially. You know, if they do well, they could find themselves in that pole position. Day Trade, you've got VP in front of you. And Ibiza, I've seen what he can do with some grenades. Going right next to Belmoth, about half damage.
Oh, BB, they're going after the Taikula. They're running right into the thick of all. The circle does pop a bit closer into BB's positioning. T1 pretty close to the center of it. So down in the south where we've got Geek as well as Navi. Forest all going to have to maybe go into the north. There's that hillside that they can be playing from. Freaks, though, also going to have to contest in that position where we're looking at with Rock. So BB looks like they've leaned into the Day Trade side of this one. They're going to be coming into this pretty hot and heavy. Nades already prepped up. Looks like Flash has an idea on where it's going to be coming from, but already on the move. BB could catch this one out. Spray is going to get some damage. Finally, a doozy does take down Tigger.
Not having those tires for that US, really painful for Day Trade. They couldn't get out of there as quickly as they'd like. And that's going to be the shots from Nixie. Tanadol prone in a smoke. Last one alive here for Day Trade. Did get the first aid off, but he is surrounded.
This is a big deal. Who picks up the points onto Thanadol? He's taking the shots into VP. VP's Lucarux is going to be the one that finally finishes that out. So VP looks like they're moving into the swamp, going to be using that lower terrain for some type of cover. BP has the hillside, and this should get a bit more quiet.
And now you can kind of use this road as a dividing line between these two EMEA teams. No reason to really overcommit for either side. You have a lot of space here on this northern edge, so some poke damage maybe. Who knows, maybe if there's a couple knocks, the Freaks have to make a crash. They're just getting shot right down by Solds. 2 huge kills on the entry.
I mean, they didn't have very many options, so they just ran into it. Just bouncing between. Solds finally goes down. It's going to be DL. BL looks like he's trying to flank around, has the idea on where this is going to be at. Not a lot. Yes, the utility flash is going to connect, but he still has some cover. Going for some blind sprays, just runs right in, but DL shuts it down as well.
Oh, BL not happy about that one. Thought he had an opportunity. DL.
Bit confusing there.
Yeah, that one's a little tricky to navigate there, isn't it? A D and a B, the only things that are making a difference in that call-out. 4 angry men gone. Forest going to be the ones that are going to knock them out of this game. And you have 2 Freaks players left trying to continue to bully their way through Rock. It's Twisted only with 2 as well, so a lot of teams fighting for space. A good grenade from Spyro.
Big fight down to the south, and it is going to be Geeky as well as Na'Vi. They're just still trying to brute force their way into the circle. Forest was taking some shots at this, but now they're being harassed by Begapod. That's made this its own contained fight with this hillside. He's stepping in. So said. Gets a knock onto Iruzin. Bluzo now on top of him. Last one up for Na'Vi, as it is a little uphill fight for him. The rest of Geeky looks like they're starting to rally, and even Forest heard it. T5 also hears this firefight, and of course Fluky looks like he's on the hunt. That could provide enough of a distraction to allow maybe something for So said.
I'd like to see T5 try to third-party this fight, because they don't have anything to worry about on their western or northern flanks in terms of getting shot at. Forest can't commit as easily because of the positions of Begopod and T1, so they're not going to be as aggressive on this as you might expect. Theraton 5 finally shows up. Not really much they can do about this. Geeky just says, F this, we're out. Like, we've seen enough of that. We're just going to try to get ahead. Next circle, though, going to shift even further north than where they're going to land.
So it's on to BB and Freaks both having to make a move into the circle, and this one's going to be pretty open. Just really the cover down to the south that we can see T1. That's got a ton of crates. They're feeling pretty good about that one in this circle.
No doubt. I mean, T1 actually has a phenomenal point. That grenade from Baron, it's good.
Yeah. Right on him. Just popped on his head.
Just using that rock as a backstop. Well done by Forest. I mean, for Geeky, just so challenging to make these moves with so many of these Tide players around you. And they are making life uncomfortable, to say the least.
Let's not forget Ranger X is also over here. Hi, how you doing? He wants to get involved in this. Now it's going to be Theraton 5. Throwing in a couple of nades, blue zones. It looks like it should give him some time to manage to make it over into the rock. But, dude, Kiss is playing this so aggressive. He is up in their faces waiting for them to pick around. And this is why he is just so mean. I love watching it.
He is outrageous, man. The way that he held that angle and crouched into that spray, absolutely disgusting. Rossita Jr., though, strikes on the backside of Forest, so Kiss needs to get a move on. Not going to be afforded the opportunity. It is going to be Quizzy. He's going to find that knock around the edge of the smoke. Spiro still on the ground, though. Baron has to turn his attention the other direction. Now T5 playing their cards nicely. Scappy trying to do some damage to Begopod. They're getting dangerously close to T1.
Yeah, they already lost one in this rotation. Nade's already prepped out, coming out on both sides. Looks like the T1 ones will roll down onto 2 Heart and also take out the car. Meanwhile, also dodging most of the nades coming back onto it. Heather's just absolutely destroying on this round.
Yeah, one on the left, one on the right there for Heather. Plus, he's got a Lynx, only 3 bullets left in it. So certainly with these crates here, he's got the backup gun on the ground somewhere. T5 continuing their march forward. You can see Sosed out in the blue a bit there for Na'Vi, but Quizzy trying to hunker down inside of a smoke. Heather still using that Lynx effectively off screen. Quizzy, I don't know, man. This ain't good.
Yeah, but I mean, if he stalls it out for long enough, it could spell the doom of T5 as well. As luckily, there are 2 teams on top of T1. We'll make it 1 now, as Begapa is eliminated. Scappy still alive for Forest, very close to T1, but that could give T5 some time to really run around in this one. Everybody's juking around. This is going to be right on the edge of the zone. Freaks fighting for their lives. DL is trying to get... Everybody's just bouncing between, switching it out, seeing if they can get the shots between it, but it's going to be a lot of information fed over. DL runs away from it, realizing that that was way too contested, as they was just bouncing seat swap to seat swap between the 2.
DL trying to find a new position. Puts out another smoke there. Has to be careful cutting across those windows. That's a Saiga in his hands. That's a shotgun. Trying to do some up-close and personal damage. And Twisted Minds now, it's VP who's going to be watching this fight, trying to claim some points of their own. Grenade through the window. And maybe do a little bit of damage to somebody. Yeah, just a scrape onto Lou. Now one in the backside to see if he can follow up. Still, though, these aren't going the best for DL. And now Perfectix pushing out in the open. DL has to retreat behind this van.
He knows the fact that BB is still in a good position. Luckily on the kill feed, it is Phil first going down, so he knows he needs to get these points. He needs to secure it. T1 under a lot of duress right now. It's going to be T5 that does manage to get the vision onto them, finally take them out, but Scappy's still going to be live over there, but that firefight now done. T5 is going to be the new focus for a lot of these squads. DL, though, still caught up over here. Looks like Twisted has a pretty good idea on where he's going to be hiding. He was trying to play something sneaky, but it's not going to pay off.
Grenade out for DL. Oh, he banked it. It just didn't get quite far enough to finish Lou. He's looking around the corner there, trying to win him at peak battle, but he just cannot. Now trying to get in a position to use the shotgun. He is so low on health. Good news for him is his Twisted Minds doesn't really have any throwables. They're going to try to push forward with the guns. Around the corner, the up and over, not going to pay off for DL. Perfectic's able to hold on.
Okay, BB 112. 1 point behind the Falcons right now. They've got a lot of authority in the north, but they've got Taikula that's focused in on them. VP also has a compressing angle. T5 still have to deal with Scappy. Nobody really having too many options over here, but let's not forget about Soset. Soset still trying to sneak his way in as Forrest finally going down. Looks like T5 also going to be going down. So, all right, it's going to be on Twisted as well as Soset to get in the circle.
And now you have BB with those placement points shifting into the first place spot. 114 for them now. Perfectix, last one alive for Twisted, trying to make a move. Taikula?
Yeah, they went after those crates down there.
Oh, that's interesting. They've still Sosa's still alive.
Yeah, he's still sneaking his way in.
Oh my goodness. He's doing damage too.
My crates. Okay, VP, like they've got a lot of maneuverability room up into the north. Perfectix has spotted them out. So said trees, safety. He can spot it.
He might be a real problem for Taikula.
Yeah.
I don't know if they should know he's there. I think I saw the yellow damage numbers pop up on top of their players, so they should be somewhat aware, but they have a much bigger problem coming up here on the other side of the road.
With the squads dropping, that means that it is BB in first by 2 points right now. Problem is Crossfire. It's coming out from Taikula as well as Nixie. Nowhere to really hide from it. A doozy goes down. Suze, how much more of this do you want? It looks like it is going to be Don's trying to see if he can get a bit higher up to look in. Sosa does get spotted as well, so it looks like it's just a do lineup. VP over in the west. It's going to be Taikula in the east, and BB just fighting for their lives in the middle.
Yeah, you got to see VP here pull back a little bit. Nixie not in a position where if he got knocked, he'd be really easily resable. BB is able to get a doozy through, so he's A-OK. It's just a matter of kind of where does this next circle go. Taikula has one side of the road. The EMEA teams have the other.
Tied up right now. It is Taikula at 83 and VP at 83. This is a big fight for all three squads involved.
Ah, you're absolutely right, Matt. This is really tense. I mean, this could be a big change in some of the leaderboard positionings for these teams, and who knows, if BB comes out of this and wins, they're going to gain a lot of ground on everybody else in this lobby. Taikula just doing a lot of harass damage. VP, every time Beamy's looking up and over, he's getting peppered. Now they're turning their attention over towards BB team, who just has the pony and a little bit of cover, so that's not great.
Oh, the foldable shield. Put in work. That's about all I can do right now. We are only at phase number 7, so we still have one more to pop. That's going to define a lot of what we're going to see go down. You can see that Taikula just wants to deny anything they can to BB. And any damage they can get onto vehicles, shields, anything like that, it's going to be big. VP, though, has regrouped Beamy, playing that bit outside the circle angle. Blue zone should be encroaching on him, but he likes that. It's good for him. So the rest of Taikula also has kind of still staying outside the circle, just looking into BB's position. It feels like they don't have much cover to work around.
Yeah, it is a little bit tricky now. Trying to get a little bit further forward. There's a little bit of a lip along the road for Taikula to at least prone behind potentially. It just kind of depends on VP's ability to get up and over them. So they're just going to use the smokes in the cars to try to make their way forward. The problem for BB team, they have no smokes. So they are really pinned there. They're inside of the circle. That's the good news.
How's it going to roll? Oh, that shield just saved their life.
Yeah, that was right on point. That's Captain America's shield right there. It just protected them. Oh, what in the world is that, Cold?
Oh, cold-blooded right now. Taikula starting to get the momentum in their favor. You can see they know exactly where everybody else is. Cold playing very far to the south, starting to contain in both teams.
That is brutal for VP. What crazy good shots there from Cold. That really changes the dynamic of this. You know, with the 4v2v2. Oh my God!
Dons!
Oh my
that
God!
That was sick. Luca Rux just gets instantly dropped in this firefight that could be brewing when the next circle pops in just a few seconds. Popping all these helmets, getting this damage, really just trying to negate out med situation is just going to put Tycool in such a better position. Remember, they just picked up all those crates a second ago.
No, you're absolutely right, Matt. This is so difficult now for both of the other teams that aren't Taikula. Oh, and you have a Panzer too. Why not? Do it.
Oh, where is it going?
Oh,
that was really good.
That was well arced. It's hard to do it much better than that.
That was sexy.
That was.
Okay, Tycool is sitting at 5, feeling like more are due any second with the new circle pop. They already have Spaceman that's in the circle, and Spaceman's been their point man for quite a while. Dons, as well as Soze, is going to have to get in the circle, but BB does as well. VP has already kind of snuck their way in. So BB's path, while it's just a couple of meters to make it into the circle, looks like it's doom.
It is. Again, no smokes makes this impossible. There is no way they are getting any further. I mean, unless something really bizarre happens where like 3 Taikula players get knocked. You can res here. You can try to ride this out as BB. You know, maybe there's a world where VP goes down before them, so you're just trying to cling to life as long as you can.
Well, it's VP's rock just also has a perfect angle into where BB wants to go. And on the opposing side of that rock is going to be 2 members, technically 3 of Taikula. BB, I don't know what you can do. Nixie, it's just, I mean, hey, if you own a Taikula or a VP player right now on your fantasy roster, they're farming a ton of damage on BB.
That's a good point. The ADR, very, very high. Taikula is going to opt to try to eliminate BB team first.
Oh, and it pays off. There you go. Cold outside in the blue, but he just doesn't even care. He feels good. He's vibing off of it, but that knock could be a problem the longer this goes on.
Nixie already over 1,000 damage in this game. They've got a gas can set up there, and that's going to be another knock for Dons. Are you serious? They are just filthy with these minis.
Okay, VP, what all do you have left in the tank? So, looking out, Taikula Dons, just look at this, just bold. He's like, yeah, I know you have to go for the res. I don't even care. Peek it again, I'll knock you again, and I'll get even closer.
This is just so frustrating if you're a Virtus Pro fan. There just isn't much they can do. That gas can there, I think, is just the bailout to end the round. Yep,
Yeah.
There you go.
And that does mean that Taikula is going to end up ahead of them on the leaderboard, but Taikula does pick up the round. And that was a pretty dominant showing. Even at the tail end of that, it was just those shots onto everybody and pinning them down was just ridiculous.
Yeah, even if, you know, they didn't have the better position, they did. The Panzer, the shots, all extremely on point for them. And that made it that much more difficult for those other teams on the other side of the road to try to do anything. That is just beautiful stuff from Taikula.
And just look at BB, it just doesn't feel good. They got first off of that game, and it's just not a good way to get there because you wanted to come in with some momentum, and it just feels like that was just so mentally taxing.
No, you're right. That was a frustrating one for sure.
Okay, Taikula picks up the round. We've got a ton to look at leaderboard as it is still a neck-and-neck race up at the top.
Ready to fight. Ready to fight. Fight. We ready. Ready to fight.
Taikula dons the sunglasses, and they came to play here in the last day of the grand finals as they've got themselves a big victory here against EMEA on the other side of the road, blasting them from the rocks, dashing their dreams against them.
That was very dramatic, as was the end of this game. Taikula gets the second chicken dinner here in the last couple of games. They finished out yesterday with that chicken dinner. They get one here. You know, it's kind of akin to what we saw in the last game, the grinders making their way up towards that middle, and that middle pack is so close together. You can see this, even to the point where VP denied those points, right?
Yeah, that's so like it's fifth, sixth place is pretty much within reach for most of the teams in the mid pack, right? So you gotta play to the best of your ability. But here, like I feel like VP and BP, they should realize, okay, it's a 2v2 before. If we want to increase our chances, we should shoot. all against TKL, right? Because VP continued to knock on BB. They got 2 knocks on them, which initiated the crash in TKL. Here, like, there was a winning opportunity for both BB and VP if they kind of ganged up against TKL. That would could have given them both the win, potentially.
There is that train of thought, and I guess the opposite train of thought is, okay, we think both of us have no chance of beating the Tycooler on the other side, right? So let's try and go for the second place. So I guess there are two trains of thought there for that, but regardless of the facts, didn't go either of their way. You're never going to beat Tycooler if you don't fire at them.
I think the train of thought that you stated is obviously the more likely, because that only works if the other team also goes, yes, let's work together.
Yes, we agree. Thumbs up.
That's our train of thought as well.
But
you see them picking each other off. Tycooler, I think, did the best that they did really well with that. Spaceman laid in that little spot for a long time to kind of keep forward position. They moved up on the rocks really well. I mean, Tycooler played that end game well. Now, I am going to say, they did get 2 massive drop sequences before that fight ever broke out. They had to be feeling pretty confident with their gear and all their utility.
And VP, I quickly heard in and listened into what their comms was in their coach's room, and they were like, we got no bullets, you got to spare. We got 10 reload. We got to make sure that we are getting as much points out of it. Here, denying those last 2 there, they got a second place, they got the kills with it too, so it's massive. And here, T1, Sonic is laying the hammer down. You gotta focus, you gotta step it up. You still have a possibility here, guys.
He's saying the pizza's not going to be here for at least 20 more minutes, so if you focus right now, we can grab a great meal. No, I mean, it is what it is. Like, that's T1 is in a position coming into this where every point is mattering, every game is a big deal for them. And today just hasn't been the day that it was yesterday.
I think actually to extrapolate from that as well, obviously Sonic, for people that aren't aware of what's going on with coaching staff and things like that in the background, Sonic is a very well-respected coach over in the South Korean
Probably one of the most
scene.
respected out of Korea.
Absolutely. Yeah, hands down. So, like, for him to be in there, obviously, T1 knows that they're in a position where they can be trying to strike for the very top spots. It's a very serious day here for PGS 8 for sure. Tycooler realizes that they've been going ham, cock-a-hoop.
They really have.
It's fair to say.
They came to play. They did. I mean, there was a little bit of crosstalk yesterday at the end of the day, and we thought maybe they'd get a little hijinky, but they did not. They came out and have played their game and gotten points over and over again.
2 Tagos in a row. Virtus Pro, Nixie, 1,000-point club in the 2 Tagos in a row as well.
Yeah,
so
imagine if we had 3 Tagos per day. They would have been
number 1.
Maybe not. Math.
But one thing is for sure as well, BB Team getting to yet another podium position. They are survivors.
Also, before it jumps away, Forest Natural Gaming getting up in 3rd. They needed those points. They've been kind of grinding down throughout the day today. Tycooler, they aren't spectacular stat wins, but they are grindy wins in a position they are on the leaderboard. That is actually going to be pretty good for them. I think that middle board is ridiculously tight.
Potentially from yesterday to if they are able to finish somewhere in the top 7, top 8 today, that would be fantastic for them. That would be massive.
Yeah. And, you know, looking at how they're able to put things up, obviously Cold's probably going to get himself the MVP here as well. I think their eyes are not only on trying to move over to the left-hand side of the board, but also eyes on the horizon as a whole, right? We mentioned it yesterday, just picked up by JDG. They are going to be looking for an opportunity to impress their new overlords and move forwards into next tournaments, see if they can get more on the board there too.
Overlords, they might be really friendly owners, who knows, but they are watching, right? But they are watching, and you're right. When you sign with that new organization, they've just announced you guys. I think Cold was on the front of the tweet too.
He was.
So there is a lot of pressure on these guys, and they're stepping up and playing like that very well today. Walking away with 7 kills and 17 points is great for them. Virtus Pro, I think, where was this earlier is just the major question, right? Like, they have played really well here today.
Yep, that's what I said. Like, it's the outside bit. If they're able to kind of shake up what happened throughout the first 2 days here, they might be able to jump in and get things. This was sure not the biggest win here, but if Beamy survived, it's hard though when you have so many people staring at you. If people survive that drive in the late game, there would have been a 3-man potential with more bullets. But look at this, BB Team into first here, T1. And Tycooler, look at Tycooler on 5th though after this great game. They were, remember, they were 16 before the last game yesterday, now jumping into 5th. That is just how close our mid-pack is.
Yeah, but all importantly, tides have shifted at number 1. BB Team, as much as, 3rd place, not that many kills to their name for this one. I thought maybe it could have been bigger, but in the end, now number 1. 3 points ahead of Falcons, who have been ultra stalwart ultra consistent. And BB team, with all the podiums, has now put themselves here.
Yeah, ultra stalwart until the last 2 games where they went out in the first 3 teams on both of those. They let that slide. In the same way 17 has gone out first in the last 3 games. Another team defending PGS champions that has just let their foot, not even let their foot off the gas, they crashed the car, and to see them bounce back in the next game.
2 games, 1 point for the team that was in the lead before, right? You can't do that on championship day.
No.
We're now halfway through the day, guys. We're looking at 3 more games.
3 games.
And we are looking at teams that are looking at insane momentum, insane amount of confidence, and telling themselves after looking at Falcons going up with just 1 point in 2 games here, they're looking and saying, guys, it's possible. We are literally able to do this right now. And with this, it opens the door for Freaks as well, potentially even T1. And
True.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's why obviously Sonic's like berating them almost about some of the things that are going down. And also, as we were walking to the back, to pull the curtain back a second here, oftentimes I'm joking around with the BB boys saying, oh, like making little noises. Bestalosh, not now.
Hyper-focused.
They are focused on this. I've said it a lot. There is only a matter of time before this team gets a championship. They might be on the cusp. 3 games to go. It's close. It's within their grasp.
And it's wide open. It is uncommon for us to leave day 2 without multiple teams over 100 points. For us to be 3 games into day 3 and only have a couple of teams that are at most 16 over is wild.
Let's do it. Ready to Rondo. We have got ourselves the 4th game of the day. Let's head over to Matchroom and Paper Thin for all the action.
Let's get ready to Rondo, as it is going to be interesting to watch how this one's going to play out. It has been so neck and neck. Pressure onto BB. They are the most consistent team that we have seen so far. But at what point do they finally falter? That's my concern, is there is so much pressure going after them as it is still so close between them and the Falcons.
I mean, you've got so much experience on that BB team. You know, their game style I don't think is going to change much. It's just, I think my bigger concern is if somebody else behind them just pops off, right? If like Falcons, Freaks, T1, somebody just goes absolutely nuclear. You know, like you could see this especially from teams like the Freaks, where they just get that 1 win and all of a sudden the confidence is there and they're just destroying teams behind them. So that's the thing with me. I think BB, you know, they're so good about getting in a late game. They're so good about finding their moments to get those placement points. It's just a matter of, is that going to be a sustainable way to get this championship, or is another team just going to have those huge games that we know that they're capable of? I mean, BB can too, of course, but you know, that hasn't been their MO. That hasn't been their modus operandi. So we're looking to see them, you know, just maybe pick it up a little bit.
Their team can frag, but they're damage farmers. They make sure to punish you every time you go for a peek on them, and that's how they end up with so much territory control. And that puts everybody else knowing the fact that they're going to get punished the moment that they run in. Looks like we are going to get Circle Pop, and it is going to be around test track with Begapa still up in the air. Did you hear Poro's comment about the Begapa logo, by the way?
No, what'd he say?
It looks like Paperton with hair.
Oh, well.
Is that why you like him so much?
You think I look like P.O.?
Well, no, it's a Poro thing.
Sure. Why not?
But now that he said it, every single time I see it, I'm like,
I mean,
it's Paper.
I don't think I'm that angry. I'm usually pretty chill.
Is he angry?
Well, he's not angry. He's hungry. Maybe he's hangry.
Hangry? Yeah, get him a Snickers.
I mean, certainly, though, you got to be happy with Bagel Pot overall in this event. I mean, not much in the way of expectations. So, personally, I'm thrilled that they got to both finals. You know, here they're 15th. That's not great, but overall, I think performing above expectations. Cycle Up performing well above expectations right now, up to 91 points in 5th place. That is truly an accomplishment. And now they're frankly in the thick of things. There's a world where they end up winning this thing because they just go absolutely crazy. We've seen what they can do when they're given time and space.
So we have ourselves an interview with GK's PWDDDDD.
Obviously, we can't play as 3. Even if Hirzin is died, he's doing a lot of impact, but not like a coach. He's still a player, because coach impact, he should be somewhere in a team room, and he should watch whole game, like map, what team is doing, not like he's can be coach inside of the game. So obviously it's easier to play when whole team alive, like everyone alive. Хочу поздравить с прошедшим днем рождения своего братика Владислава Дификса. Всех благ тебе, здоровья, расти большим. Приезжай на ИВЦ, обнял, приподнял.
Oh, that was very sweet.
Oh, that was sweet. Wishing Diffix a happy birthday.
I don't know. I was gonna usually I try to make a joke coming out of those, but I was just like, nah, that's just too
That's
good.
just too. That's too wholesome.
We've had a lot of birthdays at this event, actually.
It's weird how that works. Why do so many people have May birthdays? I do. Toffees does. A whole bunch of players.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a ton of players having birthdays during this event. Here I am just off over here in December, right next to Christmas. Sad times.
Yeah, that's not the ideal birthday.
See, you get it like around the middle of the year, so that way you still have like a second present time.
Sure.
All my present time just happens within 3 days.
I can't imagine how annoying that must be.
And let me tell you, around December 28th, everybody wants to come to birthday parties immediately after Christmas, right before New Year's, right?
Yeah, that's definitely what I want to do around Christmas.
Yeah. Okay, so we're not giving you a big breakdown on the circle. You guys are pretty familiar with this whole test track situation at this stage. Down to the south, we still do have a lot of teams that are going to be having to make moves. It is going to be Rock, Forest, VP, BB, Falcons, a day trade with at least a foothold in Belmont. DK is also going to regroup around PWD, and up into the north, it is going to be T5.
A lot of teams are going to be angling for positions in and around the test track. As you know, we all know that there's a bit of a magnet there sometimes. So you're going to see teams like the Freaks, like Bagel Pa, like Twisted Minds, try to get as close as they can. T1 as well, within relative safety of those positions. It's just a matter of, where is the circle going to navigate? How are you going to hold down your territory? How are you going to lock things out? As Taikula is driving pretty close to the Freaks near the bamboo forest.
Freaks need to pick up some more points as they still have to keep watching Falcons and BB just slightly ahead of them. They should have the information fed over. This is an aggressive Taikula. They're just playing to get whatever they can today. Good shot's going to be coming up. Salute gets the knock on to Cold, and that's a big one. But Suze follows up back behind. Heaven up on top. Going to be putting in some work of his own, though. Spots out everybody, and that is Taikula eliminated.
That is an aggressive pull-up. I mean, my assumption is they saw in the maps in previous games with circles like this that this was going to be a weakly defended position, but the Freaks are extremely talented in these regards, and Heaven again with 2 big kills. Salute and Gumi each claiming 1.
Welcome to today. Now Freaks tied with the Falcons.
That's huge. That's huge for the Freaks. I mean, they need every single point.
This is just madness. 17, they've been pretty quiet today. I mean, somebody go poke them with the stick, see what's going on. They need to pick up some points in a big way, as it has been a pretty consistent slide down the leaderboard.
Yeah, our PGS 7 champions haven't been able to replicate that magic that we saw previously. Still 3 maps, still some damage. They could definitely climb those leaderboards. I mean, everything's so tight that there is a lot of shifting that can happen in those positions. Fluky. A-okay, just flying around as usual. Nothing out of the ordinary here for Theraton 5, as they're going to see that, what's out in front of them pretty much already claimed, and just got to keep your eyes what's going on behind you. BB coming in from the southern edge, going to scoop up some vehicles and continue their march forward.
Good guy at a doozy, letting everybody else have a car while he takes the bike. I mean, jokes aside, that makes a rotation, especially imagine being in first and fighting for first and being like, okay, guys, you can take the cars. I'll take the bicycle in. That has got to be nerve-wracking as T1 just playing around, popping some windows, taking some pot shots, making sure everybody knows that they are there. This is a 2-1-1 split, and it is going to be Heather very far up into the north, looking at Begapot as well as the Freaks both.
Well, Falcons also going to be on the edge of the circle to start. They, didn't have a great go of it in the previous game. Could not really get anything firing for them.
This is going to be pretty close to day trade.
Yeah, they're going to drive right by each other. Let's see what day trade wants to do. I mean, it's Tigger. He's probably going to want to fight.
Yeah, these are 2 squads that want to scrap if they can. Tigger holding this is going to spot out Scappy. Doesn't get the knock, though. How much more does Forrest want? The rest of day trade is kind of separated. It looks like they are going to hop in vehicles. They're going to come try to reinforce this one. See if Tigger's going to hop in the vehicle. Yep, he's going to go back over in flash. And Forrest, do you want the fight or do you want positioning? And it looks like they want a little bit of both.
Hard to say. It seems like day trade has fully been able to thwart Forrest here in this situation, at least initially. But there's a couple other players. Tanadol still on the move. Belmoth looming. Belmoth might be on his own if Forrest crashes this.
He's now hopped in a vehicle going to use the hillside. Sneak away from that one. Looks like other moving factors. We've got Kickstart very far behind for the Falcons. They do have themselves a compound that they're going to be playing just to the west of T1. Forest, though, this is getting pretty bold. They're running right into test track. I mean, if they can get it right as soon as they come over the top, just instantly pops that headshot.
That is scary driving there for a second. I mean, getting stalled on that fence could have been really problematic for Forest, but they're A-OK for now. Thought about maybe trying to sneak into the bottom side of test track, but that is well guarded by Twisted Minds and Na'Vi, so going to be tricky for them to really get through. I mean, we know that Forest, once they take that fight, they are going to commit, and they're going to try to do their best to wipe you out. And Kiss has been such a force to be reckoned with throughout this entire event. Falcons, chilling, still just kind of leapfrogging their way forward. They're doing their diligence. They're getting their space, and there's still quite a bit of distance between them and the two Korean teams and T1 and the Freaks. BB team coming in from the south, going to group up as 4, lock down a compound, and try to figure out their way forward from there. And that's going to be a pretty nice little spot here early on.
I really like this compound on the circle. If it does stay in this direction, you still have some outer walls that you can play around, protect your vehicles even though you're on the high ground, make sure that their tires don't get popped. A lot of vision, really plays into BB's strengths. So if this goes south, that is definitely something to keep an eye on. But we still have Test Track, Bamboo Stadium all in play. We still have the river that's up around the north. Most of the teams do look like they're playing more centered just to the west of Test Track because that's going to be what's going to be provided as far as cover goes. I've still got my eye as Falcons and Freaks are close to each other. It's not like they're really going to be striving to fight each other just yet, but the circle does go more into the Freaks' favor, so Bamboo as well as the 2-1-1 split coming up from the Freaks. T1 going to firmly regroup, so that does mean the fact that they'll probably have to surrender some of that southern area. BB looks like they've got their eyes on it. VP going to be following up pretty close to them.
It's a little scary for the Freaks in this 2-2 split. I can see 4AM sort of angling in that direction. I mean, you only have 2 players there, and if you lose that spot, you are going to have some real problems. Hyruzen driving right next to 4AM, though. Forest continuing on their merry way. They've already lost 1 player, but trying to see what's available as well near Bamboo. I mean, this might kind of make the rotation paths for the Freaks tricky into the next circles, assuming they don't get crashed by somebody.
I mean, I like this. Get the lower section of the dip, and I think that there's a shack just a little bit back behind it. They might leave somebody back over there. We also have Vegapunk that's taking some shots at Geek. That's over into the west or the east of this position. BB did actually leave their hillside, and they got way closer to T1. Daytrade's going to be coming in back behind them. Rock, the odd team out. They've got a very long drive. Forest ain't done. Forest found themselves a new home, and it looks like it was going to be way better than a shack and a little dip. Look at this. This thing's like style.
Yeah, this is nice. This is really nice for Forest. They can probably lock that down for a couple more circles. The glider has suffered too much damage, and therefore you can no longer fly it, but that's A-OK here. Geek has some level of safety in this compound, a little bit elevated compared to most, and they can just chill as the 4-man there. They do have Na'Vi kind of somewhat swinging in that direction maybe eventually, but I don't think anything's going to come of that for at least a circle or 2. Falcons 2-2 split on the western side. Really the only team that might mess with them is, well, VP, except this is, I think he can maybe get it down. I don't know.
Never without permission, Nixie.
This is.
I think he's trying to see if he can back it up.
Oh yeah. I don't know if he has enough traction on the tires.
Go try to punch it a couple times. Put the pan to work.
You could throw a grenade at it.
Lucarux is coming over there, and it looks like Lucarux is going to just try to ram into it, free it back up.
I mean, the good news is I don't think this is going to be that problematic. I mean, the Falcons are going to see it. They're going to take a couple pot shots at it, but isn't really going to be that big of a deal.
Yeah.
Oh no, but the EMP zone.
Oh no. The timing on that is terrible. You see just Lucarux cut it back around. I think that maybe Nixie got it out, or maybe got in a different vehicle. One of the two.
Hard to say.
Because I can't help but feel like maybe he got hit with an EMP and that's what caused him to have to land. Yeah, I'm willing to bet that's what happened. Then hit the tree. Now he's managed to free it. Life is good again. But Daytrade is going to be pretty close, and that means that VP hasn't scouted that out yet. Luckily, it does look like the regroup happened just fine.
Yeah, 17 just playing on the edge, but they're going to have a couple different teams around them kind of keeping their eyes out. 4AM, Na'Vi, T5, all kind of surrounding their position. Still pretty well separated, though, so they can take a moment to breathe, take a moment to park the cars, and figure out what's going on around them. That glider is also Dunzo.
That glider's got a story to it.
That's the little glider that could.
Okay, so now Daytrade running a 2-2 split just to the south of this. Thanadol and Belmont going to be way closer to Rock, though. That EMP going to be pretty close to the Falcons, so it looks like VP is just going to firmly actually, no. They think that they might have a new path ahead of them, so they're going to go ahead and start on their merry way. T1's going to spot. I wouldn't be surprised. Cut that back around. Stop off in the compound they were just at, because that one's pretty good.
Yeah, Freaks have a rough rotation here. They might be crossing right with Forest as they try to group up as two. You do have Rock, Day Trade, same compound, same ideas.
I don't know what he was shooting at there. But it's going to give enough time for Day Trade to regroup. The rest of Rock also coming in. Belmoth playing this one quiet. They do know that somebody's over here, but they don't look like they know exactly where.
This is scary for both teams. This is a really awkward fight. I mean, you can see that the Rock players are trying to flank out, figure out what's going on around them first before they start making this breach. Belmoth tucked around the corner, trying to hold an off angle.
Flash looks like he's trying to sneak around this. He's way out in the blue zone, seeing if he can get some information on how they're pushing into this. Santastico has spotted him, though.
This is really, really difficult. I like these counter maneuvers from Day Trade where they are surrounding these players. And Belmoth strikes, but he can't find the knock.
Okay, he's got the nade prepped. Has to assume that somebody's going to be coming after him. Door's already going to be open. Just do the fadeaway drop on it. Ticker does get the knock on RBN, but Belmoth goes down. It's going to be Solds yet again, finding a kill.
Nice read on the timing there by Solds. Tanadol, his turn up to bat. Molly there right around the edge. That's going to be BL and Solds trying to hold the line. You got Santastico a little bit further out. Tanadol trying to inch his way forward. No more stuns, no more frags. That one's going to be over his head. Couldn't find his moment to strike.
Okay, Flash looks like he's going to regroup now. Tanadol gets that information, feeds it over. Does he know Santastico's position, though? No, Santastico gets the knock onto him, playing very separated away from his squad. But now information finally does get read. Ticker's going to know it's just going to be him and Flash, and they are backs up against Blue Zone in some trouble. They're just going to have to fight their way through it.
Oh, Day Trade here. Could not find the knocks that they needed when they needed to. 17 storming in. Lou already shutting down one. There's a bunch around the corner. He gets a second, but he's traded and flushed.
Okay, this is still right against the blue zone. Test track getting just absolutely brutal over here. A little ghost trouble. The other duo lined up over here for Twisted. Looks like reinforcements are going to be coming from Example. Actually, no, he's stopped. I think that he has a very good angle into this, so not going to be much cover to be had in 17, who wants more points because the slide that they're going through on today doesn't look like they're going to find any in this game.
I love the way that Petulins is trying to lock down that extra angle. 17. Really tough exit that they're going to have to make, and they're all going to load up in the Pico bus.
Oh, no. Are they going to go to the north? Maybe if they can wrap around, they can get away. 4 Angry Men actually hears this, and it looks like they're trying to pounce onto Twisted. That could provide enough of a distraction for 17 to get away, but really, 17, where do you even go off of this? Yeah, 4 Angry Men, they're on the hunt for this one, and now Twisted has to respond.
There is another fight brewing up on the north with Na'Vi and Gike. Gike pinned in the blue by Na'Vi. Going to be pretty tricky for them to escape that. 4 a.m. opportunistic, trying to shut down Batulins. He's all on his own out here, and he's just crouched down trying to hide. I mean, not a lot he can do. Probably telling the other two Twisted players, hey, you guys play for the zone. I'm pretty screwed. I'm going to see if I can just hide this out and catch him a bit by surprise. There's a vehicle up on the road. 4 a.m. does spot it. Looks like they're lining up for the shots potentially.
Got to be careful. And it is actually going to be Xiao Wu that gets the knock on to Batulins. He was the one feeding positional information over to his teammates. So now it is going to be Twisted, kind of oddly gate kept out. They're going to have 17 back behind them. Just this duo up on top. I don't know what they're going to be able to do. It looks like they're just going to have to go really quick. Example's already just over on that hillside. Gike going to be running down the hill of their own. Na'Vi trying to continue their defense, and it looks like it's coming up pretty big, but Gike does at least manage to squeeze by. Forest also gets some vision into this. They're trying to third party. Meanwhile, way down to the south, we also do have Rock as well as Ticker, who's still alive. T5 all going to be running in. 4 Angry Men now looking at them. BB still needs to get in the circle, but they're being kind of gate kept by VP. Falcons over into the west are going to have to deal with VP as well.
A grenade out from Spyro, trying to see if he can get a knock to open things up for them, but really Gike in the blue in trouble. Rock does end up taking down Day Trade. Twisted Mind's gone from 17, who's still alive out there. Akatori doing some work. He's got Quizzy down.
He refuses to go down. More points to be potentially had. Gike, though, I mean, what do you even go from here? You can see the Begapa's just down below waiting to see who's going to be able to walk out of this, pick up some kills. Baron even getting a bit more aggressive over into the west. So this 1v1 really just kind of a duel for honor at this stage. BB has decided that they're actually going to go after the VP side of this. So that means that VP could find themselves pinched between 3 different squads. Falcons are being kind of gate-kept out by the Freaks, so that means the fact the Falcons might be looking more into the south. Rock also just coming up right back behind VP. VP with no options, really. They just have to run right back into BB's face.
Oh, Rock is just going to try to crash VP. Beamy did get rezzed. He's trying to go for the first aid. Lukaruck's on point. Can't find the knock. A ton of damage done there to RBN. Stuns are out. Beamy had to pull off the heel, and that's going to be Lukaruck's down.
Quick flush on it, but Beamy drops a nade. Rock wants more points. Nixie's on the outside. He's got BB in front of him. Where do you even go? EB is just firmly surrounded by Rock's players. I mean, even the blue zone just coming in to make this even more harsh. Rock, though, still sitting at 6 kills. They want to stack up some more. Molodok is going to spot out and get the instant flush onto Nixie. BB kind of using this hillside, getting some cover off of it. Soul's now just trying to move forward. He's going to get spotted out. Falcons have gotten vision over the Freaks. This is just pretty much out in the open, and it's going to be Scappy at range that gets a knock onto heaven.
This is a huge battle right now towards the top of the leaderboard. Another knock comes through. Kickstart with the M4. Going to shut down Gumin. Raining going to claim that prize onto heaven. Kickstart there knows there's going to be players over in that shack. Kiss trying to steal the point. H-Win going to back him off momentarily. Kick going to pay the price, though. Salute from the shack. Going to find the knock. Things getting messy.
Okay, but Falcons do at least have some cover for now. They just have to be careful from the advantage angles that it's going to be Forrest has. Freaks are on the other side of the road with a bit of cover as well as cars that they can use. So with this, it looks like it's everything starting to get pincered down into the south. Yet again, it's going to be 17 Gaming having to make a move. 4 Angry Men are going to be right next to him. Begapal also getting vision on Zhao Bei, trying to get in the circle. BB still using this hillside, has gotten in front of Rock. BL still alive back behind it because that was just a catastrophe for everybody to the southwest.
I'm pretty surprised that T5 couldn't do much about Zhao Bei. They're going to let other people deal with him. Okay, they are going to be the ones who claim that prize in the long run. He drove right by them. They waited a little bit to open fire, kind of waiting for the rest of the teams to start shooting, and they are going to be the ones who get that point at the very least. Falcons, though, tucked in on the western edge, able to hold on, and 2 Freaks players less in front of them, so that's going to make the job easier, but here goes BB team.
Looks like they've got eyes on the position that Falcons are trying to play around. T1 is taking shots at them, forcing them right along the edge of the zone. Falcons do even see this coming, do manage to get in the circle, and they stop right there. There's not a lot of cover to be had. You can see it's everybody on the Falcons were starting to prep up nades. They were expecting this car to be right on top of them. The follow-up is coming. Bestlock is getting very, very close. That destructible shack getting very destroyed.
Yeah, that isn't going to last long there. Blue Zone's on top of it as well. He's getting shot from other angles. A lot of teams getting involved over here. Molodok trying to keep his teammate safe there with some shots around the corner, but no Falcons players were really in the vicinity. Now some smokes are coming down here for BB. So little to work with in terms of cover.
Kickstart's playing this really aggressive. He's moving down in the south. He wants to deny out any form of move to try to rescue Bestalock. It's going to be him and Tiggleton together. BB, remember, this is for the top of the leaderboard. BB is at 118, Falcons at 114. So if you want to know why Falcons really want to make sure that they can do whatever damage they can to BB, it sets them up for a better position. Both teams right up against the edge of the zone. It is going to be Ian that actually takes the kill on Bestalock.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here for Falcons in terms of leaderboard and this game. If they can clear this edge, that's going to open up a lot of opportunities for them to make some different rotations, whether it just be straight or to the south. They at least have something, even though it is a lot of flat terrain. Longs here for 4 a.m. noted, being shot at. T5 just keeping him pinned down on the other side of the road. I think Bagopot as well spraying into that, and he's just going to succumb to the blue.
Yeah, some damage coming out from, I believe it was a con over there. So Bagopot, they have themselves a compound that's kind of in the zone. I'd say like 3/4 of it. Forest still in control of the north. Freaks, interestingly enough, pretty close to the center. But remember, guys, it's 23 alive, and we're at phase number 5.
Absolutely. By the way, T1 now sending 2 players out towards T5. They can get these grenades to land. T5 could be in a world of trouble. The knocks are coming through, the grenades, but they splash in front of the deployable cover. And they are still getting damage, though, at least with the assault rifles.
Oh, man, it looks like a con wanted a piece of that, too. So right as soon as they crested the hill, they were getting punished by Begapot as well as T5 both. Okay, BB locked down, not inside the circle. Really, it's just the Freaks and Heather that are inside the circle at the time being. BB has to make a move. Falcons are going to be so close, but Falcons, where do you even go? I mean, yeah, you've got some cars, but you can see that they're in a bit of a shambles-style situation. Most of them are going to be smoking. the hillside that they're using for cover, it recesses down into the open. There is like a crate over there, but is that about the best cover you have? It feels like maybe so. Only benefit is Forest is now making a mad dash for this hillside that's going to be right next to Salute.
Yeah, there might be some hills out there, but they aren't big that anybody has to work with on this side. Kiss trying to bully his way forward, just using the car to swap seats a bit. Some grenades have splashed near him, but not really anything threatening just yet. The rest of Forest playing Overwatch momentarily. Scappy going to rotate in to try to help out. DL and 2 grenades here. A lot of grenades coming out from the Freaks, but they're off the mark. They're in between the vehicles. Forest was on the outside. Deployable cover coming down as well.
Kiss is just bouncing into that vehicle every single time to get the spacing away from the nade, but I mean, with all the Freaks are trying to do, they can't stop anything that's going to be going on with Forest. Vegapod just hops the vehicles. They mad dash across. Finally, enough explosions connect. Deal does go down. Are we going to see more aggression come out from Forest as it looks like, oh no, you gotta let him in first.
No, he's just
let me in.
Let me in. I think he's just trying to protect himself from the grenades and just kind of got a little bit of an off timing there. That's why you want to close those doors.
That was due on in their face. So should be able to get the res. Vegapod trying to make a crossover into the east. T5 now playing aggressive into it. Is starting to get harassed by T1. So Fluky is going to go down and get flushed.
Phil First doesn't want to give any more points over to the Falcons, so just going to heal in the blue until he can no longer do so. Amali gets inside and burns the Freaks. They are done. They get a few points in this game. They get 4 kills, a little bit into the placements, but not much to speak of. Forest, though, right behind a lot of these top teams, so this is an exciting finish. You've got 3 of the top 5 still in it, and they have a chance to do some real damage.
Okay, Falcons shifted down to the south, so they have some cover, but not much from Forest. Forest using that hill, it's a great advantage. Plus, they can also run down to where those Freaks members were, pick up a bit more loot. Vegapod just in a lot of trouble over here. Just Songjiang, the last one, up in his crossfire. He's going to go down. Vegapod is eliminated, so here we go. We've got T1, Falcons, T5, and Forest.
T1 has to be real careful with this space that they're taking. You know, you want to claim this for the next circle. Falcons are going to get the shift in their favor. Forest as well has a few players in. Kiss trying to line up the shots there at range onto Padampong and T5, but it's actually going to be a knock found by Heather from T1. Padampong, not much he can do except go down. Scappy, Forest going to get that point, much needed there. Keeping those points away from T1, very, very important.
Yeah, and this is Forest realizing who the threats are on the leaderboard to them, so they can't feed these over to T1 in the slightest. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe T5 might actually... I don't know. What do you even do off of this? T5 doesn't have too many real options. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they just end up pinned there until the blue comes and takes them. T1 is going to regroup, but Forest with that bit of cover on the hillside has been an absolute menace to both T1 and Falcons.
That was a huge knock, though, for T1 to make them feel a little bit more comfortable about making this rotation. So at the very least, they've given themselves a better position in the center of the circle. They've got some rocks. They've got a little bit of hill here and there. Forest kind of blocked off from some of it, so not the end of the world. T1 just completely turning their attention to the Falcons, while Forest has T5 just stuck on the bad side of the circle.
Oh, Forest wants these so bad. They can kind of sneak up, start getting more points, get closer to T1. T1 has pretty much control over the center of the circle, and it's going to be Kiss yet again, going for the flush fast as possible. Baron's going to make sure to secure it opposing side. Looks like T1's realized the threat and points. If all these continue to go over to Forest, it's going to get even more complicated. Ranger X, odd man out. No real options. But Scabby actually playing aggressive. Look at this. He's moved right onto the same hill that T1 was trying to defend.
Oh, this is pretty crazy. I mean, the Falcons need to find a way to break out, but T1 has bared down on top of them, and now the grenades are starting to come, but they're just a bit short. They do some damage. The cars aren't going to be happy either, and so depending on which way it rolls, Type does find a knock end as well. Now T1's on the hunt.
They are after this moment. The momentum's in their favor. Scappy also realizing all of Forest just jumps down, realizing that there are points to be had, and it is going to be T1 that is trying to get them as fast as possible. Falcons just hunkered down, no real options. Throwables coming out. How fast can Forest get into a position? Raining has stayed behind for T1. He wants to fend in. H1 trying to put in the damage. Heather is managing to stay alive and just throwing everything he can into the smokes. Kick starts feeding the information over. Forest has actually opted away from going after the points, realizing how fast this is closed out, and instead now playing for the circle.
Yeah, Forrest wants to play for the win. H-Win just spraying through, finds the knock onto Heather. Smokes be damned, he's letting loose. Draining on the other side, almost wins a 1v2 there, only able to get one though. Car exploding, Kiss needs to be stuck, needs to be res there. EN going down to a molly. All of a sudden, things crumbling for T1.
This is a 1v1v2. Forrest has got all the momentum. Scappy still got control over the center of the circle. H-Win still alive. Type on the outside of the circle as well. Only Forrest inside the zone, and the solos have to crawl their way in. What are they going to do? Are they just going to surrender over to the blue? Are they going to try to fight for it?
This is very scary. Now Type and H-Win just need to prone this out. They want to get that extra couple of placement points ahead of their opponents. They don't want to give anything up early. Type's a little bit closer to the center, but is that going to make that big of a difference? Is there enough of that hill there for H-Win? Kind of buy himself an extra time, but this Pico Bus is nice.
If H-Win outsurvives Type, he gets first place again, and that is big for him. So now it looks like everybody, Kiss is going to be leading the pathing down into Type. They spotted him out back behind the rock. How cooked is the nade? It goes a bit too far. Blue zone nade's going to follow up on it. Type, I think, might lose all of his cover. Looks like he's just going to commit into staying right on top of it, realizing the fact that he's just got to survive for as long as possible. Team Falcons is eliminated, so they stay in second place, and that means the fact that Type is all by his lonesome against everybody from Forrest. Forrest picks it up, and they have shot up the leaderboard.
This is huge for Forrest. They are now in contention as well. What a crazy finish. A lot of our top teams still in it towards the end of that game. And we are going to be going into Erangel with one of the tightest leaderboards we have ever seen.
Oh my God, it is just so neck and neck today. Everybody is fighting, just trying to survive, see if they can secure a chicken dinner or at least just some damage control and pick up points, because it is so ridiculously tight at the top of the leaderboard, and new contenders just constantly keep arising.
This is just insane. The way these games are grinding at the end. Every team knows how much is at stake. Every single point, so important.
Everybody's dressed in Forrest is like, what's up, we did it! We're the best! We got all the kills, as now it is time to get set for Erangel.
Forest Natural Gaming thriving as they move through the fields and the forests to get themselves this victory against the big contenders at the top. Forest might not be able to challenge for a #1 unless they go insane in the next couple. However, they take out the big dogs.
Imagine, honestly, like if they're able to, off this, go into an insane momentum, right? And just go big on the last two maps. But yeah, that did feel like a T1 kind of throw here. I like the aggression. I like that you want to close it out, but you have to realize that you have 3 players active on Forest that had a significant chunk of the circle under control, right? So yeah, I feel like it's a little bit too much giving up here, and yeah, it could have ended better for T1 because they actually, before they went for Falcons, they could have gotten into a better spot.
Yeah, when that shift happened, I thought it was a T1 game for sure. We started this match out thinking this is a BB team game, then it kind of moved to a T1 game. And I think, honestly, I don't think they thought it would take that long to get rid of the Falcons. They were barely holding with a little bit of cover, some blown up cars on the edge. I think they thought they could make this a quick 3 and then roll back. H-Win just sort of hunkered down, and you saw him get that knock. He slowed them down. That could have been a 20-second wipe. It ended up being about a minute and a half.
I completely agree. Small, slight delays here and there, wherever it may be. Even something as simple as one of the T1 members having to then switch guns. They don't have enough ammo to try and go for it. That slowly delays them as, you know, they're trying to make that happen and finish it off. So just tiny things, tiny adjustments.
It is, but then also congratulations to Forest. Forest is down to tree. They make a really strong push. They refuse to leave. I think that attack was rooted strongly in a willingness to put their faith in Kiss, right? They let him get those frags to go very, very aggressive. He was not barking incorrectly when he opened up those first shots, and I think he did a really nice job of sort of leading that. It was the right timber for this match to sort of find the pace.
Martin?
Yeah, for sure. In this case, like Forest, obviously they played it exactly how they should have. The perfect time for the pull-up, the perfect time for them to kind of enable themselves in this one here. But T1 should have won this game. But I see the ideas like, okay, we know Falcons is a direct threat.
Yeah.
We know that if we get them out earlier and we manage to take them down, they're not going to get the points from Forest potentially, and they're not going to take on us more aggressively, right? So I understand the shutdown that they want to like make sure that Falcons don't get more out of it. I guess it was a success here, but it kind of opens a little bit of a door for Forest.
It makes it unbelievably close to the top now as well. With BB team going down the way they did, Falcons and T1 dying at similar positions in this game as well. That means they're close. But yes, let's take a look at this breakdown. It was understandable that T1 was shooting everything, and that's why they didn't really have much ammo later on, all things considered.
It was the BB system of defense.
Yeah.
Lots of damage outgoing, not a lot early on. And then I think you kind of hit the nail on the head in the green room, James, when you said that feels a little bit like a stuck in a compound sort of game ending from them. You get that little amp, that desire to do something. You've spent so long planning the final circle. I think that was it. They sat there and literally went, okay, when this happens, we're going to push Sonics. We're going to do it really fast. And they just didn't end up coming through.
Scappy and Kiss. Huge stuff. Normally, obviously, we'd be looking at Kiss to maybe take that man of the match, but it looks like Scappy's going to take it away from him after the Kiss did the tank in this game.
He did. Kiss was tanking. He got some good fights in there. He had some big clutch moments. Baron has sort of been the guy who salvages points when the team falls off or gets wiped out early. This is the first time I think we've really seen Scappy go out, man of the match, sort of the biggest numbers on the team. And it's nice to see that they're working well together.
It's also nice to see them prevail, as Scappy will take that man of the match, as a 3-man when they lost Olympus super early in this game, right? So decent fortitude from these boys. They were able to find themselves decent spots and roll from a little scrap and a little scrap, and Scappy does well.
Yeah, he does. And this, again, for Forest, could potentially make it like, if they do a dream run here, we need to see one more big game from them to kind of make them within their striking distance of the championship, right? But it's going to be an insane last 2 games here. I don't think we're going to ever see a total leaderboard as close as we're going to see with 2 games to go in a PGS championship.
Definitely the fight back from Korea for some of the points coming in from this game. T1 obviously with that 12 points. DM Freaks gets a little bit as well to be able to move on towards the top. But as I say, it's going to be super, super close when we see the overall leaderboards coming on.
6 for Falcons.
I want to see it so bad.
6 for Falcons, 6 for Freeze. This is what we're talking about, though, like the salvage kind of games. If you're not winning the games, you still want to be able to get some placement points.
All right, here we go.
Oh my God.
120, 119, 150, 112. Forest Natural Gaming. You're totally right, Avenger. 109. They could do it. It's a shot, but they could.
When we started the day, the top 4 was 9 points difference from first to fourth. Now it's 8 points difference.
Wild.
Not much has changed. Sure, we've seen a little bit of changes in terms of the overall leaderboard, but still only 8 points difference with 2 games to go. And as I said, with one more big game from Forest, they could potentially put themselves in lead.
And if there was ever a map for the ultimate Giga chess game, right? This is the big brain map. These guys are going to be trying to parse out those pieces, make aggressive early moves. This is the map where you kind of want to see that happen. So I'm excited to see this so close as we roll into the most prolific map in PUBG history. Everyone knows how to play it. They can't blame anything on the map. This is all going to be down to how they approach it.
We get down to the wire so much.
It was insane in PGS 7. It's going to be even wilder here with 5 teams this close, with 4 teams within 8 points. Like, it's just unheard of. It's not seen before with this many teams just 2 games ago.
Yeah, definitely. All right, well, I'm getting word that we are ready for the break. Okay. So we will head on over, and when we return, we have the penultimate game. Only 2 more games, but let's be honest, it's going to come down to the last game anyway. Yeah, we'll see you in a few.
To Rivals Hover League, a battle of blazing pace and power. Watch out for Hunter, the Ambush Predator. Boom, Sniper. One shot, one kill. Rolling Thunder, it's Raider. Death from above, it's Jet. Hook, line, and sinker. Bet. Here comes the storm. It's Flash. Esports Hover League.
Charging directly into the Freaks. Close to
Slow down, yeah. I got the initial. Oh, there it is. And one more for good measure. Good
But it's going to come at a bad time because, I mean, Navi has already kind of got a point. Good day coming up from Embers for VP down.
That is a problem.
Oh,
Norin's.
Day Trade.
And
Day
now
Trade wants this.
To Norin's compound, and Norin's just laying out everything. Trimsy still playing around that smoke wall. Kiss hiding in the mids. And Tig do work with that Groza. Kiss gonna find Trimsy. Does Kiss get all of them? Of course he does. Give Kiss 5 kills. Utility just not landing. That is very, very hard stuff to land. It is a doozy, and Bestalok gonna get immediately spotted by Vatu. He'll get another one. IGL who? He'll get 3. He gets almost all of them in Twisted Minds.
Using the distraction from VP as well as BB taking shots at this rotation means the fact that Freaks managed to sneak it. Oh, Evie!
More steps toward unifying your Battlegrounds experience. Destructible terrain on Tago. And a new way to hide your vehicles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 35.2 patch report. First up, we're continuing to work toward unifying your Battlegrounds experience. This update adds vending machines, previously a Miramar exclusive, to Erangel and Tago. You can also keep an eye out for medical vending machines that distribute first aid kits, bandages, and med kits. All these machines still have their chance at a jackpot, so test your luck when you run into one. In addition to this, Erangel is also getting Tago's destructible pots. Breaking these has a chance to give boosts, healing items, throwables, and even secret room keys. So embrace your inner Link and smash away. And speaking of destroying stuff, destructible terrain and the red zone have made their way to Tago. As before, explosives and the Panzerfaust will alter the terrain they hit, adding a bit more realism to that big, cool explosion. We've also added the pickaxe to the map for those who'd rather dig their trench a little more discreetly. For now, destruction on Tago will only affect terrain, so don't worry about the building you're in caving down on top of it. And on the topic of discreetness, you can now find vehicle camo netting on Erangel and Miramar. Deploying the camo netting to your vehicle will help it to blend in with the terrain around it, making it harder for enemies to see while obscuring tire positions. We've also toned down C4 a little by making it a deployable weapon that requires 4 seconds to set. This adds a little more risk to the reward instead of it being used as a nuclear grenade. There's also a new Survivor Pass, enhancements made to the inflatable boat, some improvements to the flare gun's UX, and lots more info about everything else we talked about. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 35.2 is here. So pack your favorite explosives and get ready for a little light terraforming on Tago. Just make sure you hide your getaway vehicle from the other survivors. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Ni hao, I'm Tiger and Lilik.
No, Lilik.
We thought it was going to be close over at PGS 7, and we are not disappointed here again at PGS 8. We have an opportunity to see which of our regions, never mind which of our teams, is going to be walking away with the championship yet again. Because one thing's for sure, across the last couple of days, it's proved that every single region has the chops to be able to make it happen. Now moving into the penultimate game, it is close.
Yeah, I do think there's a little bit of a surprise not seeing 17 in that mix, the defending PGS 7 champions. But that said, the stage is set for a new champion, or a first time, maybe a repeat by the Falcons would be nice, or the first time, Korean winner.
It's a little bit heartbreaking that we start the day with a 9 points difference in the top 4, and then now it's 8 because some teams, they kind of drop the ball in some games, and you got to go back now. It's the best of 2 for the top 5.
Huge thanks to our partners for joining us here for PGSs, as we've got Crafton and Hero Esports making things happen here live from Shanghai, China.
If you want to overpower your game, check out op.gg.
And of course, thanks to Aorus for coming in with all the PCs.
AMD inside that PC, making everything beat and work as natural.
It's more Wowie with Zowie, the official monitor partner here of PGS.
And of course, Seed for making all the players comfortable.
And Lexar for the memory, for the power as well. So thank you to them for joining us for PGS 8, as now we have to turn our attention to Erangel, the good old tried and tested, where we have almost teams trying to out-meta each other because they know it so well, Avenger.
Yeah, it's figured out so much at this point. Teams will know, okay, this is the next best spot, this is the third best, and they're like, okay, we're going to be going in this direction, and then trying to kind of backfill each other. Then we're going to be seeing insane third parties, like we've seen on every wrangle, right? And that's really the scary thing.
You said who do you pick to start the day? I said Falcons. I'm still standing on that. Are you guys still standing on your picks?
I'm standing on BB Team.
Oh, you're asking me if I start with Korea.
You stand with the freeze.
Is it time for Korea to get a PGS? Clinton's looking at me and nodding. I guess I'll stick with Korea. Yeah, let's go for it. Matchroom's shaking his head.
Well, of course, Matchroom's a Falcon stan.
Oh.
Got it.
What's going on here? 17.
They're channeling everything. I mean, this is the spot. They got a good central location if 17 was going to make a move.
Let's do it. The penultimate game. Let's head over to Matchroom and Paper Thin. It is down to the wire. Take it away.
And it's Erangel time. 2 games left, and it is still anybody's race in those top couple of positions. I mean, even with the way that T1 was playing inside that one, there is a world where they can get enough points. But, God, this is just so... The top of the leaderboard is just so compressed, and I love it.
It is going to be another insane finish here at PGS. Anything can happen. 2 more games to go. You never know. I mean, you just never know what's going to happen. T1 out early, as they have mostly given up their drop spot of Yaznaya. I don't know if they maybe actually have the opportunity to go there, if they're just going to stick in Lipovka. We'll have to wait and see.
Ooh, this is big. Top damage dealers on Erangel. 2 of them are BB players.
That's really impactful. I mean, if they can keep that up, then that could be the team we're looking at lifting that trophy in just a few moments. As everybody else getting out of the plane, very southernly shifted plane, so it could be a little tricky for a few of the teams.
Look at this average points on Erangel. Falcons at 9.2, BB at 8.1. As close as the 2 of them are together, that is crazy.
It is insane.
Circles, where are you going? Who you love right now? If it leans into the east, that could be good for both BB and Falcons. T1 also going to be over there. If it leans into the west, it could be anybody's game. And that's pretty big. It's going to be Yaznaya pretty center. T1 in their kind of trash loot that they're going over here for Lippo. Puts them on a good spot, as well as Falcons inside track to center.
A ton of pressure now onto the Falcons and T1 to make your rotations as quickly as possible to get some of the prior compounds and not run into each other while you're doing it. I mean, you could really just completely hose each other's chances if you have a scrape early. I mean, we've seen that before between T1 and the Falcons, where they have similar ideas on where they want to go in these early games, and the Falcons were barely able to best T1 just a few days ago. So definitely something to kind of consider for both of those teams, to make sure you're being really diligent with the scouting, with the timings, all those things.
Here's my thing, though. Forest at 109 is in contention.
Yeah.
And Kiss has been popping off today.
Can you imagine?
If they can usurp these positions, because it's not crazy. It's only 11 points. If anybody goes down early, it could really open this one up. And could you imagine if Forest manages just to fight their way tooth and nail with Kiss to get into at least the top 3?
Well, that would be so cool. I mean, what a story. for that team. Yeah, some of them, have been at these internationals before, but they weren't really of note, and they have really leveled up. And obviously, Kiss is going to be talked about as the MVP he's going to be the MVP. That's but he should be. But getting there, still a lot to do. Have to have some good games here, back to back. You're 11 points behind BB team.
So, Falcons, T1, pretty close to each other. Looks like it was just a bit of a contestation for a vehicle, but nothing really coming out of it just quite yet. Yasnaya being so centered in, this is going to feel like it's a focal point that teams are going to have to work around. Let's not forget that we also have the Yasnaya Lake and the river that comes out of it. Stolber's still in play as well, so there's kind of a dead pathing that's going to be over into the northwest. That's going to force a bit more of a funnel down into the southeast, where we can see it's going to be twisted as well as the Freaks being played at right now.
Well, if T1 is able to kind of suss out that there were only a couple vehicles from the side of the Falcons, they might be able to do a little bit of damage in rotation, but the Falcons going wide of that compound, so I don't think anything's going to come out of it with two of those top teams up there, maybe having an early skirmish. The Freaks as well, wrapping around towards the north. They're going to try to come in through VP territory. Salute being very cautious about it. It is going to be an E pickup for Na'Vi from the Western Farm splits. Just might as well.
I love it. I mean, hey, anybody can roll over here, can find some vehicles, deny those out, so that means that you're not leaving anything for anybody behind you. That is a big part of the game, and so with this, where is Na'Vi going to go? I mean, if they ride it all the way to the end of Kameshki, it's still inside a circle. How many times have we got a chance to say that one?
I would be thrilled with a Kameshki finish. Absolutely thrilled.
Just kamikaze it. Go all the way up there.
Heck yeah, let's do it. Let's just add full chaos to this. But for now, it seems like it's going to end somewhere near Yaz. Maybe the fields of Yasnaya are going to be our...
The way Erangel's been going? Yeah.
That's kind of what I was thinking. You can see there's a few teams kind of driving around here already. So
T1.
What Navi's going to be looking for, they're going to have to go a little bit further north. A lot of the compounds at the crossroads already occupied. Forest, very safe rotation, trying to go way, way north. But so are the Freaks.
Yeah.
So there's a world where something happens with that.
And we do have VP that's running a 2-2 split. Top of Stolber down in the warehouse to the south. It's a pretty common good hold. So Freaks might not be able to get too much more, but there is also the road that kind of wraps around Stolber, so we can see them playing for that one. Forest might just go for a longer northern wrap, as those hillsides can be a bit atrocious to kind of come in from the north. Freaks look like they might have...
Oh, the timing on this. They want this car.
Yeah, if they go for this car, it is going to be at the wrong time. They've realized it, instead taking a couple of shots back into Forest. Forest realizing their position. Oh, and even popping more tires. I love it.
That's very smart by DL and good driving here. I believe it's Gumin in the other seat with him. Just doing a nice job, not overcommitting to anything, just doing a little bit of vehicle damage to make sure that one isn't going to be a nice scoop up for anybody behind him. Not that it would have been a huge problem for Forest. They've got quite a few vehicles, but the right ideas for sure. Meanwhile, the rest of the Freaks are going to be settling up in Stolbert. VP relatively close as well.
Do they know? I don't know. VP's playing so far south. I think that it feels like maybe Salute doesn't like... I think that maybe he ran into one of the buildings and might have spotted the fact that it had been looted, realizing that somebody's probably still staying up over here. Is Kameshki the new target? He is running pretty far to the east.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to try to get down around the mountain.
Oh, my God.
Try to get ahead of VP.
Now it's BB over here, pretty close, just going to be east of Mansion, so that is going to be Falcons, T1, and BB, all pretty close to each other.
That's spicy.
Mm-hmm.
That is very spicy. Can't wait to see what's going to happen in the next couple of circles. See if those three teams end up scrapping with each other. And, with the Freaks making their wide wrap, they're trying to get as far down the mountain as they can. VP, though, matching them mostly, getting a little bit further down the Stallbar Mountain as well. You can see some of our previous champions up in the Hall of Fame. And Salute is one of those on Donawa. He has a PGC. He has a PNC. He wants to add a PGS.
Oh, look at this. Forest actually wrapped so far around. They did come in through Kameshki, but they have run down into where Na'Vi did their emergency pickup. Freaks have shifted out. VP has now moved down the hillside, so Stolber is entirely open, but the Stolber hillside has 4 different teams that are all vying and jockeying around different points for it.
Oh, boy. Yeah, nobody really thinking that it's going to be anywhere near Stallber in the long run. Everybody just trying to get around the mountain as best as they can. Forrest is driving danger close to the Freaks. Baron, oh boy, pulls off. Not really thinking that that's going to be a viable route just yet, and he is absolutely correct.
I think that one of the Freaks took a shot at Na'Vi, and Forrest instantly was like, nope. Turns it back around, so back to Kameshki they go. Forrest, your hopes and dreams along the peninsula up there. Meanwhile, Day Trade as well as T5, not yet inside the circle, but pretty open pathing. It is going to be T5 leaning into the northern section along the Stallber, but looks like they're playing closer to the river, so they should be fine. Day Trade is going to be coming along maybe that Death Road farm pathing, so pretty much nobody over there either.
Yeah, Bagel Pa now starting to make a very northern rotation as well, so that's something to keep our eyes on if they bump into somebody and if there's any fighting, because a couple of the big teams are already on that north side, so you have to be considerate of that. T5, yep, late to the party, but actually pretty good pathing here. They could take around the northern side of the lake to get in.
Oh, I was about to say, we haven't had much go down yet because of the fact that everybody is playing this. With the way that this leaderboard is stacked up, nobody's wanting too much more, but PWD went a bit too far, and it is going to be him down.
Just outside of the Hall of Fame. Spyro trying to do what he can to keep him alive, but, I mean, you're going to have to send players over there to do anything about this. You can keep them pinned inside the Hall of Fame, but, you know, to get there, it's going to require some smokes and some good timings. Let's see if they can get it done. 17 wants to get some grenades to get this point. Let's see if they can connect.
Having to burn this much utility just to secure 1 point. But, I mean, 17, man, get something rolling. They were contesting for first, and they just cannot find anything. Even that nade doesn't get the flush on it that they want, but they'll get it in a second. Well, I don't know, Quizzy, he's running in on this one. I don't think he can make it in time, though, but it was going to be pretty close.
Yeah, that grenade was good enough to keep Geeke from doing much about it. It is going to be a kill going over to 7-7 for 17, and that's going to send Geeke packing just a bit. There's this northern wrap I was just talking about. Sungjong going to be leading the way. Former IGL can do a great job with the scouting with the eyes, and he has no doubt about what's going on inside of here.
Oh, I love it. We're about to get a potential Kameshki fight. Never mind. Way down to the southwest, Yasnaya Fields. A shocker going to be the way that we're going to be looking for it. So everybody up around Kameshki, can you get any points out of it? Forrest now taking some damage. They're going to have to run as far down to the south as they can. T5 is going to be wrapping over into the west. Freaks have the inside track. They're going to be running right next to VP. Falcons look like they're going to be usurping into a position right next to VP as well. Given how separated out VP is, they have to just kind of run away from it. Luca Rux as well as EB having to run from different teams. It looks like they're going to be converging. Now, yep, looks like Luca Rux is going to be able to get away, but Falcons do have themselves an Alamo to play around.
And Falcons have an inside track compared to T1 and BB in some ways to the center of the circle. So for now, a little bit of an advantage in that regard. Just a matter of whether or not they're going to be able to fully capitalize, or if, you know, weird things happen with the circle, who knows. The Freaks did get into Yasnaya. They're on the northeastern side. That was available to them. VP just going to stick in the hills. They didn't like what they saw, and that's a huge knock. Here comes Na'Vi.
Okay, also while this is going on, you can see it is going to be Na'Vi getting spotted out over here. State is going to get taken down. I think that we did see Kickstart go down, but he should be resable at range. T1, backs pressed up against the blue zone. They're going to have just south of them in Mansion. BB did manage to take that one over. So Na'Vi now playing just with their 3. They have been firmly surrounded, and Forrest is still yet to make it into the circle, as well as Begapa. Well, Begapa's wrapping all the way around Stallber again.
They're just ping-ponging around. They didn't like what they saw in front of them with Forrest there, and now you know it in the kill feed too, so you can really make your decisions based off of that, and that's a big point there for Forrest early. A little bit of damage here on the T5 as they're watching it, Geeke, but shouldn't be too much else that comes out of that. Trying to see if he can hit the tires. Yep, is going to find it. Did pop it. Nice angle there for Rossiter Jr. So that makes things a little bit more tricky for Geeke.
Here's BP's position. Very strong, but close to the edge of the zone. And if they have to wrap out to the west in heaven, it is going to be Twisted Minds. And that is going to be a very big problem to try and deal with them, because we know how they play around high ground, but they're running a 2-2 split right now. So they aren't necessarily the most defended and could maybe not handle a crash, but it is also still Twisted.
Well, if you know that your backside is clear, making the approach to that heaven position, the Sky Garden, whatever you want to call it, that is doable if you know your backside is clear. And then you can get to those hillsides, you can park your cars there, and you can make your assault. It's just Twisted
TBS.
Minds is, well, if it ends in Yaz.
Well, true, actually.
If it ends, it's not going to. It's pretty unlikely, but I can hope. I can dream, Matt.
I want it. Don't give me the fields again. We've had too many field innings.
I
I don't even care. Go anywhere.
I
Go
know.
Skyguard. Go Mansion. I don't care. Just not the fields again. Okay, it looks like T1's actually calling an emergency pickup, assuming the fact that this could be a bad circle for them, given that they were right up against the zone wall. Not a bad call.
No, I think that's a decent option for them, given a hard shift in particular. Na'Vi loses another player. Forest is on the hunt, dude. They could just crash in here if they so feel like they have the opportunity to do so. That is a hell of an arm there that the Forest players have, and here they go.
Oh, Kiss goes down, and that is a problem for Forest, but reinforcements come quickly. Blue Zone A down. Barrett's going to go down as well. Na'Vi has taken a lot of damage, but they're still alive. Scappy also down. The push falls apart.
Just Olympus, he's gone. Na'Vi holds firm, and Forest goes out early. Only 1 point found, and that may be the end to their PGS dreams.
Okay, breathing room for T1, and they need it. BB just to the south. Where are you going to go, T1? Looks like with that emergency pickup, they are not going to take it. BB had also called one. They're not going to take it. So really just a cluster of helicopters in the sky that nobody wants to have anything to do. Well, I say they might take it. I don't know if BB will take it. Surely you don't abandon Mansion at this point, do you? Unless you want to go Yaz.
No, I think for BB, you got to use the vehicles to try to get towards Heaven. For T1, you can play at the north side of the Mansion Forest and just lock that down, and you should be in okay-ish position. It's definitely not ideal. It's definitely not Heaven itself where Twisted is. That's one of the best spots on the map for sure. Bagelpa is going to find Quizzy there on the backside. That's way over on the west. Bagelpa going to settle up on top of the plateau and see if they can find any more damage from here. T5 driving by as well.
There's a lot of teams. We've got Daytrade, T5, Geeke, as well as Bagelpa still trying to just get into the circle somehow, some way. They're getting a lot of information, but that information is all bad. Okay, everything's taken on this angle, so north, maybe? Try to go for the wrap. VP having some troubles. They're just trying to cross over the Yasnaya fields to the east, and it is going to be Falcons as well as Na'Vi that get some vision on them. So it's clear for now, but hitting some shots onto the Falcons. Do they just go for this crash? It looks like VP is going to make the commitment, catches some airtime that slows it down, but that means that they do dodge out the nade. Shumsey gets a shot onto one. Kickstart gets another one, but Kickstart goes down. Nixie does get the down and the flush.
They're punishing this position that the Falcons took. Only a couple players here. Tiggleton swinging around to the outside. He's got a huge knock.
Runs up, but he's going to go down. It's actually Ian at range, spotting this out. Everybody stacked on top of each other. Na'Vi also going to be running down to this roughly the same time. Shrimsy still having to deal with Dixie right up on top of him. H-Win, the duo, still trying to cling to life. How much does T1 want? Looks like they've sent 2 members over to see if they can get anything in range. Blue Zone name's going to go down, but H-Win does manage to take down VP. Damage, though, has been massive.
A heat-seeking frag there, but now they've got more problems. It's Na'Vi who's rolled in. Grenade upstairs right near Shrimsy. Is he going to be able to dodge that? Just barely. Gets up on top of some kind of shelf in there. And he's going to be knocked by the follow-up there. H-Win just hiding behind the door. Na'Vi players looming. Can he do any more damage?
T1 doesn't have an angle into this right now. Bagelpa is eliminated while this is going on. H-Win tries to go for some type of hero play, but it is going to get shut down. Falcons out. They touched first for a second, but BB is still alive down in the southeast.
Oh, boy. Things starting to get wild here early, and this is actually 4 a.m. with the mortars. I was wondering where the heck those were coming from. Thought they might be T1 for a second, but now 4 a.m. turns their attention to a different direction. Circle getting near the Sky Garden area. Rock already crashed in there. BB team is just lighting people up from range from Mansion. Things getting a little bit wild over on the other side of the circle.
That crossfire onto Rock is a big problem. BB looks like they're trying to get some kills out of it. Oh, there you go. That puts BB back into first. Freaks have to leave Yasnaya, and they have to run into a terrible kill box in front of them. 4 angry men not leaving just quite yet. Looks like T1 also trying to get... They're just going to run right over into the area just north of Twisted, north of Skyguard.
This is huge for BB. They just cleaned out a threat. towards taking that position. That Twisted Minds is in. That is really nice for them. That opens up a lot of extra space for them to work with further into this game. Heather does have a Lynx here for T1, but T1 trying to take this dip. You can play from here for sure. A little worried about Mortar since we've already seen a few of those in play, but they are going to find a knock onto Na'Vi. It's actually Type left as the anchor player who's harassing them. And they're going to send a little bit of return fire his direction. Has to be careful, and he knows
there
it.
There you go, down to the south. It's going to be Tycooler trying to make a run right next to T5. Quick spray coming out from Ranger X. Can he get some more? Has to go for the reload. Suze up on top. Thathampong's taking a lot of damage, and he's going to go down. But guess what? There's another stage in this gauntlet, as it is going to be Day Trade up on top.
Huge for Day Trade. They might be able to feast a little bit more here. Indeed, Belmoth going for the flush, did plenty of damage there. That's going to bleed out quickly. Ranger X done. Tanadalt trying to throw some smokes out to help cover his teammate Xiao Wu on the other side. T1 now takes the backside of Heaven. They've been left open by Twisted, and they're going to claim a further forward position. What can they do with it?
Okay, this is getting pretty spicy pretty quick. Twisted running a 2-1-1, but Perfectix all by himself does manage to take down Rosted Jr. Fluky just having to hold down over here. Last one alive for his squad. Nade's going to land pretty close. Doesn't take him down just quite yet. Day Trade still spotted this out, still trying to get damage. While this is going on, we did actually see the Freaks manage to get inside the circle, so it's going to be BB still not yet inside of it.
Some knocks coming on the backside. You can see a lot of damage being done. The Freaks on the edge of a hill. 4 a.m. over on the other side. The remnants of Na'Vi just to the northeast. A couple widespread Twisted players just to their south. Things getting absolutely wild here. A bunch of teams falling apart in just a couple of minutes, but a lot of the top teams still in this.
Here we go. BB is making their rotate over into the east, and they are sending it straight into Heaven. Twisted had to shift away from that angle due to T1 coming in after this one, so BB does get into the shade of Heaven. Looks like they're playing in a pretty safe spot for now. They do have T1 holding up very, very close to them, though. 4 Angry Men looks like they might be lying a bit more into the east. They're going to be going after Na'Vi. Na'Vi's got a couple of trees, but they do have some cover in that ledge. They're going to get some shots. So said does get the knock on one, but God V gets knock on a Fairest.
Yeah, that's a nice hold there for 4 a.m. temporarily, but the grenades are good. Hakatori has God V in return. Another grenade being thought about here. It is out. Na'Vi players in the blue going to go down to that after the knock from Godvi. Stuns coming through.
Oh,
Hakatori wants more.
This is just running into their face. Playing around the outside of the smoke. The nades have gone a bit wild for 4 Angry Men, not connecting the way they want. Twisted looks like they're going for a regroup, so they're actually going to abandon Sky Garden. Hakatori on the side angle does at least get the flush, but he doesn't want much more after revealing himself. God V down. I think that with the way the circle is popped, this is going to be really interesting. Twisted trying to regroup. They have to be careful. They're going to have Day Trade down the south of them. 17 also, not yet inside the circle. And just right up here next to the both, you can see neither one of these teams, and 4 Angry Men or Na'Vi, in the zone yet. They have to step forward a couple more feet, and they're going to lose most of their cover.
No doubt, but this has opened up for two of our top teams. 4th place T1. Oh my God, Tungmu. Oh boy, if he had gotten the spot there, could have done some damage, but Hakatori again.
Good pickup from Na'Vi. They have a bit more space to play with, but the new threat is going to be the Freaks back behind them. Freaks sitting at 119, Falcons at 121, but BB at 125. They're starting to find some space, but they don't have a lot of space to work with on the circle.
I think that was a Lynx. Yeah, indeed. Maldoc going to grab that. That is a huge gun to find in the late game. Could really open up some space for BB. A FAMAS as well. Not going to be considered, though. Looks like they're happy. Okay, he is going to switch to it. This is a ton of crates just all lined up here for BB team. Huge pickup for them coming into the later stage of this, especially with T1 just above them.
So Freaks have Na'Vi to their northeast. They have Twisted down to their southwest. They've got this dip for now, but it does not feel comfortable. T1 is hearing this. Don't really have vision into it, just due to the way that the hillside kind of lines in. You can see going down into the southeast, that's going to be the angle that T1's going to be looking at. Besides, T1 has their own problems, and BB has gotten 2 of their members up on top of Heaven.
Lynx as well in the hands of T1, so both of those teams putting together some level 3 gear and trying to put it to good use. We'll have to see. I mean, this is madness here up on top. Xiaobei able to find a hillside to work with. Has an SLR in hand, just seeing what's going on around there. Meanwhile, Freak's going to be happy with their corner. Things probably going to slow down a bit here, as most of the teams have found an edge to work with. Just going to come down to this phase 6 circle shift.
Except for poor 17 down there. Oh,
my
Heather,
God.
How you do? All right. Looks like Na'Vi is going to leapfrog in, get pretty close. 17, though, still needs to get in the circle, and I wouldn't be surprised if BB could get some vision on them in a second. But really, 17 is kind of stealthily just sneaking in to a new corner time and time again on the zone, hoping that everybody kind of forgets that they're there until they can pounce in the late game.
3 more shots in this Lynx for Heather. Certainly there's got to be another DMR on the ground you would think that he can swap into once that runs out. It is going to move away from the heaven position. So BB team T1 have to figure out how they want to do this. A bit of a game of chicken potentially. Who's going to make that first move? The Freaks have to make one as well. Are they just going to crash that compound that Batulins is in with another Twisted Minds player?
Look at this. Ian's already left the compound. He knows where the hillside is. He wants to get control over it fast. It's going to be Soset, actually. It's going to be over there. Freaks know where he's at. 17 looks like they're going to try to wrap in, but they're going to get very close to BB. Does 17 even know that they're there? Phil first gets a lot of damage out, but where is 17 even going? It's just points being delivered to BB team right now. As long as they can hold, Phil first has gone down, but finally 17 starting to come alive. Zhao Wu getting a lot of damage exchange, but Molotov on 1 HP manages to hold it out.
Is T1 going to try to punish this? There's 2 knocks onto BB. They know it's them, but Ian had already flanked out towards the Freaks. He's taking a crazy battle out here, basically by himself. Heather in the vehicle trying to get there. The grenades are out. He is well out of range of that. Twisted Minds doing some damage from afar, but this battle right here is so important to Korean teams in the hunt.
Okay, Freaks, you've got to crest the hillside. You know if you play a bit further down in the south, you could have a different set of issues given where Day Trade and Twisted are going to be playing. But Twisted is pretty much caught up looking at Day Trade, trying to make their regroup right now. So that means that the Smokes are just going to be trying to hold out different angles. I mean, T1 can't even make a commitment into the firefight with BB based off the separation being where Freaks' position's at. Ian does go down. Guman is spotted. So that means the Freaks know exactly who they're lined up against.
Yeah, and you can see they already had another grenade out looking for that flush. Are they going to allow it? Salute thinking about a flank, trying to find an angle on the other side of the hill. Meanwhile, BB up to 4 strong, throwing out some smokes, throwing a buggy, throwing Molotov out front to see what he can do. And they are going to get themselves at least established in this part of the circle. Took a bit of damage on the way in, but nothing substantial just yet.
8 points ahead of both the Falcons and the Freaks. Here we go. Freaks coming in. They want more. Ian down, bleeding out. Heather has to fend in. It looks like he's got a nade prepped and ready. Is he going to be able to drop it off? Does he throw it too far? Looks like it's going to go off in the distance. Gonna get some damage onto DL. Can we see some covering fire coming out from the other members? Heather just having to fend this up himself, but he hits a big nade onto the Freaks. Stops them in their tracks.
That might open the door here for the rest of T1. Raining trying to get down. It's just Heather and Raining, but Heather has evened up the odds with 1 grenade, 2 shots in this Lynx.
Ooh.
Can't find the first, can't find the second. He takes a bunch of damage.
Raining playing that off angle into the east. A is going to be shot in the back by Molotov. Heather does get the knock on. This is bad. It's going to be Lynx versus Lynx lined up over here. This is so crazy.
Oh, this is brutal right now. As Molotov 1 shot left in that Lynx. Then he's going to have to swap over. It is going to be some BB players going down. T1 crumbles. 5th place for them here. 4 teams remain. Your first and second currently still in play.
Okay, BB not inside the circle. Freaks not in the circle. Twisted still holding down right on the edge of it. Down south, Day Trade still very strong. Molotov aggressively moves into the circle, seeing if maybe they can keep out the Freaks. Nades starting to rain back down. Freaks playing off the back foot. Nades right up on top of him, but not going to do enough damage to get a knock just yet.
DL trying to avoid the follow-ups. There is everything in the kitchen sink coming here. BB team knows how important this fight is. And it's actually what? Salute! What?
Salute gets the perfect angle, stops it, and now just a couple of points. Do they have time to get the res onto DL? It's going to be Day Trade now running into the circle on this pathing. Salute taking a couple of shots in after him, but it's going to be Twisted lined up into the west, Day Trade into the east. What do you even do, Freaks?
Unbelievable. I mean, Salute was the player who clutched it out for Donawa in 2023 at PGC, and he may have just saved the Freaks. He may have given them a chance here. Example, finding a knock onto Tigger, a quick flush as well. Day Trade trying to find some room in this circle. Only Tanadol in, the other 2 out, and Perfectix and company have them barricaded.
Look at the point setup right now. It's going to be Twisted in 7th at 92. Day Trade in 6th at 95. Very important fight for the 2 of them, but it looks like Salute is that unofficial extra man for Twisted. Tanadol Keeps eyeing up into the north. He knows that Salute's over here, but that is a 1v1. That is scary to take. Thanadol just going to be very bold with it. A lot of utility coming out. Does get the flush onto him, so the Freaks are eliminated.
Yeah, great use of the stuns there by Daytrade. Don't give Salute any more opportunities to wreck teams, because he will do so. And now maybe just a blue zone finish here for Daytrade, sending up the white flag.
Okay, Thanadol, what are you going to do? Well, you're going to be spicy. Flash dropped a nade.
Yeah, what do you got?
What you got?
What you got?
Come on. Do a dance.
Nothing?
Oh, I guess you're going to give a point to Twisted as they're going to roam right over here. Hey, he gets a knock onto Example. So, got a rock. See if maybe he gets more back down on this other duo. No. Twisted picks it up, and that should put them ahead of Daytrade.
Now, better late than never for Twisted Minds, but what a crazy game there. So many of our top teams fighting tooth and nail on that eastern side. The Freaks, T1, BB team, unbelievable.
Okay, so it's still close between Freaks and BB. Falcons, I don't know if they generated enough points. They're going to have a banger to catch up.
No doubt, and that was a really brutal game for the Falcons to go out like that. I mean, just getting crashed by multiple different teams. Tough situation to be in, but that's the price you pay for trying those 2-2 splits.
And this is the problem. Whenever you look at a team like BB, they're so freaking consistent, man. Once they get that lead, you know it's like they're nigh unstoppable. They will find points. Twisted picks up a great round, and we still have one more round left to go.
The three-time PGS champion might not be in contention at the very top, but you are not going to forget the boys as they finger bang all the way straight forwards into a victory here on Erangel for the penultimate game.
It's better than 12.
All right, I'm going to go to Martin on this one.
Yeah.
I'm going to defer to Martin.
There's not a PGS where we don't see Twisted Minds get some wins, and here is one of them, right? So
yes.
Again, sure, it's going to kind of push them off a little bit here.
Cool.
It's not going to be just within striking distance. I would love to see, though, everything ending with a 22-kill win to win the whole thing, but
it was
a little too late.
An unreal, tense ending to this game, though, as well as this compound. There's so much to talk about.
Well, this is the moment where Falcons, you said, let that go. And you can see it on their faces. Kick is devastated. They took this building. Adrian lasted as long as he could, but 3 separate teams wanted to get in there. Ultimately, Na'Vi, who had a pretty good game, came in very aggressively and was able to knock them out, open the door for everyone else.
In a compound that's not in Circle 4. Like, they're fighting for nothing, but they realize, okay, Falcons, we need to stop them. We need to make sure that somebody's stopping them, because if no one is stopping the leaders, then they're just going to be running away with it. And of course, BB team also, Molotov had an absolute blinder of a game here. They're able to take a lot of control. They were able to shut down some of the third parties that we were ahead on them.
There was almost a world where backstage we're almost calling it, because BB team was on an absolute rampage, and it took an insane twist from Salute and a backstab from Daytrade to be able to shut down the boys from BB.
It took the Korean connection. T1 had to wound them coming out of heaven, and then Salute had to finish the job as they were able to knock them out and keep it kind of close. It was worthwhile at the end. It wasn't 2 teams that we were in the fight for first, but were right on top of each other in that sort of battle.
They're extremely close,
They're very close. So you can understand why that deny went down. That's valuable points there for those 2 teams, and they played it very well. But for me, it was that moment when we saw BB team loop the links. They're getting set up to go downhill from heaven, and I think it was T1 got the knocks and then went for circle prio instead of finishing them off.
Yeah.
I think that was the right. Is that the play that you make 9 out of 9 times? Or do you go in there and you say, these guys are ahead of us, we should risk it all to get those flushes?
I mean, they had the upper hand in some opportunities, right? Again, 4 versus 3, like, it's very unlikely. And then it's Twisted Minds Would you rather deny those 2 points where it could be a difference maker? Here, they take 20 points total.
Jeez Louise.
Yep.
10 kills, but sub 1,000 damage from BB team. They were stealing. They were efficient. They were on a mission.
They're hustling. And the other one is Na'Vi. Where were you guys this whole grand final? Na'Vi today, if they had been a day one, Na'Vi would be a totally different leaderboard right now. They woke up. Hakatori has been playing out of his freaking mind. I wish we would have seen that on day one. I mean, even Twisted has been getting significantly consistent placements here today. A bunch of finishes where they're getting 5 to 7 on average. If they had done the whole final like that, it would, again, be a very different leaderboard.
Could have been very different indeed here, but for obviously reasons, there is a lot of focus for those top teams. Obviously, Twisted Minds here is grappling with the idea of day trade, as you guys were mentioning. The fact that Lou, Batulins, An Example, and Perfectix all doing a lot of damage in this game, but they were holding an extremely wide split over the Yasnaya field, over Heaven as well, getting together only when T1 and BB team were threatening their position on the east.
And for that to be possible, that late in the game, it's just like, it's so genius because they know the middle of the circle is in control. It's a road. There's
no one's
not much.
taking that.
No one's really taking it. No, that area is not really played. As Lou here gets the man of the match here with 3 kills and 5 damage, it's great to see. But for them to be able to get back as a 4 that late is just talking to how much game sense and map awareness that these guys have. There's no way they should be going the other way either, of course, right?
No.
They shouldn't be going against where they know, okay, someone pulled up below us. They know that T1 already had some of the compound too.
I mean, I think this is great news for them. I also want to say, best picture of Lou I've ever seen in my life.
It's cute.
Right? But also, good points on the line. You know they're very unsatisfied with how PGS 7 went. EWC is on the horizon where they did not do great last year. So to make a statement here and say we can put some games together, build some confidence as a team, I think is going to be really valuable moving forward.
Gets even more significant when you think about the club championships there. Like, Twisted Minds is obviously hunting for things like that. What do you think, Batulins?
Is it possible?
20 points go towards the boys. I don't have a microphone, so I can't quite easily pull Batulins, unfortunately.
As we walked onto the stage and said, guys, you can do it. This smiled like kind of here, but they're still going to jump into 98, guys.
This is important. One more game remaining. 134 points for BB team. As I say, if they were not shut down the way they got shut down just then, they would have been skyrocketed ahead of the contenders. DN Freaks, 127. Falcons, 121. There is still a lot to play for. That lead by BB team, not insurmountable, but a lead nonetheless.
Yeah, still doable. One big game here from any of these teams up there. We're going to need to see record-breaking games from Forest Natural to take it home and all the other teams go out. So I'm just going to count them out for now, but it's still extremely interesting to see how close it is still just with one game to go, right?
I mean, 7 points from Freaks, very doable, especially if BB doesn't catch the circle and has a tough rotation. I do think Falcons having to do is 16, if I'm counting correctly, is a significantly higher requirement where they're going to have to actually play this game a little more aggressive than they have the past couple.
It's also insane how close our mid-pack is from 6th place down to 14th. We're talking only 21 points, guys. Wow. That is just insane. Again, one big game from these guys in the middle here could mean a huge difference in PGS points, in prize pool as well.
I'm excited to see how that mid-pack handles this. I do think that is going to create a tough time for the top teams. Because the mid-pack's so close, I expect them to lock up positions, play a little more careful and try to get to that late game because like Martin said, you get 3 extra placement points and you've already moved up significantly in your earnings as well as your PGS points.
Oh, look at that.
So
it's the VP, guys.
Where are you going, Scoom?
Scoom.
Have we seen Beamy?
Beamy, no.
Oh, you've dropped one.
There's some firsties.
Can I have one?
Can I borrow one as well? Yeah. Thanks.
How will Beamy win?
Beamy will...
I'll take one.
Yeah, I think for the next game
Got no microphone, I'm sorry. I would,
Unlucky.
Take them to Beamy. Find Beamy, wherever you can find him.
Where is he sitting? I'll throw one to him.
They're going to need quite a few meds to get them up towards the top spots, I think.
I think it's going to take a few more than a couple of first days that we unfortunately stole from them. But I do think as we as we go into the final match here,
he's not happy. Take him. Next game, stacking up some of the first days.
Well, you saw him in the interview the other night when they were like, "How do you feel about healing in the blue?" Like he said, "Oh, I'd follow the strategy," but he was dead in his eyes. You know, he absolutely hates having that job.
The real joke of it all is he's a phenomenal fragger.
Yes, absolutely.
He does the damage.
Second most damage or kills it was in PTC last year. But guys, I want to point out with just one game to go, something that's impressed me. 29 kills. First in kills is Kiss going into this last one. 27 on Heather, 27 on Shrimpsy. It's just been a standout performance for him.
The question is, at the very top, number one, who is going to take PGS8 to set the tone into internationals, to take that trophy home? It is closer than ever once again, down to the very last game, down to game number 18, the volcanic, the tectonic, the cataclysmic finals of PGS8 is here. One of these teams will become a champion.
Last game of PGS 8, and stakes are still high. BB, the most consistent team that we have seen in so long, cannot falter. They've got the lead. Can they keep the consistency until the end?
They certainly feel capable right now. They are playing incredibly diligent, incredibly smart, as they have through the entirety of our events here in Shanghai. But it all comes down to this, a chance for a few other teams behind them to usurp their position and claim the trophy for themselves. The plane is up, and it is flying right over Yasnaya from north to south, crossing over to the military base. And that is going to be where we go, very easterly with this plane path to start.
PGC dreams, EWC goals, so much on the line in this last game. Sure, we're talking about first a ton, but you can see it is just spattered down the leaderboard. So many teams neck and neck, and we have seen so many rivalries. Just people that are just right next to each other on the leaderboard having to duke it out today. This has absolutely been amazing to watch. But with the plane path, where are we going? We're seeing a couple commitments down to Millie.
Absolutely, it could be a Millie circle to finish. Got 4 teams that are going to be dropping there. DK, of course, in Ferry Pier, not too far away. We'll just have to wait and see. And it's north again.
All right. You know, you got a redo, right? Things didn't go well. This is, okay, Falcons, what did you learn inside that last game? Can you pump out a banger here? T1, you also have an opportunity.
T1 already sending type out very, very early on the map, trying to gain a little bit of extra space and information. This one feels like maybe we're going to get a finish near Stalber potentially. We'll just have to wait and see. But, you know, with that last one, I'm kind of hoping that we go a little bit more north and we find something a little bit different. Shotgun just in case for Heather, but T1, 4th place. It feels like it has to be a win, but it's still doable. They definitely have a chance, but with how consistent BB has been, you almost assume that BB is going to be in the running in the late game.
Here's the thing. BB, how are they pathing into this? Falcons and T1, if they have to go north, are going to be who they run through. So Falcons and T1 both have to sit here and think about, okay, do we play for position? Do we maybe set up a gate trend? Do we try to gatekeep? You know, there's a lot of different variables, a lot of gears turning in this game, given the fact that Falcons, T1, and BB are all so close to each other.
T1 could opt to do something absolutely bananas, and that's gatekeep that eastern road to try to prevent BB from getting through. Because for T1, right, you're 17 points out. You know that you have to get a big game here.
And
it has to be a win.
And you have to stop BB right at the start.
Yes,
you cannot
exactly.
let them get rolling, and you have the position to do it. The question is, we know T1, they took a hit to their pride, having to leave their drop spots because they have eyes on EWC. Do they still have that pressure? Do they think that enough people could be coming after them on that leaderboard that they instead will opt to play it safe?
It's hard to say. It's hard to say what the game plan is. You know, it all comes down to what the player's mindset is, what Sonic had prepped for them.
Because, I mean, Force has been pumping out some games, man, and they're only 7 points behind.
Right. No. You don't want to cede any of those positions. You know, Forest is always going to be a threat, even though they're quite far away in this circle. You never know. With how well they can fight on the edge, how consistent they have been in terms of their fragging power. You know, with Scappy and Kiss really doing a ton of damage, you can never count them out. The Freaks out pretty early here. VP widespread again over to the western side of Stalber. So the Freaks looking to try that same rotation, maybe just a little bit earlier this time, but looking to get up towards the north and then make a go of it from there.
VP trying to regroup right now. It is going to be Nixie. Going to be a bit north, as he was the one that was pretty close to the Freaks a moment ago. EB is going to be coming over from the west. Looks like they're going to be regrouping around that no lean area, so they should be pretty okay. Day Trade's up on top of Stalber, running a bit of a split of their own. Again, it's going to be Stalber top to Warehouse down below it. Teams not yet inside the circle. We've got 17, Navi, BB, Rock, T5, Begapa, which should be noted, T5, Begapa, Taikula, Forest are all on military on a circle that went complete opposite direction.
Yeah, you would expect an E-pickup or two from that island to get up towards the north. Traversing those bridges can be scary, and I can even see Rock setting up a bit of a camp there potentially, so that could be something you have to consider. Falcons, of course, looking for a very similar split early, kind of doing that 2-2 setup.
Are they doing the split? I don't know. They're pretty close to each other.
Maybe they're changing their MO.
That split hurt last time.
It did. We'll just have to wait and see what they want to do. T1 out just a little bit ahead of them on the road.
Oh, looks like T1 is circling back. This is going to be a split for T1. Falcon's going to be pretty close. They should spot out a couple of these vehicles, and yep, going to take some shots. T1 actually not going to go for their stop off either. So instead, T1, Ian getting the shots in on the Tiggleton, but H-Win gets the knock onto Ian.
That's huge here. Now the Falcons turn their full attention down towards T1, but two of their players up on the hill above might be able to do some damage from afar. Smokes are down here for the Falcons as they're going to be temporarily stopped up. Heather doesn't seem to be angling in this direction at all, so it seems like it's a retreat for T1.
Just going to cut and run. So Heather is also going to get spotted out, and it's going to be Kickstart that manages to get the knock on some. So T1 in full damage control. But Falcons, we said they needed a big game. If they wanted to go after BB, they got to get them early, and they are finding them.
Gotta love the confidence and aggression here from the Falcons. Don't leave anything to chance. Go for your moments when you've got them. And boy, oh boy, did they convert.
On any team as well. I mean, it's T1 that were the ones that were chasing them. So being able to shut down T1, now you almost have that monkey off your back, right? You know you can play more aggressive because even if you do manage to die, T1's going to have so much harder of a time trying to catch up to you after you got those two. You can start to unleash a lot more aggressive play and maybe give you a chance to try to catch up against what's going on with Freaks as well as BB.
Oh no, Twisted ran into 4AM, and 4AM just made short work of most of their players. It's only Lou who's going to be left here for this final game. Twisted did cut all the way up into 6th, though, after that 20-point win. Here's that bridge camp I was just talking about. It's Forrest who's driving into it.
Oh, but Kiss is back behind. We already have Baron Olympus down. PWD holding on one side, Haruzen on the other. Looks like Kiss, I don't know. What do you even do at this point? You're just kind of caught out over here. There's nowhere left for you to go.
This is brutal for Forrest. You know, maybe could have gotten a couple more spots on the leaderboard here in this last game, but potentially all for naught. Man, I mean, they might be safe in that spot depending on what Twisted's able to accomplish, and here comes T5.
Old school bridge camps on both bridges at the same time. Ranger X down. Rosted tries to turn around, but all of Rock is beaten in on him. Looks like they're going to send him back down to the south. But guess what? Taikula's over there, as well as Begapa still.
Begapa's got to be seeing this kill feed and being like, you know, maybe the ferry's the better option here.
Yeah, let's do that. T5, where are you going to go? Just, hey, it's fine. Both bridges can't be camped. When was the last time that happened in a competitive match, right?
Mm-hmm. This is very scary now, as Kiss should be dead.
Yeah, okay. The nade, if you cooked it right, should be able to finish this off. Boop. There you go. I mean, respect to Kiss, though. This was a big series. While they do have themselves a pretty decent lead over Twisted, who only has one member left, you have to feel like they're pretty safe. But Daytrade can make a run. That said, top 5 feels good for them. Underdog story coming up big.
Oh, dude. Yeah, no. You have to be so impressed with Forrest, what they've been able to accomplish, what their players have shown us as what looks like it's going to end up potentially as the top APAC team, unless Daytrade has something to say about it. They have done a phenomenal job overall, and you're going to be talking about Kiss for a long time.
Oh, T5. I mean, I feel for you. I mean, it's not like they're doing anything wrong. It's just, why is everybody still in military? Why are all the bridges camped? You're just kind of getting... This is one of those situations we never really see. Maybe you can get a knock onto somebody from Taikula. Or Taikula, though, where are you going to be eyeing as the new circle is popped and it stays pretty close to Stallber Center?
I will have to wait and see. Taikula up in the air, avoiding a bit of a disaster there. I guess maybe T5 just thought they could punish the E pickup, but we'll just have to wait and see. BB's going to have southeastern edge claimed near 17 once again. How aggressive do they want to be? It's actually the boat for Begapa, as they're going to be scooting their way forward. Phase 2 circle not yet revealed. We'll have to just wait and see a bit.
Okay, so looking out, this is all just going to be a waiting game on a lot of accounts. BB has managed to get in very close. Fluky looks like he's finally found himself some idea on where he wants to go. Looks like he's cutting back down south yet again. So Falcons, kind of calm, collected. Everything's quiet. 54 alive. It's been a very busy Circle 1. Threw me for just a second there. There's been a lot of moving parts.
Yeah. For the Falcons now, I mean, obviously you're going to be looking for kills, but that win is going to have to be part of the equation. It feels like Circle goes down south again. The hard shift away from Stalber.
Okay, Yasnaya, 17 Gaming, good position. BB, good position. That is bad for everybody else that wants to try to get first place. BB entrenched 2-2. They even have vision on what's happening with Falcons. T1 going to be roaming right down next to Falcons yet again, but they should have a pretty bad idea on where they're going to be playing. So instead goes to West. A lot of teams going to be dropping off and looking at Yasnaya. Taikula going to be one of them, going to be running right into the hospital area, and they're just going to drop in right on top of Navi.
Grenade out early here for Navi to keep that stairwell occupied. A great molly right on top of Souza. And so said, trying to think about another grenade up and in there, seeing if they can get Souza, but they didn't quite find it. T1 has found a stopping point. BB playing extra cautious. They know that they just need to get deep into this game, and they are going to get the win.
Got Rock and 17 up next to each other. Cars all stacked up on top of the flat top. I don't even know what happened there. Jiawu taking a lot of damage. Has to retreat. Does go down. Fantastico and RBN both finding one.
Another kill just came through for Falcons off screen, but for 17 now, you can't commit any further to that fight. You lost 2 players on the way in. You know there's going to be 4 there. Nothing left to do here, so Rock just going to go back into their compound. Meanwhile, Taikula taking it to Navi over in Yasnaya. You can see a couple players already down. Fairest almost bled out. So inside of this prison, Hakatori trying to keep them busy.
Taikula's playing piss today, and they want to make sure everybody remembers the name, because it is a lot of overt aggression, and it's really jacked up a lot of squads that we're not expecting it whenever we can see a much slower pace usually happening in the early sections of the last 2 games.
Oh, so said. Gonna find 2, in fact. Now things getting real desperate. Oh, you gotten a shot in, but Cold is gonna get him. That's gonna send Hakatori up the stairs, trying to scale forward, but does not feel comfortable to do so, and isn't gonna press the advantage. Looking for more utility. He found a frag grenade on the ground.
Ooh, I mean, Hakatori, we know he can make some big plays. Doesn't connect. There's a lot of crates out there, so trying to see what more he can get out of it. This isn't the type of guy that usually wants to play it too passive. So I wouldn't be surprised if he maybe tries to go for something here.
Tough call. Obviously, you know, you had the 1v1. You were going to be at the disadvantage, but he felt like the frags, maybe he could find the opportunities. Can't find anything really with that. The Freaks are way over on the eastern side. They wrapped all the way around Stalber, and they have tried to play this safe, but they may be coming in behind BB team. They may be the ones who end up playing spoiler and setting themselves up. It all just depends on how they want to rotate in the later stages of this game.
BB's 2-2 split, still strong for now. T1, center of this circle. So it's still just all about these moving parts going on around Yasnaya. VP is running a 2-1-1 and very far into the west. We still have Lou right in the center of Yasnaya. 4 Angry Men mostly to the north, but they do have God V that's kind of watching what's going on around Hospital, Taikula, and all of the hijinks that are happening over here. And Hakatori, of course, down below it all.
Well, looks like that's at a bit of a standstill, at least for now. Taking a quick view over at the Falcons. Still in their 2-2 split, but nobody this time really in a position to punish it necessarily in this day trade. Gets a wild hair up their butt and wants to try something a little bit unorthodox, but we are just heading in towards Yasnaya proper. So there's going to be some compounds out on the edge. There's going to be a few dips here and there around the road. The fields themselves still in play. And it's going to be the Freaks.
Falcons day trade running against each other. Looks like they're jockeying for position. Have to be careful. Lots of damage coming out. Tigger does not get the knock, but he does get an inside track on the compound. H1 doesn't look like he wants to give it up yet. It's going to be Tiggleton taking some shots in. This is a lot of kills that are going to be needed for the Falcons. Do they continue the press? Do they continue the hunt? They have to have an idea on where he's going to be at. Door is going to be closed, but I mean, this is nerve-wracking. They've just got a wall between them. Who's got the reinforcements? It's just going to be juking back and forth. It looks like H1's like, no, feels too risky. Rest of Falcons, though, do come to reinforce.
Yeah, H-Win just needs to wait for a little bit of help. Then they can try to finish this, shoot the door, throw some nades in, and then you should be able to secure this point. See if they can get it accomplished. The stun is out, but they were already spraying down. Tiggleton is going to be the one to claim it, and the Falcons up to 6 kills and into second place.
Okay, tied up with the Freaks, 7 points away. The roll is starting to happen. Falcons not going to let this one slide quietly into the night. That means the fact that pressure now mounting for the Freaks. They've got Begapa just to their south, right on the edge of the zone, slowly extending out. They've got to be careful. Salute's taking a lot of damage, but has not gone down.
This is madness here for the Freaks. Bagopop right near that Park Pro. He's got at least one knock in him. Looks immediately for the frag. DL there trying to press the advantage. Throws the stun out. The frag behind him, but it doesn't matter. Park Pro is just outplaying him around the tree.
Freaks are falling apart on this push. 2 members have to instantly retreat back to the edge of the zone. Park Pro just does a massive play to stop the Freaks in their tracks.
That is backbreaking for the Freaks. Certainly, you would think that that's the end of their hopes for winning this event. I mean, yes, you've got Gumin in heaven, but it is a massive hill that they have to climb. You lose Salute, you lose DL, and it's going to be at the hands of their Korean brethren. Bagopop sets up in the forest and absolutely holds the line. Park Pro there, just beautiful work.
Okay, so we still have the Freaks, BB, T1, and Falcons all in the northeast near each other. Not a lot of cover. You can see a lot of defensive play now starting to come in. 2-2 split from the Falcons, pretty strong in the north. But if this shifts away, this is a very difficult situation to get out of, as there are a lot of people in Yasnaya that could be looking back their direction.
Well, things going to slow down just a bit. A lot of teams already eliminated. A lot of players out of this lobby quickly. 40 left here. 13 teams, and it is only Phase 3. Phase 4 is about to reveal itself. Let's see where we are going to go. All eyes on BB. That 2-2 split, them and Falcons.
Oh, Freaks already in their cars. They're waiting for the new zone to reveal itself, but they're going to be running right in between BB. It goes to Yasnaya. Freaks, they have to make a push right in between BB, right next to T1, right next to Falcons. They are starting to squeeze it away. BB realized the fact that they've got to go themselves. It is just a full Mad Max moment. Everybody hopping inside of vehicles. You can see GK down to the south. They're just running in. VP already making landfall. Freaks going to be running right up next to the Falcons. Can the Falcons be prepped for it? No, it's going to be H1 and Tiggleton up in the north. They're already inside their vehicles. They're trying to regroup. Somehow Freaks are surviving through this. They're wrapping up into the north. They are taking some damage, but it looks like they may survive. They are going to wrap around. Oh no, a tire pop back behind. Heaven has to jump out of his vehicle. He's isolated all by himself.
Oh, this is disaster for the Freaks. Heaven trying to find a way through. His teammate got there, but the Falcons on the hunt. They smell blood, they smell weakness, and they want to capitalize. Shrimzy and company taking a little bit of damage from Taikula, though, so they're going to keep wrapping wide. They need to find a way either into an edge around Yasnaya, so they give themselves an out. Oh my god, BB.
They're running right next to VP's line. Shots aren't connecting really, but if they can bypass VP, they can get into a point. They have found it with one of their members. Can the rest manage to bypass? They do make it into Yasnaya proper on the far west. It's entirely open, and they have safety to play from.
That's huge for BB. That is a winning position, potentially. They have done a great job to get there. The Falcons could still have something to say about it. They're going to take this edge. I love this corner here. This gives them a couple options, allows them to play into Yaz proper if that's where the circle is going to end, or it allows them escape valve to go either to the east or the south if there is a hard shift in one of those directions.
So the Freaks going to be the east of Falcons' position, but not a lot of else that's going to be happening over here. It's a quiet section of Yasnaya, and that could be a problem. Remember, the Falcons need to get kills. The Freaks need to get kills, and instead it's going to be all popping off to the south, right next to where BB is going to be. T1 also running a very wide split right now. Looks like they're trying to eye in and see what's going to be going on with Begapa as well as Rock, because they're still fighting over in heaven.
They're just looking for points wherever they can get them. They want to try to scoop up as much as possible here, and that should be Park Pro dead. Indeed, easy money for Type there with the SLR. Looking for the flush. Teammate arrives. Bagopot still trying to deal with Rock.
Rock's just going to go ahead and hop in a vehicle. They're just going to start to send it themselves. Raining has shifted down in a vehicle. Looks like he's trying to cut off a path. Instead, Zongjong is going to be running right next to Type. Nade is prepped. Is it going to go far enough? No, it goes a bit wide. Oh, Rosted. Hello.
From behind. That is all the way up over on the eastern side of Yaz that he found that angle. Raining trying to do something. Nope. Going to be denied. So that is going to be T1 finishing in 4th place, currently at 117 points.
First of all, don't think that Twisted can probably usurp that. So instead, now Begapa, you've got a path back next to Rock. Rock still has kind of stopped off of this position, given the fact they saw a T1 just a moment ago. And this just feels like Duel of Fates. Everybody just doing some car jockeying, but it's going to be Song Jog that gets a knock on the BL.
Well, this is circle shift is crazy. This might force BB and Falcons into each other, but Falcons seeming to pull off a little bit, looking for opportunities to their north. RBN takes a whole bunch of damage there, but Sold's actually stepping up, does a little bit of a spin move, and he's still okay. Akan out in the blue. I don't think he's going to be afforded the opportunity to do any more damage.
Okay, well, I mean, style points, right? Okay, Rock, you've got to make it into the circle. Falcons have to go into the circle as well. BB could gatekeep. Falcons, which way are you eyeing? You've got Freaks to the east that could gatekeep you out, and you've got BB to the south that can gatekeep you out. But if you do take the fight with BB and you win, opportunity for first.
Yeah, the Freaks are so spread between those 2 apartment buildings. It's going to be tricky to hold on, especially if you run into a full 4-man of the Falcons, who might be thinking about making their breach. They're checking these windows. Let's see if, yep, you're going to see Guman there. And that is going to give them the info they need to maybe make a push. Yeah, okay, Guman sees them, but oh my goodness, he just took a whole bunch of damage.
Okay, that should open up a bit more. Keep in mind, Heaven can't really defend on this angle. He's playing the other apartment over there, so doesn't have vision in. BB heard those shots. They're going to be looking at this cross, and this is a pretty open area, a doozy. He's been lighting people up. They could secure themselves a great spot if they catch this. If they can take out anybody on Falcons on cross, H1 already under duress, 2 different angles. It looks like it was going to be Guman as well as a doozy taking shots at him.
Everybody's so spread out inside of the city, so that's going to open up a lot of opportunities for BB to try to cut their way in towards the center of the circles.
Here we go.
Falcons. Are they going to try to just crash into Gumin?
Looks like that's going to be their only option. They're just going to cut across. BB doesn't manage to pick up much. Oh, but they bump into each other. That's the worst way to do it. Tiggleton is down. Guman gets a knock. He now knows who he's going against. Both sides realize how important this is going to be. Shrimsy takes a ton of damage off of an aid, but does manage to stay up. Will the follow-up? Goes a bit too far.
Oh, Shrimsy able to get the heal through at the very least here, but Tiggleton may be unrecoverable. Here comes BB. They know they can end this.
They can secure their victory if they pounce now. They know that these are the 2 teams that can threaten them. Falcons can't really run up. There's a smoke wall down because the Falcons want to keep Tig in this.
This is crazy. BB had to stop. I think they were maybe taking some damage. Coming through. Gumin up above. Looked for his moment. Wasn't able to find it. Smokes are going to come down, but the res is going to come through. This is crucial here. And Lou is just doing VP dirty in the background, but this is so important for Falcons to get that 4th player going.
All right, Guman runs across. Looks like he's just trying to get further away. He doesn't actually run over into Heaven's building, so that way they have a bit more of a crossfire. BB in the safe position over in the west for now, but oh, the circle goes Falcons and Freaks' way.
Oh, this is crazy stuff. Ending up on the northern apps of Yasnaya. Could be absolutely difficult for BB now. They're going to have some teams they're going to have to work through, but the good news for them is Lou took 2 members of VP out of the equation by himself, so that opens up some opportunities. They're busy fighting 4 a.m. How is BB going to make their move? They're going to have to kind of play some leapfrog between these buildings.
4 Angry Men are doing a lot of shots and damage into Geekay, so the Geekay is having to play more and west every single time. Way out on the outside of this, we've got Taikula. Fluky and T5 is spotting him out. Going to go ahead and get down and flush onto Cold, but that just means that there's a less of a threat over here, as it does look like this was going to be a compressed angle that BB might have to be approaching from, so gives them a bit more space. No disrespect to T5 or Taikula, but BB is the focus of attention for my brain right now.
Yeah, this one is just kind of a outside of the circle battle, just for a few points here or there. For Taikula, they could get past Twisted Minds. If they can find these kills, get a little bit further into the game, they could definitely get another placement point, get a little extra cash in the bank. Fuki, though, in the vehicle trying to get away, and no, sir, Spaceman not having any of that.
That should be an easy flush. Not too much more to be looking at. GK, looks like they're trying to make their cross as well, but they have been spotted by BB. Rosted wants to try to get this res, but he's going to get spotted, and Taikula looks like they're going to jump and now surpass Twisted Minds.
That's nice for them. That is just a great day that they have had. I mean, they were talking a big game, and they followed up after yesterday's matches, and they are looking really, really solid for this final. They could try to get into this circle still. There's 4 AM gatekeeping, but we'll have to see. Geeky outside of the next circle, actually trying to smoke themselves off, but that's Nixie with a P90. So they're letting loose with utility, trying to get close.
But if BB can pick up these kills, that will cement them that much more. They want more space. Trying to make the cross. Quizzy takes a lot of damage. Nades don't really connect, and it is going to be EK crossing with 2 of their members. Blue Zone Nade, don't know! Is going to get the knock onto 2! BB finding more. This is big.
Oh, and they're going to get the points. They're going to get the follow-up from Molodok with the grenade. That may put this out of reach for the Falcons.
Oh, but Tiggleton got the knock on a Phil first.
Oh, please, please. We'll have to wait and see.
I don't think that he can get. Can they pick off anybody else?
Oh my God, he's doing it. He's got another.
Molodok's going to be running back over there. He's got down as well. Oh, Lord, this is getting messy. Sure, there is a 10-point differential right now, but with just 1 member up, VB is in some trouble.
Nixie absolutely going ham. A doozy has to play salvage. There's no hope for those other 2 BB players. They know that those angles are going to be covered unless a doozy has a bunch of smokes, but he seems to be content to just hunker down, try to wait this out as long as possible. He has to play for placements. He has to play for salvage. Falcons have to get rocking and rolling. They have to start finding points. They have to start finding kills.
They want those kills so bad, and they want to see if there's anybody that's going to go over for the res, so they're just holding every single thing. Knows exactly the window, where the approach is going to be at. This is going to be a potential another 0.2 to 2 points that they can pick up. The Freaks dancing around over into their east with the new circle pop. It's them and EB that's going to be over there. 4 Angry Men also going to be maneuvering themselves over into the east. Nixie going to be right up on top of a doozy, though.
You've got to get BB out of this game if anybody else is going to have a hope, because the further they get, the odds that it's going to happen, the kills that are just available in the lobby dwindle. And it is looking really good for BB, though.
BB knows the fact that they've just got to survive. That's all they have to do at this stage. But we are at phase number 7. 15 still alive. There's still a lot of kills, still a lot of placements on this table. Doozy hears the footsteps of Nixie around him. He's just got to let it pass. He can't do anything right now. He knows that if he peeks and he gets caught right now, it'll be too bad. Phil first does go down, gets that points over into Tiggleton now. So that is going to be Falcons at 132, 8 points behind BB.
Oh, man, those kills that BB was able to get onto Geeky may be the difference maker. A doozy has been unnoted by Nixie. Nixie just no idea that he's behind him like this, and he's just going to camp in the blue for a little bit longer.
Does he give it to the blue to deny? Does he not want the Falcons? Does he think the Falcons have them too pinched?
He doesn't have great options. He doesn't want to give points over to the Falcons. That's the most important thing. Okay. Don't give them any extra room to catch up.
I think he was just seeing if anybody was going to be taking shots at Nixie, trying to use him as its own bait. See who's going to be shooting at him. But, oh, if he goes this direction, 4 Angry Men are over here. They're playing the outside of this. Blue Zone's going to be back on top of him again.
If they can read that he has to come along this fence line, they might just let loose with another one.
He's timing these meds perfectly, staying right ahead of the Blue Zone now. Creeping forward, this is pressure. He knows he has to stay alive. He can't. He's got to be paying attention to the kill feed at the same time. See if anybody else is going to pop off. Hasn't happened yet. He's still got a couple more meters that he's got to go. But this is where it gets scary. This is where people can start to see him. Look, EB dancing around the window over there. Could spot him at any second. He makes the cross.
He's in.
Nade comes out, and they don't know where he is.
Nobody's identified him. This is brilliant maneuvering from the veteran. A PNC winner going all the way back to 2019. And he is looking to try to get a PGS in there as well. He'd be the first, if he can do it, to win both of those events.
Long's heard the nade, thinking that maybe somebody was over here. The continuation of the fight. Look at all the smokes down between Freaks and Falcons. 2 points separate them out. So if the Freaks can take down the Falcons, they can at least secure their position as well. Ooh. It looks like VP has an idea on where he's at. Nades are starting to connect, doing some damage, but hasn't taken him out yet.
Yeah, they're singeing his feet, but that's going to give him the ability to get a few more heals through. No, it looks like it's just bandages at this point. He may have burned through all the first aids available. VP now making their move. A lot of blue zones here, preventing the Falcons from marching forward, but VP, DN on the other side.
Tiggleton takes a lot of damage. Falcons want this. They're realizing that they've got to play this more aggressive. It is going to be, Falcons going to be very close. Oh, kickstart goes down to EB on the opposing side. Can he creep over there? It looks like he should be able to get to H-Twin, but that is scary.
Like the folding shield here to protect against any more frags potentially. Really smart though, but Trimsy gets knocked as well. A tongue move from afar.
Oh, Doozy uses his opportunity. He sneaks in, realizing the fact that 4 Angry Men are watching this northern area. Molotovs being dropped out everywhere. Freaks realizing they could shut this one down, but the reses are coming out for the Falcons.
The longer this goes, the better this gets.
Oh, nade. Oh, the underhand toss doesn't go out the window.
Oh no, a bit of a misstep there from the Freaks. I mean, they had so many of the Falcons players grouped up there, but the Falcons are able to get the reses through. They're back up to 4 strong, but they've got to get a doozy out of here.
They are so weakened right now. Still neck and neck. A doozy does go down, so that's going to be where he's locked at. 140, so now it's going to be 133. Falcons, it's going to be the Freaks, 131. Who wins this? This could be massive for either side. Defense is down, set up for the Freaks. It's going to be peak battles between the two, and shotguns and Gumian Tan.
Yeah, the Freaks still have something to play for here. Trimsy down, Tiggleton going to get Nixie. They're looking to try to find a way to get these heals. That is going to be a point over towards the Falcons. They need to keep going, but that shotgun around the corner, so dangerous to deal with.
Oh, heaven! Look, he's jumped out! This is a beautiful angle if he can get anything out of it, but it is defended at range by Tiggleton.
Oh my goodness, kickstart as well, using that molly to buy time for this res. Great use of the utility here from the Falcons to give themselves life, to keep themselves kicking in this.
Keep it slow. Lots of utility now coming out. This is a hard push to make. H1 survives it somehow. Just narrowly escaping being down. Kickstart does get dropped. Guman shotgun does connect. Guman gets a second one. Trimsy finally takes one down, but that is going to be the Falcons out. And then the Freaks survive it, but here comes VP. It is 134-134.
That's going to be Guman out. Just heaven left for the Freaks. And Ibiza trying to figure out where he went, trying to get some more points for his team, but he's in the blue. He is dead to his own molly. 4 a.m. has arrived.
Okay, 4 Angry Men running in, and it is just heaven up on top. He's at 135. 4 members for 4 Angry Men.
He can do this.
Can you do it? Can you clutch up for your team? He gets one, but no! He gets denied. 4 Angry Men take the last round.
And it's going to be BB Team that are going to be your PGSA champions.
Consistency is king, as they have repeatedly been in the top 4. They fought it out and clutched up a doozy, sneaking away, getting point after point for his team. This is such a big play.
It's been a long time coming for these boys. They have been fighting tooth and nail. They have been so good for so long. And finally, the hard work and dedication comes through. And a doozy, you gotta tip your cap to him. He's been around for so long in PUBG Esports. A PGS, a PNC now are going to be the trophies in his case.
This is one of the most hard-fought victories I have ever seen happen in a PUBG invitational or international event. Such dedication, such consistency coming up from BB, our champions for PGS number 8, BB Team!
again. Okay, I will leave it up there. All right, first PGS win for BB team, and another one in a while for Aduzi as well. So how are you feeling, Aduzi?
Feeling good, of course, but actually I thought we were not gonna win because we died, and I thought like Falcon have enough kills, but we won, and yeah, like in like 30 seconds I feel like frustration, and now I'm happy, so yeah.
Yeah, you were the one last man standing for your team. How hard was it to just lay low and try to make the most out of the situation?
I mean, I just did what what I did in every game. I just tried to survive and take some.
Like to survive.
I mean, yeah, what I can do, just survive.
And you did it for your team.
I didn't think about anything. I just thought I just have to make the best move, which is gonna be able me to survive, and so I did it.
And you are taking that trophy home. All right, can I get a word with you, Phil, first? What a nail-biting last day. How are you feeling? You seem to be enjoying your time with the trophy.
Чувствуем отлично себя. Мы
You got it?
Не, он работает. Да, чувствуем отлично. Мы не думали, что мы выиграем до конца, но мы это сделали. Будем двигаться дальше.
Yes, I think I will enjoy the time and we will go forward again and again.
You will go forward again and again,
yes.
Feeling fantastic. Okay, Molodok, this is the first Moldovan player with a PGS title, and you made some incredible plays today. Tell me, how are you feeling?
Я испытываю радость, конечно же. Это не только наша радость, но и радость наших болельщиков, наших родственников, кто за нас болеет. Поэтому я просто рад. Я в этот день освободил себя от мысли о победе. И не знаю, было либо да, либо нет. Получилось да. Вот так. У каждого свое время. Видимо, сегодня был наш день. И все сложилось для нас хорошо. Я просто рад, и все. За свою команду я им благодарен. Спасибо им.
Yes, I feel very happy, and I'm happy for our team, and I feel happy for our fans, and I will always go forward.
It's all about forward. Speaking of forward, you know, until yesterday, you guys kept on making it second, not getting that chicken quite there, and then bam, you got that, and now it put you full acceleration mode. Best of luck. What was the talk that the team had coming in today?
Я не понял вопроса, но спасибо всем, кто поддерживает нас. Спасибо семье, спасибо Леночке, что поддерживаешь. Всем спасибо.
I just want to say thank you. I want to thank my family, I want to thank my friend, and I will thank my fans. Thank you.
I'm really speechless at the moment. So I'm speechless at the moment.
Okay. All right, Coach Ermac, will you be able to tell us what the team was like before going into today?
Что она сказала?
Вы можете сказать нам, как наша команда выступает сегодня?
В общем, я ничего не понял, но я очень хочу большое спасибо сказать всем, кто нас поддерживал. Я очень рад за своих пацанов, это просто нереальная победа. Это было просто легендарно, пацаны. Спасибо вам, то, что вы такие, какие вы есть. Всем спасибо. Вот так вот.
I feel very happy, and I want to say thank you for everyone, and say thank you to our teammates. Thank you.
While this was all going on, Aduzi whispered to me, I will teach them English. So maybe this is the BB team energy we love. All right, congratulations again to you guys. This was amazing, thanks to you. And now we're gonna go back to the desk for a final rundown. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Goodbye-bye.
A spectacular showing coming out from the BB boys. Second places after second places after second places. They finally get the chicken dinner and they finally claim the trophy. The heart palpitations in this final game were through the roof, but BB team brings it home on international soil.
Yeah, we kept track. It was 26 points behind, but they made it count. A Fantastic day for them to finish things off. What an insane way for them to take the win.
What a crazy way to take the win. You heard a doozy say, we thought we had lost it. It comes to Falcons head-to-head with the Freaks, and a little bit of slap tap from 4 a.m. to crush the dreams of the Birds as they have to watch it slip away. But down to the final moment, even if Freaks had managed to pull off an epic 1v4, they could have lifted the trophy. That's how close it came. For the second time, PGS 7 was a barn burner. This one was a knuckle duster. That's why we love PUBG.
You're right. A Bobby Dazzler for sure here when it comes to BB Team somehow rounding this out. You've got to feel for Falcons. They were clawing tooth and nail towards the end of those apartments. Avenger obviously having that initial knock with Tiggleton going down there, but we really should focus on BB Team here overall.
I feel bad for them, but they've got wins in their pocketbook, right? This is the moment. Exactly.
They'll be coming.
BB Team deserved it. You said it was only a matter of time, and here we stand, just like when Twisted Minds took it the first time. A moment where we said this is an EMEA team that has paid their dues and earned their ticket, and we get to watch it punched live.
If I may for a moment, it's quite emotional a little bit, because you think about a doozy, PNC 2019, this guy has never let go of the international dream. And you think about their run through question mark, you think about them going to World Championships, having misfortunes, now here at PGC, under the banner of BB Team Martin, finally being able to reach it after what looked like a great run in PGS 7, not quite there. They've managed to finally make it happen.
And it's been such a standout performance for him and the team, of course.
Yeah.
But Adusi, for years, it's been him. It's been revolving around the IGL, right? And we've been talking, right? Adusi, how can you do it? And he's been attracting more and more talents. Now with this roster, it feels stronger than ever. And here with this, for PGS 8, it could be their year.
Got to agree. Got to agree. Of course, here is the final match results from this 4am. Obviously trying to make a bit of a mad dash as they came in from those fields, but they're not really the focus.
The big standout from this match, sure. 4am, fantastic.
Yes.
6 teams on Military Island in the very start of the fantastic.
Crazy
but
stuff.
what a crazy ending to have things with. Even with 13 points, it wasn't enough for Falcons. They got third, and Freaks, they managed to get that last fight in.
When you look at that leaderboard, it's deceiving. BB Team in 6, you say, well, they must have been way ahead. It wasn't. It was a devastating fight. They were stuck on the south side of the road. They saw the knock on Falcons when Tiggleton got taken out. They were able to cross that street and take a position. Nixie was almost a dream breaker.
And this is the final standings for PGS 8. BB Team, the champions, here live from Shanghai, China. Unbelievable scenes, all things considered, towards the very end. DN Freaks takes second place, 1 point ahead of Falcons that they were tied against at PGS 7. It's always so close.
And again, this one was even harder for the Falcons to stomach because it came down to a couple of shotguns, a couple of popped shields, a couple of prayers, and Freaks by 2 held a stairwell and made it inaccessible for the Falcons.
Unreal. Unreal stuff, Martin, as we take a look at this.
I just can't believe it. BB Team today, 50 points they managed to get. They are the highest performer of today. The MVP goes to Molotov. My GOAT for today, for me to claw back on the fantasy leaderboards. He's able to come in and pop off.
Let's be real. The newcomer to BB Team relative to the other guys, obviously being able to slot in the way he has alongside the rest of this roster, a deadly, deadly man.
And then take that, extrapolate it to the future, to PGC. This is a team that won when they left points on the field, the insane amount of seconds in thirds, and what they wanted to walk away with. I look forward to the rest of their year based on what we saw.
$100,000 goes the way of BB Team. Congratulations to them. DN Freaks once again walks away with $40,000. Falcons once again walks away with $20,000.
They've been farming.
They have been, absolutely. I will say, for T1, a big resurgence from PGS 7. Coming into PGS 8, it was very clear that they not only did their homework, but they put in the grind in that week.
Yeah, and what a fall for 17 Gaming to win in PGS 7.
True.
To go 10th here in another tournament where they are uncontested. It has been very we're talking same patch. There's no big changes besides them. And the other teams learning how to play against the rest of the core here.
Of course, here is the road to PGC
Oh
as
my
well.
God.
PGS points. BB team finds themselves in number 1 with 420 points.
That is an insane grab.
That is almost enough to go to PGC alone for that performance. That is just unreal for BB team.
What was it, like a 4th into a 1st place here? Huge stuff, huge ramifications for them moving forwards, which also then means also huge ramifications for EMEA if they do claim these positions, all things considered.
You know, Twisted Mind wins PGS 6, they finish PGS 7 and 12. 17 wins PGS 7, they finish PGS 8 in the bottom 10. I gotta say, get it together and come back for PGS 9 BB team and show us that you can bounce back. That the back-to-back for EMEA is provable, winnable, and consistent.
I'm a little bit blown away. I'm a little bit blown away. And of course, we have PNC, PUBG Nations Cup, all around the corner as well. You can check that out. That's going to be happening at the Olympic Handball Gymnasium over in Seoul, South Korea.
And you
I'll
know
be watching.
And you know, I'll be watching. And you know how good Denmark is at handball, and it's in a handball gymnasium.
Excuse
They're
me.
back-to-back Olympic champions, Denmark, going back
I
to
think we all know
Olympic.
America's is going to win.
I think we all know who's won a PNC, Martin,
Nobody
actually.
remembers.
What do you mean nobody remembers?
Nah,
I still use it as my gym shirt all the time.
It's been Korea and Korea and Korea.
You've got the UK shirt. I've seen him in it. I've seen him in it. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. A huge thank you for tuning in for PGS 8, our champions, BB team, here for the tournament. Congratulations.
Us here at PGS 8, thank you for watching. Congratulations again to BB team. I'm your host Bella, and I'll see you next time.
Thank you.